Do you remember me? I'm the girl whose heart you stole. I don't want it back, please. You can keep it. My mind's made up on who I want holding it. You're a little too close, or too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, or just afraid that you'll walk away. Just a glance is all it took for me to fall, but you don't even know that you were looking at me. And when you smile, smile with your eyes. Eyes that pass right over me, like I'm as out of place as I feel to be. You're a little too close, or too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, or just afraid that you'll walk away. You're across the room from me, but it's an ocean wide, and the current's pulling us, dragging me.
Sideline of Tong! Late winner's doing it! They're gonna take it! He's gonna bring down Birdie. Alone with a double kill. Dropping fast. Final points there. He's still alive! Wait, Oshaka's late. He's got one side. He's got a second. He's taking it out. They're all die on three! They're all dead!
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for more Nanyang, China action. We've got the lower bracket today. Cedc Youth taking on FTD Club to start things off in a best of one. Following that, we've got Newbie taking on Tong. This time around, Newbie should be in full force. The match has actually got swapped up because of Moo's flight back, so he's going to be back with the team. Newbie should have a much better shot making it through the lower bracket now that they've got their, I believe, full roster back with Moo and Hal reunited. But for now, it's Cedc Youth versus FTD Club. I'm Gods. Joining me is Winter. And Winter, are you with me?
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Good as always. It's been a while since we got to cast together, so I'm looking forward to it.
I just can't wait to cast the new patch. We've been seeing a lot of the same stuff already. I
Yeah.
don't think there's anything that can change in the current patch. Everything has been more or less figured out.
Dire team
We get Undying. I haven't seen much Undying lately because it seems for the most part that this hero is getting banned, and Undying's fun to watch. I like seeing him. Look at old zombie man.
So you like games that end quickly.
Yeah, well, a quick game is a good game, but
10
it
seconds
adds a level of excitement when one team is put under pressure, like to really take objectives
5
early and
seconds
get a lot
remaining.
done. So we'll see how FTD Club play around it. They pick up the Storm Spirit with this Cedc Youth with Gyrocopter Earthshaker. For the most part, as far as the openers go, no big surprises coming from the two teams here.
Yeah, they have been, I think, picking the last series I watched them play. They've been picking Earthshaker like even first pick. In the first phase, this hero has been getting picked a lot in this tournament itself. And Gyro is just a solid pick against the Tombstone. Nothing too unusual there.
Yeah, the Cedc Youth, they first picked the Gyro before the Undying came out, I guess. But despite the Gyro being picked up, FTD still went for the Undying. And I guess Cedc Youth know the Undying's coming when they pick the Gyro. But Cedc Youth had a good series yesterday. Unfortunately, they did lose, but it was a close 2-1 series. And they did manage to take one game off of the CTY-led Ehome squad. But we'll see if they can kind of continue in similar form today, or if FTD will get the best of them. FTD, for the most part, newer names to the scene, whereas Cedc Youth have some familiar names. June, Inflame, Icy have been around a while. even Demons was playing on the CIS squad at at TI4 with Black. So by no means is this really a youth squad for Cedc. It is a team full of somewhat veterans.
Hey, I think I messed things up. The other day I was casting FTD B, I think.
Yeah, there's two different FTD teams. It's very confusing. I mean, every organization seems to have two teams winter. One's not enough. They're all greedy. They want 2, 3, 4 teams. What is it with them? I think Newbie actually has 3 teams. They had Newbie Miracle, and then Newbie Youth. 2 teams wasn't enough for them.
This team should be much better than the other team, right? Because this is the first team.
Yeah.
The other day I was casting FTDB and they were very obvious that they are inexperienced, and the way they pick and ban heroes were very much showed as a team that has not as much experience as the other teams. But this team, their picks in general are much more solid, and I see XTT. I don't know about the other 4 players, but XTT is definitely not a newcomer.
Yep. Yeah, and FTDA did go undefeated in the group stage before the playoff bracket to make it into the playoff bracket. So they had a good group stage going undefeated. Since going into the playoffs, they did get 2-0'd by Tong Fu. They had 2 sub 30-minute games, so they didn't have a good series against Tong Fu, but this to me is potentially a winnable match. You can see from the draft, like you kind of said, they kind of have a set plan in mind. Lina comes up third, a good block pick, and something they could, I mean, you can look to run Lina and Storm as your carry as well as mid. You've got good ways of dealing with Gyrocopter. Gyro doesn't have any answers to deal with Storm Spirit. Lina with an Ags Laguna Blade can burst down Gyro through BKB, so the possibility is there to not really run a true hard carry for FTD.
The Disco King. Oh, actually, the Disco King is banned. I was like, there's something missing still.
You thought Leshak was ignored?
Yeah.
Not
something
possible.
I'm counting the heroes. It's only. Is there anything missing? Everything is already picked, right? Lina, Lesh, Gyro, Undying.
Yeah.
Bounty Hunter and Tusk. Oh yeah, Naga. I was like, one hero is missing, but then the Chinese teams don't really pick Naga that much as a support.
That's right. So from here we'll see some some less 6.84 picks, I guess. I guess Witch Doctor kind of isn't in that group of top tier picks.
Witch Doctor is always there though.
Yeah.
Regardless of
He's
the
solid.
patch, it's just a very solid support.
Yep.
And you mentioned the Storm and Lina. You can play the Lina mid, Storm safe lane, or vice versa, but it also could be a support. I feel Undying plus Lina is still a very good lane if you want to have a much greedier draft. Because when you have Undying Lina as support, Undying position 3, you sort of have 4 cores in your lineup when you go towards the late game.
Well, still somewhat uncertain. CM is just going to make this Undying even more scary with extra mana to play around with the Brilliance Aura. And Cedc Youth reply looking at Teamfight. Darkseer comes out, got great AoE synergy with the Darkseer, with the Vacuum into a cooldown, the Fissure. Lots of potential big AoE damage coming out from Cedc Youth.
They banned TA. Because from pubs I know the Chinese teams don't really, like the Chinese players, the pub players, they don't like to play Lina versus TA. So this might actually mean that Lina is actually a mid.
Yeah.
They're gonna put Lina mid. CM, most likely the jungling hero, jungling support, so they will look to pick another lane support with the Storm, or leave the Storm alone against Darkseer and do Undying +1 at top.
Okay, well, we'll see what's going to come out.
Yeah, because they have a Shaker, right? They have a melee support, and the lane is like Witch Doctor plus Gyro.
Ooh, there's a different pick. I mean, this is... LD and I were talking about Clinks yesterday. Like, we don't see enough Clinks. When are we going to get to see some more Clinks? This is a hero with a lot of potential, it feels like, in FTD.
So the Lina's a support now.
Yes, unless Undying is, but that doesn't seem likely, based on Clinks probably wanting to go safe lane. Invoker as well. Cedc Youth pull out an Inflame special. He used to play this a lot back in the old Ehome days.
He likes to play this hero.
Yeah.
That I know.
Well?
The Undying or Lina, both I feel could be position 3. Both of these heroes can fulfill the role of 3 or 4. It doesn't matter too much because both of them... I mean, if you give farm and levels to Undying, it's good. If you give farm and levels priority to Lina, it's also good. Depends on how you want to plan to run the lineup and what type of timings. I think maybe if you put Lina as a more farm priority role, it might be better because Lina will actually do more with more gold. And Undying just needs levels, don't really need too much gold.
I mean, I guess even if Lina is a support, you're likely to get some good items because CM will be doing most of the warding and...
Do you know who's on what role on this team? Because I've never watched this team.
I haven't cast this team previously. Their series against Tong, I think, was on Base Kip's stream, so...
CM is pretty sure to be the 5th role, but the 4th role is kind of uncertain. I see Undying picking up boots here.
XTT normally plays support.
Yeah, he's not.
No, XTT's been playing support for them, so it looks like it will be a support Lina coming out from FTD.
Okay.
So we'll see.
It's weird that the Undying actually gone for a boots first in this lane. He just wants to run away from the rocket barrage, I guess.
Just make sure. Alright, everything's looking good. Audio in-game, hopefully, for all you guys out there in Dota TV, as well as on the Twitch live stream, but we'll see Cedc Youth look to switch up their lanes potentially. Gyrocopter is starting to head down towards bottom, and it looks like Darkseer may go to the safe lane. Bit of a slightly unusual mix-up coming from the Cedc side here.
They're probably a little worried about the pressure Undying plus Lina. It's a very strong lane that the Gyro might actually have a hard time because they have a melee support, right, Shaker. But I still feel that they can actually get a kill in the lane with the Witch Doctor, Shaker and Gyro. But they seem to want to maybe contest the Clink's farm at the early stages of the game.
Alright, well, looking to get down some early vision. They've got a long-range fissure into a rocket barrage. There is good kill potential here. Lina in the bounce. Tango through. Aim catches XTT. There's a caster follow. No creeps around for a deny. Inflame even coming in for this one. First blood. Cedc Youth. Aim. Easy peasy. Gets the ward down. Blocks the pull camp. And Cedc Youth off to a good start.
They didn't really expect so many heroes to be down here. They were just expecting a standard lane, like Darkseer off lane. That's why nowadays when you look at a lot of the teams that have been using the supports to get a TP down, so you actually find out the lanes much faster and you place a very deep ward on the lane. But this game we didn't see that from either of the teams, so as a result of not knowing what the lanes are, FTD actually gave up. Who got the first blood? Was it Gyro?
Gyro.
Yeah. That was the last person you want to give it to.
Picks up a magic wand to start things off, so...
Something else as well. Oh, another Ring of Protection.
Ah, yep. So we'll be going for the Bassi for the lane, and won't have the fast boots by any means, but they have the advantage in this offlane, it feels like. Well, depending where Witch Doctor goes, it looks like Witch Doctor just headed mid for now, probably to do the creep block. I don't imagine...
Creep block, yeah. I think he does creep block, and because it's clear that they want to contest the farm of the Clinks early. Probably Shaker would be doing, like, the last series that I casted with LD on this team, they ran a lot of Shaker support, and the Shaker would be just moving around, and IC would be just running around the map.
Yep.
He was actually really successful in the last series we casted, the last 2 series we casted. Every time he plays Shaker, he gets his team on a really good start at the early lanes and gets them a lot of kills, so we'll look to see what he does for them this game. They have an Invoker mid, so Invoker mid is in general very, if it's a Quaspex Invoker, has a lot of setup for the Earthshaker to come in and to get a gank on the middle lane.
Yeah, and against, they'd love to kill the Storm before that level 6 time, but FTD are the ones getting on the aggressive from level 1 before...
This is early.
Invoker has no spell. And this is where, this is almost an unavoidable death for Inflame. Frostbite, LSA, you can't really blame Inflame at all for that. That's just completely unexpected.
Yeah, that was just way too early. And if the first wave, the creep block is not really on your side of the tower, you're gonna get killed regardless.
Well, CM made sure of that. CM was blocking from the tier 3 tower, whereas the Witch Doctor got there a bit later, so...
Yeah, it's something I think sometimes teams usually forget. If you plan, that's why it's important to plan ahead. If you plan to make an early rotation towards mid, you dedicate one of the supports to make sure that the creep wave is blocked towards your side of the map.
Well, the good news is they are going to completely shut down the Clinks in the safe lane as far as his farm goes. And that's one of the places where Clinks is very weak. His laning stage can be punished. He doesn't have good lane control, doesn't deal well with any kind of aggression. And what Cedc...
Yeah, he's good versus one hero.
Yes.
But not really good versus 2 or 3 heroes.
So he's going to be forced to play very defensively here. And Just using tangos to maneuver on through these trees, but it will be a tough lane for him to get much more than experience. Mid lane in flame.
Yeah.
Oh, he's low again.
They're looking really good in the top and the bottom lane, I'd say, with the lane setup they chose for Cedc. Darkseid versus Undying, and Undying started out with boots. That is actually not really what he wants to if he is up in a 1v1 lane. I think he's going to struggle quite a bit in this lane because he went for this build. He's going to have the CM aura to keep spamming the Soul Rip, but I still think Darkseid would actually get more farm on the long run.
Yeah, last time I saw this matchup, I thought Darkseid would win the farm battle, but it ended up being kind of even. The problem is the Undying, once you hit like level 6, level 7, is you want to go help your team. Bottom lane, they go in, they want the Clinks, they have the dust and everything. Rocket Barrage is there, and with a Maledict, it's going to be a kill for Gyrocopter, his second of the game already. Oh boy, this is not a fun looking lane for the old Bone Fletcher.
You sound so old school when you use Bone Fletcher. It's like using Leviathan or using this Windrunner.
Windrunner's not even old school. Bone Fletcher, I guess that's like Dota 1 only.
Yeah,
Clinks moves top.
the lanes.
This is the right move, would you say?
I'm not sure though. Might be better for the Clinks to get some farm early, but his team will struggle. Like whoever goes bottom will not be able to get any farm. But at this point, they choose to put Undying bottom.
It's a trial lane. They got both supports coming.
And they are rotating both the supports on. They can actually win if they get a good engage. The Shaker is middle lane.
Yep, without the Shaker here, this is looking like... not a dead Witch Doctor. They didn't get the Frostbite off, and there's no Nova. Maybe they go for the Gyro instead. Gyro does a boots. They put down the Tomb. The Frostbite comes out. The cast bouncing around between two. Gyro just runs away from the Tomb. Now he's got himself in a good position to get off some flak hits. Fissure will finish off the CM. Good TP down from Earthshaker, and they're trying to hug the Tomb here, but the Tomb may get focused down. Sorup keeps it alive. Gyro could go back in, but I don't think he wants to. Undying gets one with the Decay. The Zombie's starting to pile up. They really overcommit for that Tomb. AIM wants to go back in, has a Rocket Barrage, and that Tomb's expired, but it's a second kill going FTD's way. They played it well, baited them into the Tombstone, and I don't think they were expecting an early point in Soul Rip, because that Soul Rip heal on the Tomb completely messed them up.
They already knew they had Soul Rip though, because Undying was using the Soul Rip on the lane. But I guess the Darkseid probably... I mean, it's a very small detail that you don't usually...
You don't share it,
you don't tell your team that, oh, he has Soul Rip, and be careful. This is like not something that you announce to your team. Unless it's like an ultimate, where someone is level 6 and you tell your team that this guy already has his ultimate.
Well, Clinks in the top lane...
Mid lane.
Oh, mid lane, they go in. No, the Storm Strip Maledict does land, but in flame. Doesn't get the necessary follow-up damage. Had a Tornado, but I think saw the TP coming in from XTT and decided against committing. Storm about to hit level 6, so he's going to hit 6 with a kill to his name and without a single death to a roaming Earthshaker, which is probably a happy Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they can kill the middle lane.
Oh, they're going in right away. Tornado comes out from Inflame after the pull. Beautiful Pain has another Remnant hit, but now the Cold Snap there. That's not going to do much damage. This new Cold Snap, pitiful stuff. The cast will go flying, and it looks like Storm will survive as they will de-ward that high ground ward that Cedc Youth had put down.
They are still making a lot of investments in rotating because Cedc are just very reactionary. They are putting their heroes on the lanes and waiting for FTD to rotate and make something happen.
Yeah.
So right now you see, if you look at the levels, I think Witch Doctor is 4. Lina and CM is a bit more
pretty
behind.
even, like between the supports, I guess.
They got the kill because of the last engage at bottom. They got 2 kills.
If not for that, I feel like FTD supports would be quite far behind because they've been doing a lot of just 2-hero smoke ganks, which basically have to succeed or your early game suffers. They now buy their 3rd smoke, and that's their last smoke for 5 minutes. They're committing all 3 smokes into the early game, and they kind of need to just because of how bad a start Clinks has had. I think they feel pressured to get something done with the supports early on.
You rarely see teams doing this anymore nowadays because it's much more... You want to have smokes during the mid game to take objectives, right? You've been seeing a lot of teams, they use the smoke. What they do with the smoke, they not only move in at around 7-8 minutes, they want to put wards in the jungle.
Crystal feeding. Oh no. Oh, on the right side of the fissure, but AIM, can he chase? Cooldown will be committed. Down goes one. They're looking for the return kill on Gyrocopter. He pops the wand. He's got another Rocket Barrage in 2 seconds. Not going to get a chance to use it. No chance to salve up as well. That CM just survived long enough. The Fissure being on the wrong side forced a cooldown, and Gyro had to
Fissure
chase.
Not on the right side like you mentioned, but going back to my point, is like when you do all these rotations, you want to at least put wards down. That's what all the teams are doing right now. That's why you don't want to waste all your smokes at the start of the game, because you need smokes in general to get into the opponent's jungle to place down your wards. It's very difficult to run in there without knowing if there's actually vision spotting you out.
Well, no smokes left. The Radiant Vision right now, pretty limited.
They still have one smoke, right?
Oh yeah, they didn't use the third smoke. That's right. They brought it up. They haven't popped it yet, so still a chance to use that.
They're gonna have another smoke at minute 10. So I guess you save this and use it when you want to smoke into the enemy jungle to place vision or take towers. Then by the 10 minutes, you have another smoke for something important.
It seems like they're still on track to have at least enough smokes to play around with. Clinks at bottom, gets scouted out. Cooldown gonna hit just the Undying. The Tombstone gets popped, but I don't see Undying letting this one go down. He soul rips himself, which means the Tomb is a bit vulnerable. Not gonna matter as his team are coming in looking for demons here. Clinks doesn't have the damage he needs to bring down Witch Doctor.
They wanted to kill the Clinks, so middle lane.
Yep.
Oh, Infame just managed to dodge that Dragon Slave there. He was really close at getting clipped by that. But
regen rune. Who's gonna get there first? Oh, it's gonna be the Invoker. No, the Ball Lightning. One right click won't be enough. In Flame. Oh, he keeps the regen. Oh, that was. Oh no, he lost it in the end. Okay, he got right clicked.
Because he used his face boots, then he actually popped out of the Ghost Walk.
Oh, I was about to say, it seemed like he was Ghost Walked and was fine, but.
Yeah, he popped his face boots. I guess he thought that the right click would hit him anyways.
Yeah.
So he would lose the regen. He wanted to just run at normal movement speed because he's still low level.
He's trying to stay in mid lane with the Quas regen, but he's looking very vulnerable here. Salve, no, Tengo's coming out in the career. Destiny may look to snipe this. No, he's going to go in for the kill. One right click, two needs it. No, he doesn't need a third. That Death Pack bonus damage, more than adequate to get the kill.
Really good rotation from a Clinks there. He realized that there's nothing much you can do about it. This is the fundamental part of the hero, right? You make rotations when you have your ultimate, and you are dealing a lot of damage, even though you have, like you mentioned, you just have a threat and you have nothing else, but you still deal so much damage.
Storm gets a kill. That's top lane of the Darkseid, but it's bottom lane where they've gone in with a cooldown. Underneath the tier 1, Fusheng is a bit trapped here and frees himself using a Tombstone, which also offers some protection. Doesn't look like much more will come from the Cedec youth aggression down there, as it's mid lane where they're going in, possibly looking for a Lina. Casco's flying, but not having it, as Invoker decides to just stay invis in Ghost Walk. Very early on, not really a time where you can get much out of a Ghost Walk gank. It's more likely we just see Inflame, go back for the Tornado now. So he's got the Tornado EMP. What do you expect to see from the Invoker this game? Like, what's kind of the overall game plan when you've got an Invoker on your team?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The hero doesn't farm as much. That's why he has to. You know, this is a time when you're level 8, level 9. You're very strong as quaspacks. You want to be able to set up kills for your team, like ganks. His spells are actually really good right now, like Tornado EMP and Cold Snap. So he needs to make use of this window where he's actually very strong, because he farms a lot slower than Storm, right? So you need to make use of your spells to get kills or get towers for your team. Otherwise, you would obviously fall behind compared to the Storm later in the game.
Can FTD defend this? They've got Undying underneath the tower with Flesh Golem in 3 seconds.
4 points Tombstone.
It's possible.
Everyone has TP. They can actually take this fight.
Yeah, but like you say, Invoker very strong at this time, as is Gyrocopter. This is a level 8 Gyrocopter you're going to have to deal with. They're going to lead things off. Great Tornado EMP catches out two. Both supports in trouble. They get off the Laguna Blade at least. Tombstone in a great position. Cedec, though, they've taken 2 kills already. They're on the run. Have to be careful, looking for a way out. Storm TP's in, goes falling in. Invis as well. Just pops it to try and keep himself alive. They haven't got anything other than an Earthshaker so far. FTD still chasing. Decay's being spammed out. June, slowed down by the zombies, does manage to get a surge off. Gyrocopter finishes one off on the left side. That's a Storm Spirit kill, and they're not done. They want Fusheng. They've got the Cold Snap on him. He's being pelted away at, and he needs another Decay. Won't get a chance to. Tornado gets him. 4 heroes dead on the FTD side. Only an Earthshaker lost. Gyrocopter Invoker just a bit too strong at this stage.
Yeah, they landed their spells pretty well there. The Tornado setting up the call down. I think FTD just chased too far because they needed to fight. Their strongest point right now is the tombstone, right? And they chased too far away from the tombstone, and they couldn't utilize the fact that the tombstone is really strong now because they were out of position.
They'd already lost 2 heroes, so it's like if they stood by the tomb, they were not going to get any kills. And then either way, they lose the fight. It was like a 2 for 0, or they chased and then it turned into a bloody mess.
They chased and they lost another 2 because the storm. He was trying to kill the gyro. I think he should have just ball lightning.
Yeah. Well, his invis, they had no detection for him as well. He could have just.
He didn't realize he got dusted because they had a dust for.
Oh, they did dust him. Okay, I didn't
they
see
did
the
dust him up as well. So I guess he didn't realize until the last moment, and he just died to Rocket Barrage.
Well, we're not seeing it from the Clinks yet as far as what he can do. He's 2-1, so score-wise it's not too bad, but it's not been a dominant Clinks by any means, just because of the way Cedc Youth have played this early game, and it's going to be a hard game for him to get back into. Oh, they're looking for this one. They go in. Flesh Golem leading the way. Great fissure to disengage. They've got the Observer Ward in the side as well. They smoked and everything for that. They were really hoping to make something happen. And it leads to FTD hugging their Tier 1 tower. They plop down a ward to somewhat protect this, but this is going to be a tough defense.
It's better to ditch this because they have the Storm and Cling set up in the other 2 lanes. It's better to take a trade off, just getting the other 2 lanes of farm.
Well, they get a Tier 1 mid. That's a...
Yeah, the opponent has already brought 5 heroes down here. I think it's better to... You have Storm and Clings anyway. You're not actually pressured to, I feel... Even though you have the Undying, but you have Storm and Clings, so you're not actually pressured to 5-man too much.
Well, Gyro gonna say enough is enough. After 5-manning a bit with his team, he's back to farming here in the top lane. Top of the net worth chart. And he's already got Treads, Drums, Aquila, and a healthy amount of gold on top of that, so...
Look at this Witch Doctor rotation. He's actually expecting, because he saw the Clings at middle and the Storm at top, he's actually expecting both of them to group up at top to try and kill the Gyro. So this is a very good move from Demons. They're expecting and knowing the map movements of the Clings here.
Yeah. Well, Gyro puts himself in a very vulnerable position when he TPs to this top lane, because he's TPing up there to farm, and no one on his team is typically nearby.
They might go on him now.
Oh, so have they seen the Witch Doctor? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, I don't think they actually saw. I don't think they saw the Witch Doctor, and they're just a bit uncertain of the position of the Shaker, especially because they didn't see the Shaker on the map as well. So the Shaker could be standing behind the Gyro to turn the fight around. So
and I'm sure they see how tanky Gyro is. He was sitting on 1300 HP in Strength Treads. With Agi, it's a bit less, but
yeah, that's why players have been prioritizing getting Treads over the Face Foots recently. It's I think it's much better against
bottom lane. They've gone in. Lina in trouble. Fissure nicely blocks XTT. Pops the one. Will not hit the stun though. In Flame. Blocked. He needs the phase boots. Gets him back up. Looking to chase down the Lina. Cooldown comes through. Catches the Undying. In Flame. Not done yet. He may lose this battle. There's no mana for a Laguna Blade luckily. Elsewhere. Clinks gets one kill on the Earthshaker. Looks like In Flame gonna have to look for a way out against Fusheng, but with a Cold Snap Rocket Barrage, you betcha that's possible. Clinks from the backlines will finish him off though. Gyro not done, he's in trouble. Clinks is just shredding them apart. The Death Pact gonna wear off now, but the damage has been done. He's got 2 kills, about to be 3. Clinks with a triple kill. 15 minutes in, Storm rocks up to the party, says, what's going on down here? Oh, okay, thanks Clinks. I'll help farm this creep wave now, and FTD back in this game.
They just didn't have the numbers there. They only had 3 heroes, whereas FTD had more heroes there. The Darkseer TP'd to middle, and Demons also TP'd to top. Previously, we were talking about the Witch Doctor anticipating the King's movement. Unfortunately, they took a fight at bottom where 2 of their members couldn't actually come to the fight, and Darkseer had the mech, so he was a really crucial hero to come to the fight.
Clinks gets a tower off of that and will start working towards the Desolator. And importantly, he gets a lot of experience out of that. So now up to level 2 Death Pact. Just means you get that 100% uptime for Death Pact if you want it. The ulti gets...
Undying right off that fight has gotten himself a mech as well. So that actually even things up. The thing is when you get a mech, right? Because the last fight, Darkseer had a mech and FTD didn't have a mech. But because they didn't use the mech in the fight. And now you have even terms on both teams having the mech. That's why every time you see teams when they actually get a mech, or they get a BKB, you will actually have the mindset that you want to take a fight as soon as possible with the new purchase of the item, the team item that you actually got. Oh. That's why in this game they didn't really use it, and now it's on even grounds once more. Both teams having a mech.
Destiny pokes his nose into Roshan, isn't going to go for it. Has got a medallion, but not easy to roast before the Desolator. Top lane, Storm's gotten 1 kill. It's Gyrocopter diving deep under a tier 1 tower, way too deep. And rightfully so, gets punished. Just for Alina, they way overcommit for that one, and Storm comes in, cleans up, and he's almost completed his Bloodstone. So we're looking at a Storm with a Bloodstone, Clinks with a Desolator in maybe the next 3 minutes or so, and that's going to be a tough spot to be in if you're Cedc Youth fighting into these items. You kind of talked a lot about the Invoker and his weaknesses, how he doesn't farm well. We're seeing it. He is ridiculously under-farmed right now.
And he died in the last few fights as well. Invoker with if you are dying a lot every fight and you're not getting too many kills, you're not gonna be rich because the hero doesn't farm well. He's gonna try to kill the Lina here, but I don't think he can actually get it.
Oh, and he's gonna pay for it again. Oh no, the LSA Dragon Slave will get him in flame.
Oh, just way too greedy, and the Lina's item build as well helped her to survive.
Oh,
she got a Tranquil Boots, so she had the extra armor to survive that gang.
Extra armor, extra HP from the urn as well. Even upgrading the stick, so very tanky Lina.
Yeah, in general you go Tranquils a lot as a support. Only a support Lina you do it. If you're a core Lina, you go Arcane Boots or Threads, or you just keep it at Brown Boots so you can actually get a boost of travel later.
Well,
I'm personally a fan of Arcane Boots because I like to get Bloodstone after.
On support Lina?
No, I mean on a core Lina.
Oh, core Lina. Okay, yeah, no,
Support Lina, sometimes you get Arcane Boots depending on lineup. If your team actually needs, like, maybe you have a hero. I think a good example would be if you have a strength hero that needs a lot of mana constantly, then you on the support, you have to get Arcane Boots, even though you don't want to have Arcane Boots.
You are against an Invoker too. You often see teams get a lot more Arcane Boots against Quaswex Invoker.
That's actually a good point, because it's Quaswex Invoker. You at least have 2 sets of Arcane Boots.
They've got
they have
one.
CM Aura.
Yeah, CM Aura and Undying right now. Which, I mean, for the most part, it's been fine. Invoker... Storm is kind of mobile enough. He rarely gets caught in the EMP. He's at least got the tools to escape it, so... We'll see... Cedc Youth at this point are kind of forced to just 5-man, because none of their ganks are working. The map's been open wide up, and... Clinks is actually going to poke his nose into Roshan. Will be scouted by a Hellbear in here, which is maybe a bit annoying for him. He can look to Death Pact it, but he's got to wait 20 seconds.
More damage. And going back to the point where you're talking about Cedc grouping up, I don't really think that they have much choice left, because Storm and Clinks will pick off whoever is alone. They don't have heroes that can actually push out lanes confidently like a Storm. Invoker right now is also pretty scary for him to push alone if the opponent has the dust on the Storm or the Clinks. And he really wants to group up so that they don't really give away any free kills.
Well, the Invoker's only way he's going to farm an Orchid is by like getting a Roshan or getting kills. He can't actually farm lanes. Could potentially farm the jungle passively, but I just don't see that working. They will go for the road.
They know what's up. They have
There's an Undying. This has to happen quickly, and I don't think it's happening quick enough.
He can drop down the Tombstone.
There's smoke for this.
If they can drop down the Tombstone, they're gonna win the fight.
They got to get in there fast. Flesh Golems used. There's the Tombstone. They need vision inside the pit. No Golems to spawn yet. Gyro's looking to finish off the Roshan. Storm, meanwhile, will bring down the Witch Doctor. Gyro may get the Aegis, but his team's losing the fight. Clinks from the high ground, gets a double kill. Gyro's going to come in with the Aegis now, but it looks like he's just going full retreat. They can't fight underneath the tomb. Undying still there. Pops to dust and actually gets vision of the Invoker here. Would love maybe a Storm Ball in, although Storm a bit low in mana. Clinks as well, not in a position to get any more. So Cedc Youth, they get out.
Acceptable.
Yeah,
that was acceptable.
That looked like it could be a disaster for them and just game over if they got punished there. But Gyro at least managed to finish off Roshan.
They just need to tank the 3 supports, the Darkseer, the Shaker, and the Witch Doctor. It just bought enough time for the Invoker and the Gyro to actually finish the rush and get out. And they actually paid with minimal casualties, I want to say. Shaker and Witch Doctor are the heroes that you don't mind giving up for an Aegis on the Gyro at this point of the game. And they even got a CM in return. So all in all, they got 1 kill, they got the Roshan, they got the Aegis, and they only gave up 2 supports.
Some much needed cash being split between them as well. Inflame gets inches closer to the Orchid Malevolence, which is going to be essential for dealing with a Storm. But this Storm is already building a counter item. He's got BKB coming up after the Bloodstone. Very defensive in nature, this build, but it just feels it's necessary because of the Invoker, because of just all the AoE nuke damage that's flying around on the Cedc Youth side.
Yeah, I think it's a really good pickup this game, but some players would actually go for... I still think some players would actually go for Orchid right now, because you can actually put a lot more pressure on the opponent team. Right now, if you have Bloodstone and BKB, you're not a big threat to, let's say, the Invoker who can go swap out, because you don't have an Orchid to silence him, right?
Yep.
so he can actually still push out the lanes and not be so scared of you.
I
But
guess he
it's,
sees that Cedc aren't... That no one's really solo farming. They're always grouping up, and that's where the BKB allows him to fight, whereas an
Yeah.
Orchid's not as good against, like, the 5-man push.
Yeah, I think that's probably the main reason why he actually got it.
Yeah.
But I could still see him getting away if he gets Orchid, then only BKB later, because he still farms much quicker than that, and he still push a lot faster. So I don't think at the end of the day it's something like too important. Oh no, he's gonna get hurt by the tornado.
No mana
He's
yet.
dead.
He may be forced to suicide,
Yeah,
and
he's dead.
can he ball over? No chance. Yep, he just suicides, even at full HP.
That was just way too greedy from him.
Yeah.
To use so much mana to clear out
Yeah.
that wave.
He used 80% of his mana to push with an inflamed easy TP tornado. Knew exactly.
Yeah, he was
Even
just too
Dire's
greedy.
structures
Yeah.
are fortified.
does open up some space for Clinks to take what looks to be the top tier 1 tower. No retaliation coming from Cedc, although will be a retaliation, just not a direct one. It's going to come in the mid lane as this tier 1 tower likely to go down. Possibly Liam misses the vacuum. Oh, June.
Are fortified.
There's a level 4 vacuum and everything. The tier 1 now gets glyphed, and this may actually be defended. They're bringing heroes in quickly. XTT in position, and Clink's looking for a backstab.
Yeah, he was just a little too greedy there. He tried to, usually you want to vacuum. If you want to vacuum a target easily, you put it in the middle because he wanted to catch the target at the edge so you can pull him the furthest distance. That's why he actually missed that vacuum. He wanted to do it like, he wanted to do too much out of it.
Yeah. Well, FTD right now
Radiant's
keeping the
middle
dream
tower
alive.
is
This is
under
the best of
attack.
1, so loser will be eliminated from these Chinese qualifiers in the Nanyang Championship.
Radiant's
Loser
middle
won't get to
tower
see you
has
in
fallen.
Singapore.
No, they won't get to see your Macho Man look as well in Singapore winter.
Why? Is there a Macho Man contest in Singapore?
There is if you want there to be one.
No
Dire's
thanks.
top tower
No.
is under attack.
Only in the Philippines.
I mean, all right. That's how they do it in the Philippines, apparently. Well, Destiny looking to work on a BKB himself. So FTD are just kind of going the safe route, going for BKBs on both their carries. They've already
Yeah,
completed.
this is the issue with Invoker right now. When he gets into a bad game like this, and he's gonna get Orchid at the second both the opponent carries have their BKBs.
Yeah. It's not feeling like we're seeing much of an impact come out from him. He's got it now, so a little bit before Clinks does, but the Orchid isn't really for the Clinks anyways. They are pinging out the Clinks like they want to go gank him, which may well be the case here. But
They need to wait for the cooldown. His
yes,
spells are still on cooldown.
Invoker alone cannot bring Clinks down. He needs backup of some kind, which is coming pretty quickly. A smoke gank from Cedc.
He's dead. He's dead. I
Unless he
think he's
win
dead.
walks now. He does. Walks right into him. Gets dusted. Okay. And we'll be going down here. 5-man gank for the poor Bloon Fletcher.
Oh, that was a big kill to get. Even though it's 5-man, but he gave up a lot of gold and he stood a guy off.
Yeah. It was a smoke as well, but Aegis now expires and FTD will be kind of limited in their options here now that they don't have the Aegis. They have to be a little bit careful, and for FTD I feel like it's very easy. When you see them 5-manning, you just split push the other lane. Storm will look to continue farming up his BKB. He's just about got it, and across the map it feels like FTD are just getting more farm even when they lose a kill like that.
Yeah. They even realized that how the game is gonna pan out in the next few minutes, so they need a gem to actually remove all the vision, so you actually dissuade FTD from speed pushing so much. So they actually put the gem on the Evoker. I think this is the most ideal target right now because he's running around the map. He's trying to set up kills, so he's the person that needs the gem the most, I want to say.
Yep.
Dire's
Well,
bottom tower
We'll
is
see if
under
they can get that
attack.
map control going, and probably look to even secure a possible next Roshan with that in mind once they can deward the map. And then it's definitely looking too far ahead to say, okay, they're going to look to just 5-man push, go for a high ground siege with like a next Aegis, but it really feels like Cedc Youth cannot drag this game to the late game against the Radiant Draft.
Because they have an Invoker, that's why you don't see the hero too much. He's a hero that is not forgiving, when you don't get a good start, he just struggles, especially a Quaspex Invoker. Maybe you can make a argument if it's an Exalt Invoker, you can farm much faster, but a Quaspex Invoker with this sort of start, you're gonna be under a lot of pressure to get stuff done, set up kills, get objectives with your spells, and like what he's doing right now, he knows that he gets he needs to help his team secure map objectives or control the map better.
Oh, they're going to get a lot of vision here, and there's no detection coming out. June's going to hit a 2-hero vacuum. The Fissure to follow. The wall doesn't actually hit both of them, only catches the lean in the end. Glimmer Cape's going to help keep Fu Sheng alive. Meanwhile, Storm's taking out the Witch Doctor. Great Echo Slam coming into play, but it's a deadie, yes. Only the Undying, a casualty. A beautiful pain balls to the high ground. There's still... Uh-oh, June on top of him. He may have to suicide. It's not up. The Tornado will clip him. He's got another ball lightning. Nope, won't get a chance to use Invoker. Brings down Storm and Cedc. I mean, it's that 2-hero support duo going down. They'll be more than happy to take that trade. Just great use of the Invis that rune there. June scouted everything out, and they just got a great initiation because of it.
Yeah, and the Tombstone was actually dealt with very well from the Gyro, because they came in from the side. So the Undying didn't expect them to come in from the right-hand side, so his Tombstone was just easy picking there for them.
Flame finds another one. XTT tried to get fancy there and try and go for a kill, but he couldn't Dragon Slave during the Cold Snap. Flame, understanding how the Invoker can shut down some of these spellcasters, and finds himself another kill. So suddenly, Flame picks up Orchid 2 minutes ago, and he's got 2.5k gold. He's caught right back up, at least to some other heroes in the game. For a long while, he was like number 6, number 7 on net worth, so up to 2.6k. And he picks up a 4-star, so goes for a mobility item and just something kind of cheap and cost-effective for now.
Yeah, that's usually the item build you go, Orchid plus 4-star in general with the gem. The 4-star is just good with against the Frostbite and the stuns and the vortex of the storm. It's just a very good item. Usually you see Glimmer Capes everywhere, but I think this game 4-star would actually provide more for your team. 4-star is just good versus the spells that FTD have.
Yeah.
So it's just a good pickup for them. And Gyro, what does he have? He's building into a butterfly. He has a talisman and an eagle song at home.
Oh, he's already got the Eagle Song, so he's pretty much completed the butterfly. Gyro has been consistently the top farmer this game. Hasn't let up. Part of that due to these ancient stacks, but here we go. FTD coming in, looking to make a play. Fissure, though, counter-initiates, and Aim is ready to go. Just holds onto the BKB for now. Will pop it eventually. The Death Ward from the high ground to the low ground gets cancelled by the Storm Strike. He balls in with BKB, brings down the Witch Doctor. The Tombstone being focused by Gyro. He easily brings it down, but that's most of his BKB duration. He wants to keep on chasing. Drums not available. He's going to Rocket Barrage up to the high ground. Invoker helping out from the rear, but it's not enough to kill the Undying quite yet. The Glimmer Cape will help keep him alive. TP out from CM. Successful. And Fu Sheng gets sniped by the Tornado. Will go down. They had to work hard just to get one kill out of that. And for the Radiant side, it was pretty easy for Storm to get the one kill on the Witch Doctor. But a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Pretty much a BKB charge exchange for a BKB charge. That's how I look at that.
Yeah, that's why I feel the Storm getting a BKB right now is not even... Like, he's not a threat, right? Even if he has BKB, he cannot kill stuff.
Yeah.
So
all he can kill is a Witch Doctor. That's it. He threads a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, that's why it's actually much better if he gets the Orchid first, then he can farm faster, and then he becomes a bigger threat after that. So right now, I feel they have to stop trying to take fights though. They need to maybe split push for more and farm more items, especially on the Storm. The Storm needs an item that can actually threaten the opponent, like an aggressive item, since he has Bloodstone plus BKB. Bloodstone is a farming item, BKB is a defensive item.
Oh, they're going to run into a Crystal Maiden here, and they'll take the free kill. They catch out the Clinks with the vacuum and the cast. Oh, a bit of fortune going their way. In Flame in some trouble. He gets the 4-staff away, and that's where that 4-staff comes into play. Destiny will escape, but had to use a BKB to TP. That's his 10-second BKB down, so a nice little rotation from Cedc. They do have another smoke available in 35 seconds, so in a good position to take control of this game from here. Looks like they are going to go down that mid lane with Aegis in hand on the Gyrocopter. They feel confident they can at least start taking some of these outer towers. Regen
rune, so the Storm can actually go do some red stuff right now. I think he can actually, once he sees 5 heroes in middle, he can actually go behind to cut the crit wave. Since he has BKB, he's not afraid of the Orchid.
Keep an eye on this Invoker. Did get vision of Lina, but decides not to go in quite yet. June thought about going for the vacuum, although last time for him it didn't end too well, so I guess thinks twice. And like you kind of mentioned, split push can be the name of the game. Clinks down bottom, Storm Spirit nearby as well. And it looks like Cedc are going to look to defend this tier 2 tower. They TP first to the tier 3 tower with Invoker, and they'll look to cut them off on the retreat. But for now, Storm and Clink's not showing themselves on the map.
Yeah, this is the right play. You have to send the Invoker to catch them out every time.
Oh,
And they're gonna
Invoker's
try
now...
to kill-
He's kind of baiting, but he's also very alone as he ghost walks in. He's got Gem. He won't spot Destiny and will completely whiff on this rotation. FTD have managed to sneak themselves into a interesting little position here as Storm
Yeah,
doesn't
the
feel
warding-
too safe.
The warding from Cedec actually saw the CM running into the jungle here. They saw the Lina running past the river as well. So very good warding that spots all the movements from FTD. So they are going to feel really confident that pushing bottom, FTD are not going to defend that. So they're actually going to try and use their Aegis right now to take a fight. And they're going to leave the Invoker at bottom. So to make this less obvious that they're actually making a rotation towards the top side.
And seeing the CM go in the jungle, they kind of know that CM was just headed up there to ward, so they may be able to de-ward that. They don't need to go, it's not worth their time to just head straight there themselves if they can take a tier 2, but it gives them that knowledge, especially if defending this top lane, that they're not going to get caught out by the vision behind the tower, which is now in place. I think this may be time for a smoke. Yep, they're looking to contest this, and this is where FTD think they're safe because they just put that ward down. They could get caught with their pants down, although Storm in a great position to reveal the smoke and then also get out. Smoke gets revealed, Observer Ward spots them. They do get caught by a vacuum wall. It looks like maybe just the Crystal Maiden will be a casualty here. They need that gem, the gem on the Invoker. Yep, CM. Oh, life of a Crystal Maiden. It's not fun sometimes.
You're really not a Crystal Maiden fan.
I like playing CM. It's a good hero, but sometimes when you got to die to save your team, it's just sad. Like, that's where CM's just like, what can I do? I'm 0-7, I guess, or, well, I'm 0-6, I guess I just gotta die one more time for the cause.
Life of a support.
Yep. It just seems like with CM it happens more than other supports. Winx gets initiated on, looking to force out a BKB potentially. Yeah, they successful.
That was
June
a
didn't even
really
have
good-
mana.
That was a really good play from Cedec. Yeah, forcing a 9. Was it a 9-second one? Yeah, 9-second BKB.
They're just whittling away at some of these BKBs. Storm down to 8 seconds as well. But he's actually taking a tier 2 tower in the top lane. So it looks like a tier 2 tower trade. And we'll see if Cedec look to continue their push. They've got Aegis still in their hands. We don't quite know exactly how long remains, but
Oh, there's still a bug on the observer screen.
yes, there is still a bug. Well, Cedec poking away at that tier 3 tower, and right now there's no split push to worry about, so this is it. FTD have to defend this one. Their tournament life on the line here, and they haven't got the scariest of team fights anymore. The Tombstone can be easily dealt with, and you've got heroes like CM who can also be brought down sub 800 HP. This CM is unlikely to be able to get off a good freezing field. Lina, though,
feel like
has
that-
managed to farm a lot. This is an Ags Yules Lina at this point. This was a support Lina. Doesn't feel like it anymore. Going in on Gyro. The Aegis expires. Oh, aim is going down. Will he? No, Laguna
Laguna.
Blade needed. Where is it? XTT. Oh, that was a kill. He kind of got
He wasn't in-
blocked by
He
the
wasn't
fissure,
in
I think.
range. Yeah, he got blocked.
Yeah.
Damn, that was a kill for them.
That was such a good timing for them to go in. They knew the exact Aegis timer. They initiate with the Storm the second it's gone, and they thought they had it. They probably should have had it, but XCT's positioning and the fact he kind of got blocked, I think, partially by the fissure just worked against them. So a bit of misfortune, a bit of maybe misplay, and Cedec get thrown a lifeline there for their gyrocopter.
That was actually, I think, a certain death for sure for the Gyro to actually coordinate things better. Because the Lina could have just, you know, you don't need to drop your Sun or whatever. You just drop your Laguna or whatever. Just drop your ultimate and just your job is done, you know.
Even with
Then
the
he
level
wouldn't
2
have,
ulti, Clink's got the gyro down to like 400 HP or something there.
Yeah, he was just maybe greedy that he thought that I just needed to drop my Sun and my Slave and I get the kill. Then I can use my Laguna on another target. But greed doesn't pay off every time.
Well, we'll see. Invoker's now picked up the next time. Going to be a BKB for Inflame. I doubt he's going to be a Laguna target with the Gyrocopter in the front line, so this will protect him against the Storm for the most part, although it does seem very defensive in nature. The main other item we would like to see him maybe pick up is that Scythe of Ice. But
I actually think another option that might be good. Oh, they're gonna go in.
that's
This
a
time
big
Laguna-
vacuum. Tornado to follow the Echo Slam from the backline's coming in. Earthshake, Icy wants it. He's only going to get one, but it's Alina. Laguna Blade was expended, and they did not kill off the Gyrocopter. That's a satanic Gyrocopter. He's nice and tanky now, and he's being healed up by Urn Charges, by Voodoo Restoration. Level 1 Voodoo Restoration, but it's still something. And now they're on the high ground. Lina buys back. Storm Spirit is dead. Did get the Bloodstone Suicide off, and they're going to pop a Tombstone at the backlines here, but should be brought down. That Soul Rip not healing it up all too much. They're going to ignore it for now. They've got the tower, and Cedc may be feeling a bit antsy about this one. They don't quite know when that Laguna's coming up, perhaps, and it is only 15 seconds away. Gyro can heal off the next creep wave, has got the Satanic available. It has to be very careful. That Laguna Blade coming up in 8 seconds. Needs a Satanic, but hasn't got a creep wave for 5. Laguna Blade coming up around the same time. They're going to hit the combo. Fissure, Vacuum, Tornado. There's your Satanic. Actually, no, he's just healed up, and Life steals his way back to victory. Gyrocopter gets a double kill, and with that, Lina is dead. It's a dieback. Bottom lane goes down. Mid lane is exposed, and very likely FTD may be forced out of this game and out of the Nanyang Championship with Cedc Youth. Just so decisive with their initiations. The Blink Vacuums from June have been on point for the most part. Storm goes in for one last hurrah, gets off the BKB to dispel the Orchid from Inflame, but not sure it's going to be enough. They've got no answer to the Gyrocopter. With the Lina dead, they're missing so much of their crucial damage output. Only the Clinks, but this Clinks doesn't even hit that hard anymore. He's got just the Deso BKB. He hasn't got that second offensive line. The Cold Snap locks the Storm in place, and BKB on cooldown, that's a dead Storm. 50 seconds on the sidelines. It's going to be a second lane of Rax, possibly even a third. There's no way they can defend top without Lina and Storm, and I think Cedc have tightened the noose around FTD's throat as this game is looking like it's in the bag.
Yeah, I don't think there's much they can do right now.
Well, Clinks is trying to delay things, but his BKB is still on cooldown itself. And he may share the same fate as that Storm Spirit if he tries to go in without a BKB. We see the
just
top
going
lane
back
of
to
Rex
the
go
game,
down, and
Just going back to the game, you feel I felt like they didn't need to fight that early. They could have just focused more on speed pushing.
yeah.
With the Clinks and the Storm. They tried to take too many fights.
They gave Gyrocopter just too many good fights and opportunities just to wreak havoc. I mean, the big turning point was that top fight. They had the kill on Gyrocopter. The Laguna Blade just couldn't come out. If they get that, this to me is a whole different game. That's a kill on Gyro. It's a huge swing of gold going the way of towards the Lina, who can then work towards something like a B. I feel like Lina really needed a BKB as well this game. And without that kill, FTD just got put under so much pressure.
Yeah, it's not only that, remember the early game, the fight at bottom lane? We were talking about Invoker plus Gyro being really strong at that point.
Yeah.
And they chose to take a fight under the tower with the Tombstone and the chase outside the Tombstone range. I think that was also crucial because they were in a position where they could have avoided the fight and keep speed pushing with the Clinks and the Storm. But they chose to take a fight which, because the Invoker was actually really poor, we were talking about how poor the Invoker was. And because they actually gave away kills in fights and Invoker, he came back into the game. His Orchid was still slow, it was like maybe minute 21, 22, but after that he still managed to get a lot of work done. He understood what he needed to do in a game to make sure that his team was always constantly having the map control, getting a gem early, and constantly putting fear on the Clinks. And he actually even gotten like, I think 1 or 2 kills on the Clinks from Ghost walking around.
The teamfight execution from Cedc Youth was just impressive this game as well. Like, they were synergizing, comboing their Vacuum with the Fissure, with the Tornado every single time. I think Earthshaker ends the game with no Blink Dagger. Actually had 5,000 gold, but it was like his Fissure that kind of blocked and saved the Gyrocopter top lane. He was always on point with counter-initiating with just good Fissure usage. It really felt like FTD just had no ways to easily get kills in fights. And the Storm build is the other thing. The BKB on Storm seemed to maybe be a bad idea in hindsight. Yeah,
it's one of his best heroes, They play Earthshaker support very well, this team. And the Storm BKB, it's not like a big mistake, but it's it shows that they don't really understand the state of the game, what they need to do. Even if you're talking about, okay, they are feeling they need the BKB to fight with the Tombstone, but I feel like fighting in the Tombstone at that point, every fight the Gyro just kills the Tombstone with Flat Cannon, and they're actually not strong enough even with the BKB on the Storm to actually take a fight. So I felt like the Orchid would have been a much better choice. I'm not saying that he doesn't need BKB this game. I'm just saying that he doesn't need it that early. He needs it maybe later when he's much stronger instead of getting it too early, and it didn't really do much for them, you know. It's just an item that maybe saved him one death, but it didn't really repay them. If he had the Orchid, maybe he got like more speed push done because he had more mana regen and he got 1 or 2 extra like pick-offs with the Orchid. Then it would have actually bought them a lot of time before this Death Ball comes into play.
Yeah. It just, yeah, once they got to that Death Ball status with Aegis, the Butterfly was kind of the changing item for the most part, and then he didn't really hit his timings because of the BKB. There were timings where he could fight, and he had a BKB, so he wasn't a big threat, but that does it. FTD, the dream is dead for both FTDs, both A and B. Cedc Youth will advance to verse the winner of our next series. We've got Newbie versus Tong Fu. You'll be happy to know, Winter, that Newbie, I believe, have their full roster for this game. Moo just got back. He was flying in today, which is why Newbie are playing the second game today. So it should be a stronger looking Newbie squad compared to last time you saw them. So we'll see how that series goes down. You guys are watching the Nanyang Championships. I'm Gods. Joining me is Winter. We're going to take a break. The next game is going to start in about 5 minutes' time, so we haven't got long. It's Newbie versus Tong Fu. Stay tuned.
And I'm just a star, blinking in the universe, but you'll never notice me at all. When you're gone, I don't know what to say. When you're with me, I can't say anything anyway, so just believe me. Even if the words don't come out, they're here inside my head, stuck inside my mouth. and I've been sleeping alone, and I've been eating alone. I didn't understand, even though no one's home. And if you're living in the daylight, or living underground, they're sending a message that someone's watching. Someone's watching. Hear the flock of the sirens, watch through the screen. He hatched plots at the supermarket, never crossed the sea. With the cameras hanging on plastic rings, he always had the feeling that someone's watching. And now she's sleeping alone, and now she's eating alone. I didn't understand, even though no one's home. And if you're living in the daylight, or living underground, they're sending a message that someone's watching. I don't care if someone's watching. If you're living in the daylight, or living underground, they're sending a message that someone's watching.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to get underway. Let's rock and roll.
Someone's watching. Someone's watching. Someone's watching.
Sideline of Tong. Late winner's doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Burning. A fourth with a double kill. Dropping fast. Final points there. He's still alive. Wait, seconds left. He's got one side. He's got a second. He's taking it. Oh my God. On three. They're all dead.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Nanyang China qualifiers continue. We've got a showdown between Newbie and Tongfu in the lower bracket, which means this is for elimination. Loser is out of the Nanyang China qualifiers. Winner advances to verse the team we just saw take down FTD. It's going to be Newbie Young awaiting the winner here. And Newbie, they had a rough road, losing a series in the winner bracket, but that was without their full roster. They were missing Mu and Hao. Both players have returned, and things are looking on the up and up, at least as far as Newbie's current roster. So we're going to introduce my co-caster. It's none other than Winter. How you doing, Winter?
I'm good. I'm very well.
All right, good
And
to
this
see the
full-
Skype
full
plague has
roster-
not affected us, so...
This full roster is the first official for them, I think. All the other matches they played were with so many stand-ins when I casted with LD.
Yeah, and is the player not tagged up as
Tom
Newbie,
Fu's
like the
turn
one
to
in...
pick.
Is that their
Yes,
fifth
well-
player?
I'm not sure if that's Cheesebird.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. I can't actually check... I don't know how to check Steam profiles anymore. Like, back in Dota 1, Source 1, it was so easy, like, to try and snoop around and figure out who people were, but...
I don't think you can check Steam profile of the Chinese players, if I'm not wrong.
Ah. Well, you could in Source 1, definitely. But maybe not in Source 2. They don't like us snooping around. Well, we're going to see how things progress here.
Tong
Newbie,
Fu's
best
turn
of
to
one to
pick.
decide their tournament Faith. On the Tongfu side, we've seen this roster in action already, but Faith, the TI2 champion from IG, has joined their ranks, and, well,
Tom
so
Fu's
far it's
turn
been
to
kind of
ban.
mixed results from Tongfu. They did have a 2-1 showing yesterday, and look pretty good. U9 especially had a really stand-up performance in the mid lane, but we'll have to see if they can shape up here against Newbie or if they will be getting sent home.
Yeah, so far just very standard openings. They open with a Gyro, and you'll be just respond with heroes that are really good against Gyro. Clock, Lina,
Yep.
just very standard stuff. And they respond with a defensive hero to try and protect the Gyro, and very good in the lane. Tusk can use Snowball to help the Gyro in team fights. You're really good in the lane as well. And all in all, it's just a very flexible pick. You know, you can go support, can go off lane. The other good option they had was Dazzle. Dazzle is a very good support against Lina and Clockwork. They tried to kill one hero and you're just there to save that one hero.
Well, we'll see where the two teams look to go from here with their drafts. No real supports picked up. I guess Newbie can run the Lina as a support, but the Dazzle, one of the heroes which does stand out because of how well it can synergize well with the Tusk, with the Snowball Shadow Wave. Good at zoning, but for now, Newbie, ban TA, pick Queen of Pain, suggesting that this may be a Lina support.
They are just heavy countering the Gyrocopter. These two heroes are very good versus the Gyro. When you have Aghanims on Lina, you have Quap.
Oh wow, I'm
Might
dying. We're still in the pool.
There's a team fight. They are very good at team fighting. Undying, Tusk and Gyro. So they have a very good pressure lane. They are going to have very strong lanes in general, and the Gyro can actually pair out with Rubik would be nice against the Clockwork. And all your lanes, the top and bottom lane, your off lane and your safe lane will be really strong.
Well, and this is where Newbie don't actually have any good heroes to deal with the Tombstone particularly. I mean, Lina, once you get some items and points in the Fury Souls, does okay, but it's not like a easy game to bring down the Tombstone. So,
yeah, I think Lina is not so reliable in killing the Tombstone until later into the game. Maybe I actually think that there's one hero that could work for them. Anti-Mage. They can put the Lina and Cloudward on one lane. Queen of Pain mid. Witch Doctor protecting the AM. Because right now it seems like I feel like Tongfu have too much of a team fight to deal with. I don't think you can do much about that with your last pick. You know, no matter what you pick, it's still going to be very difficult. Even if you pick Luna, a very team fight carry, it's still going to be very difficult in the lane because it's Tusk Undying and whatnot.
Do you think there's any chance they run Queen of Pain as like the safe lane farmer?
They might actually pick. Wait, they might actually pick Huskar. Wait, is it good here? Because they banned Windrunner. Windrunner is like one of the better heroes against Huskar.
Ooh, has Hal been shaping up his Husker play? Huskar's really good against Gyrocopter from what I've seen.
They ban TA as well. So these are the two heroes that are really good versus Huskar. But I still think that AM is a much more, safer pick and much more standard.
You've got me excited now. I want to see the Husker. The problem is Tongfu have last pick. Tongfu could, I guess, the biggest Husker counter in the game is the AA. Mid AA, I want to see it. Dendy style.
They can't do mid AA. I mean, they can.
You can, Winter. You definitely can. You got to counter the Husker.
One hero that counters Husker as well is your favorite hero?
Meepo?
No, I guess Meepo does
Clinks?
as well, but yeah, not Clinks, but Enchantress. I thought Enchantress was your favorite hero.
Okay, definitely up there. With the impetus.
Yeah, and you have like the attack speed slow.
Yeah.
Early game, Enchantress is very strong.
Offlane Enchantress. I think offlane is where Enchantress is the best place to lane Enchantress these days. The hero, I mean, you can jungle, but you don't farm fast enough.
Ember. So they're just worried about them having too much like split push and base defense, I guess, because you have Undying, you want to push and finish the base. So they don't really mind giving away the anti-mage because it's gonna give them a window, to actually push and finish the game. Because if you go AM... okay.
The groans simultaneous. Oh. It could be a safe lane farming Queen of Pain. This could be a support Naga.
I actually think it's possible, yeah.
Hal plays a lot of Queen of Pain. I've seen him play a decent amount.
They can actually still do Naga plus Clock. I think the lane is still... Even though I feel Clockwork doesn't really need too much help in general.
Yeah. Well, they may need to... Do you feel like you need a tri-lane against the Undying Tusk, though? Because if you do it like a 2v2 lane, you just get pummeled too hard? Or
I think you just ditch that lane, though. I don't think you can win that lane. With two heroes, Undying and Tusk is like one of the strongest lanes you can have. So I feel like maybe they would actually just even leave the clock there. I think that also might be a viable option. You leave the clock alone, then you maybe put the Queen on top. Queen plus Witch Doctor and Naga will be just roaming around and just doing Naga stuff, maybe stacking for the Lina with the illusions. We saw this from Secret a lot. They use, I think Kuroki was playing the Naga mainly. He was always using the mirror image illusions to triple stack camps for RTZ. So we might actually see that from them if they decide to run the Naga as a support. Because I still think it actually might be a call though,
10
because
seconds
if
remaining.
you think about what they want to do in this game, they want to keep split pushing and they want to keep avoiding fights. So call Naga is still a possible option here for them.
Well, that's a value last pick. Dazzle comes out.
Huh. Wait, Dazzle, what?
Oh,
Who's
who's
going
actually
mid?
mid? Mid Dazzle?
Tuska's mid. No, Tuska's mid, right?
I want to see a
You
mid
wanna
Dazzle. Oh, come on. I want to see some fun
Mid.
stuff. Or speaking of Dendy style, you the Rubik mid, although LPC plays support, unfortunately. Yeah, that's to say that it's a value support last pick, but we weren't expecting a support. We were expecting a mid hero to come out for Tong Fu. U9 is
think
going
you
mid
run-
on Dazzle. Oh, it's happening, Winter.
You see the mid player?
Yes, he's the mid player. Bingo plays offlane for them. U9 plays mid. The dream. You know,
They're swapping? No swap.
the first team I played on in competitively in Dota 2, we had a mid player called Minkiewell, and he would only like want to play Dazzle. Every game he's like, pick me mid Dazzle. That was like the only hero he would play. Well, I mean, he could play other stuff, but he would always want to go mid Dazzle, and it's a really strong mid in certain scenarios. So
So they want to push. I think they want to prioritize the farm on Dazzle because they want to push and finish the game.
yeah, you can get a fast medallion, take an early Roche, and
So he's gonna even like maybe even get the mech because the Undying is a support. I'm not sure.
yes,
Or maybe they'll put Tusk on the mech on the Guardian Greaves. It's still I still think Guardian Greaves is good on the core Dazzle here. So let's introduce the players.
Let's do it, Winter. Let's start with Newbie. On the Radiant side, we've got Hao back from holiday playing the safe lane Queen of Pain. Banana on Naga Siren. Moo going to be going mid on the Lina. We've got, I believe, Chizbug on Witch Doctor. We're not entirely sure if this is Chizbug or a stand-in, but they're support players on Witch Doctor. And then Tule is playing the Clockwork in the off lane. Winter, what crazy stuff is happening on Tongfu's side?
We have Sing Q on the Gyro, LPC on the support Rubik, and we have Faith on the support Undying, Dazzle, UU9 on the mid role, and lastly we have Bingo, their offlaner on the Tusk. He's going to do the shots blocking the creeps like what you do with Clockwork in general on the dire side. It's going to allow him to get much needed levels, but sometimes I feel, right, you do this only when you're laning alone. But when you're with a partner like Undying, you just want to go to the lane and just deny the creeps.
Well, people were complaining that 6.84 was getting a bit stale and repetitive. Well, here is something new from Tong Fu.
I wonder who wins this matchup though. Dazzle.
I feel it's probably Lina favored, but
Dazzle has as much base damage as Lina. Wow.
yeah. Dazzle actually has really good damage, decent attack animation, and you can use the Shadow Wave to last hit with in like similar fashions like Alina can Dragon Slave.
Oh, top lane.
Oh, early kill attempt, Clockwork. Still has cogs available. He's going to look to turn around, but doesn't quite get the position he needs to secure any kills there, and didn't want to cop another Rocket Barrage to the face. LPC, no telekinesis for 5 seconds, but he's going to look to continue to harass out the Clockwork. Well,
And this is one of the few lanes that Clock has to be extremely careful even if it's two heroes, you know. Because you can't really secure your life getting out when there's a Rubik to lift you out of your power cogs all the time.
and he's playing very deep and aggressive up in this lane. Does have a decent creep wave to protect him for now, and probably feels like if he sees the gyro run at him, he can pop a cogs, but you never know with the telekinesis if you can rely on it.
Yeah.
But
I think what he can do right now is just push the lane up and then just keep using the pull, you know, on the
Yeah.
side.
well, that's exactly what Gyro does. He pops a flat cannon, harasses a little bit onto Clockwork, but
That was a very good timing to pop the flat cannon. We actually don't really talk about stuff like this much on cast, but it's actually small things that actually change the momentum of the lane a lot.
well, it secures them the big camp pull. So he pulls the big camp, and that's
This is
a lot of
very
XP
nicely
denied.
done. Very nicely done from Tong Fu here. It might not look like anything special, you know, but it's actually a very pivotal role when you're doing this type of lane support, that you want to make sure that the offlaner doesn't get as much experience as possible. So all these small little details are very, very crucial.
Dazzle holding his own in the mid lane, even on CS with Lina, both seeing around the 12 CS mark with similar denies.
I mean, I guess Dazzle should do fine, right? Because he has as much damage. I mean, right click wise.
Shadow Wave
Yep.
can nuke. You can keep you sustain yourself with heals.
Last hit as well. You last hit with Shadow Wave. Lina
Yeah.
can't really do much about it.
No, there's no reason the lane doesn't work. The question is like, does
So-
Dazzle offer the same as Alina once you get your early levels in farm?
You've
And
been burned.
If you
traditionally,
can
no, but in a push
Yeah,
lineup,
but if you grave every time the Lina tries to kill your teammate, maybe.
yeah. No Laguna Blade kills for you today, Lina. Faith rotates in towards mid, at least looking to bully the Lina a little bit, but not the best combo for getting kills. Dazzle is going for the Poison Touch. This is what I've seen Dazzles do in the past when they have been run as a mid. It's generally more aggressive build.
I actually have something to say about this.
Oh, top lane Winter, hold on. TP from Clockwork. He's insta TPs with the telekinesis, so. What do you think, Winter?
Oh, that was a good move, having a TP there, but I think that the roles should be swapped, you know. The Undying and... I mean, the Undying can still be played as a support, but when you're trying to threaten a Lina here, I would actually much prefer the Tusk running to mid instead of the Undying. I think that because they can't really do much to the lane because it's a Queen safe lane, and
Yep.
there's two supports down here, it's much better to leave the Undying here. Because Tusk is actually a threat, you know, when he roams towards me. The opponent actually, as a Lina player, when you see a Tusk coming or missing, you're actually scared. But if you see an Undying, level 2 missing, you're like, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
You're not gonna do
Yes.
anything to me. But if it's a level 2 Tusk, he can still kill you because of how good his spells are at level 1.
Yeah, and with the Undying, the only slow they have is that Poison Touch, which isn't going to be something that really pressures
I was
the
gonna
Lina.
talk about what type of skill build this Dazzle is gonna go for. Because it's a mid Dazzle,
Yeah.
so it's usually you want to get Poison Touch if you're mid.
Well, for now, he's maxing Shadow Wave as a priority, but we're seeing Poison Touch leveled up secondary. Not sure if you have to get the Weave at level 6 as well. You're unlikely to find a scenario this early on in the game where you use
Yeah.
Weave.
You say that, but Weave is gonna be good at solo killing, you know.
Yeah,
Let's say you
with
get
Poison
a
Touch.
Yeah, you solo kill with Dazzle in the lane, you want to get Weave because
Yep.
Poison Touch is physical.
And early on, no one actually has any armor. It's like Lina's sitting on 2 armor. Weave can get you down 10, 15 armor. And suddenly you're looking at a lot of damage coming out from a Poison Touch. So we'll see what he does here. He hits level 6. No skill used yet. He's also maybe thinking he wants to hold a point for Grave at some point. Like we're looking at Dazzle who actually doesn't have any Grave.
Oh, he's actually going Grave. I mean,
Okay.
it's good. It's good to protect himself versus the Lina, but it's not that reliable though. But I guess he just wants. It's still a really core spell on Dazzle though.
Yep.
You want to have it at some point anyway, so not a big deal. He's still outlast hitting the Lina
Yeah, by a decent amount.
by 10.
Moo, your TI4 champion and premier mid player. Who was like
I
probably
guess we have our answer, right? Who wins this lane?
yeah. Like Dazzle comes out on top. And this is Lina now with a DD rune, so by no means has Moo been like unlucky with runes or anything. Looks like Lina will maybe catch up a little bit on this creep wave. Although Dazzle throws out those heals, messes with the Lina's last hits. That's the other thing, nice thing with the heal is you can make Lina miss last hits when you use it.
That is actually something that all the mid players are really good at. Use your spells at the time where you will actually disrupt. Like, for example, the last game, Invoker, you can actually use your cold step when the opponent is trying to last hit, so you actually disrupt the last hitting. And in this game, we see the Dazzle constantly healing the creeps when Lina is trying to get the last hit.
You're telling me level 1 Cold Snap can actually do something, Winter? I don't believe it.
It stops you enough for you to miss the last hit.
While doing no damage, yeah. Moo farming up some jungle stacks, so this will kind of catch him up for farm. If anything, it may kind of get him ahead in net worth of the Dazzle, since there were a big camp being pretty sizably stacked there. But a haste rune on U9, a little bit threatening, but not too worrisome. The hero doesn't have huge burst damage potential, so we're not going to see any rotations yet.
It's not like a Queen with a haste or a Storm with a haste or Lina with a haste. A Dazzle with a haste is like, okay, Dazzle has a haste.
Yep.
You don't feel like other lanes are pressured.
Or the S4 Puck with a haste rune. That's one of the scary ones. They're going to go in mid lane. This is where the haste rune may get something done.
Heal
Snowball, Shadow Wave. Easy. Easy peasy. Blink in, Scream, Sonic Wave. Faith will go down. No Grave in time, unfortunately. Happened all a bit too quickly, and How will get a cleanup kill on Undying. Barely
was,
gets it, I would say.
That was not worth actually at the end of the day.
For Newbie.
Yeah. You blow a long cooldown. I mean, Tong can actually be very happy with that.
Well, they
Because
can...
usually the Queen is actually a hero that the ultimate has a very long cooldown. So whenever your ultimate is done, you can actually look to do stuff on the map.
U9 is probably feeling a lot more safe in the mid lane knowing that Sonic Wave is on cooldown.
Yeah. Like during TI, T-Ban talk a lot about like the pressure, you know, when you have a queen, a safe lane queen, you TP in, you're afraid of going for a dive, but because the queen actually came and he only got 1 kill there, I think it's actually really good for Tong Fu. He's going for solo kill on the Lina.
Can he do it? He's got the weave. He did use it offensively with the haste rune, but I think he was just looking to help secure runes with that.
Damn, he took 300 damage almost from that level 2 poison touch with the weave.
He's down to negative 10 armor, and weave is still ticking away, so... Ooh.
Do you actually even go Solar Crest first? Like, on this type of dazzle? I'm actually not very sure. What type of items you go?
Well, for now he's got treads. I like the treads pickup. You get some extra HP to survive the burst
Lina.
damage.
It's good against Lina. It's really important for him to be able to survive the gang. I mean the nuke, the full nuke from Lina.
The other item I feel like you could rush is a Force Staff because you are against a Clockwork, and I feel like Force Staff does a lot.
That's also a good item.
I feel like the Undying or Tusk can go for like an Arcane's mech, and then the Dazzle with a Force Staff can be pretty useful.
Force Staff plus maybe the Solar Crest. Yeah, here we go.
Bottom lane, they snowball in. Queen of Pain goes down. Didn't even need the double damage Dazzle, although double damage Dazzle is about to push this tower. That's a tongue twister if I've ever heard one. Tier 1 at bottom.
Double damage Dazzle. It's fine though. Doesn't really face mine.
Some of us not good with English, Winter.
Screw you, dude.
It's not my first language. I'm Australian.
Then what's your first language, my friend? And here comes a fight at bottom. Gyro's gonna TP in.
Grave. Nope, it's gonna be a Shadow Wave first. The Grave's still available. Goes for a Walrus Punch. The Tomb has not been dealt with. At least not yet. The Naga gonna put the illusion on it, but they don't do a whole lot of damage. U9 will not get a chance to Grave. Gets brought down. Gyrocopter rocks up, but it's a bit too late to save Dazzle. But his damage! Holy moly! Gets 2, looking for a third move. Gets a Dragon Slave off, but that's not gonna get any kills here. The Queen of Pain blinks in, looking for cleanup. Sonic Wave is now once more online. 4 newbie heroes go down. Hao even died before that fight began, so it's essentially a team wipe as Hao looks to make amends. Has a blink, scream, Sonic Wave. Needs to make sure it doesn't get dodged by a snowball. Not going to happen, and he won't even need to commit the Sonic Wave. Oh, snowballs into the neutrals. Nice timing from Hao. Well played.
Did you say stop?
Well played indeed, but they still lost the whole team for that fight. I think the Gyro just basically show why Gyro is the first pick hero there. He did so much damage with that early rotation, the TP. That's just a very classic Gyro rotation. You come to the first fight that happens as soon as possible with your Call Down and Rocket Barrage. He dropped like 1 flag, double Rocket Barrage and Call Down, and he killed like 3 heroes from all his spells. What other carry can actually do that at this point of the game? 10 minutes with no items.
Not many. Not many. None actually, to correct myself.
Maybe Luna, maybe.
Luna can do it like very spare. I feel like Eclipse you don't get a triple kill with, because level 1 Eclipse only can kill 1 hero most likely. Maybe you get 2. Gyro, you're hitting everyone.
They were low there because of they were fighting in the tombstone. So.
Rubik Raider Pounce, level 6 approaching soon. Banana needs 1 more creep, gets it. There's a lift, but he's got Song of the Siren, Snowball to follow. Will he pop the song though, just for his own life? Decides, yep, it's worth it. But to the side, here's the Gyrocopter. Multiple TPs, could see a call down. This looks really bad for Newbie. They're setting up perfectly for the Gyro, but they're going to get a combo off first. Down goes Rubik, but here comes Gyro. Call down, flak from the sides. The Ice Shard's kind of blocking him off. Lay's gone in too deep. The Tombstone will be brought down, but Zinq, he's a monster. He's got himself a triple kill. He's looking for Hao. Blink available. Hao will barely escape the Urn Charge ticking away, but he's bottling up. Zinq won't be able to chase him down quite right away. He's going to throw a homing missile, but damage is not there. Hao looks to maybe turn around, hits the missile once, hits it again. Nope, he's going to get hit by the missile. Tier 1 goes down.
If it was a max missile, he would be so mad there.
Yeah. Even 2 points in missile, I think, might have been his death.
Yeah, but it's just going back to the point where they song for the lone Naga. I think even some situations like this, his TP was on cooldown, right? It's actually much better to just die, you know, instead of... That 1 song is just such a big cooldown.
Yeah. I guess they thought they could fight, but Gyro was already there.
You need to use the song to kill the Tombstone, you know, against this lineup. If you even want to stand a remote chance of winning a fight against the Undying and Gyro, you need to use the song to kill the Tombstone.
Well, the question was asked about U9, by the way, Winter. He's going to go for a mech.
Oh, okay. That's also good. I think it synergizes well with their lineup.
Yeah.
Because even if you talk about the Undying and the Tusk being able to get the mech, but they're never going to be able to get the mech as fast as Dazzle. And
Yeah.
mech as an item is you benefit if you get it as soon as you can.
It's going to be probably about 15 minutes into this game when we can expect to see that. Tong Fu looking to continue this push, but for now, Gyro walks to the top lane. Something kind of, I mean, you talk about noticing small things. He walks to the top lane rather than TPs because he wants to have that TP available to get to a fight that breaks out elsewhere on the map. So this is a bit of farm.
I'm actually having trouble changing my bad habit as well.
Yes.
Every time I die, I TP out nowadays because it's the meta of the game is very much more focused on fighting all the time. So you want to always have your TPs.
Your mentality as a carry player cannot be like, I got to TP because I'll get 3 or 4 more CS.
Yeah, because I don't really play carry, so when I play carry, I always forget.
It's all about walking to lanes these days and holding on to that TP scroll.
Yeah, it's just very essential that because every fight means so much more compared to the previous patches. So even if you're missing, say, 3 creeps, 4 creeps, it doesn't change the game, right? But if you miss a fight as a gyro, your team is gonna be upset.
Yeah, having a TP on cooldown should not be an excuse in this day and age for not being able to fight.
Yeah, that's why going back to the point where I mentioned in the draft fight, that's why I was expecting much more of like a hero like anti-mage because I felt what Tong Fu had is really, really difficult to deal with.
Yep.
And it's already starting to show. It's very hard for them, for Newbie to actually win a team fight. You know, the way they have to win a team fight is, I think you start the fight, you use Song to kill the tombstone, then the clock has to target the Dazzle so he doesn't get a grave on whoever you are focusing in front from the Lina and the Queen. It's very hard, you know, to get everything right to win a team fight. But whereas for Tong Fu, they just need to run in front of you, drop all their spells, regardless of. They don't really even need to hit many heroes with their spells. They're still gonna win the fight with Tombstone and the cooldown.
Just throw spells wildly. Someone will die and something will work out well for you.
something like that. And the snowball goes in. Oh, punch, one guy dies.
Well, Tong Fu are also securing some decent farm in late game. They're stacking their Ancients with a Helm of the Dominator pickup on Gyro, so it's not all in on the early game. Despite the fact they're running a mid-core Dazzle who's rushed to mech, their Gyro is on top of the net worth and likely to stay there because of this farm acceleration, so Tong Fu in a fantastic position right now. Newbie's late game not looking quite as potent. They've got Lina and Queen of Pain as their 2 main carries, and right now neither of them having a great game.
Unless Naga becomes the carry.
That's a big if.
You remember what happened to Suneko?
Yep.
I think you were casting a game, right?
No, it was. I think it was Toby, maybe.
It was against Fnatic.
Yeah. That was something. Suneko often had put Navi on his back.
It didn't even take him like a 60-minute game to do it. He was like already like a carry at minute 40.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Smoke from Tong Fu. They're looking to keep fighting. It's going to be Banana from an awkward angle, spotting them out. He finds an invis. Oh, the smoke gank's been foiled. How? Will tuck himself away here at the bottom lane, close to completing the Orchid. A bit fortunate, perhaps, with the timing of that invis rune showing up. Naga did have sleep, but
they really wanted to place a ward, I guess. No, they actually don't have any wards. They just wanted to get a kill. That's actually weird. Because the tier 1 bottom is down. So the next 2 objectives are the tier 1 at top and middle. And after that, you want to get a medallion. And then you do Rosh as your lineup. And then you push after the Aegis. So it's actually a weird rotation for them to make towards the enemy jungle when they didn't even bring wards to place.
Mid lane looking like it's going to be the next focal point for these 2 teams. Rocket Flare scouts out behind the tier 1 as 2 layers.
Snowball coming in.
And looking to line up a hook shot though.
They're trying to set up for a snowball bottom on the Queen. They can actually kill the Queen if they land the cooldown with the stun duration from the snowball and the punch.
Well,
they're trying to actually get it right. They need to get the 2-man snowball.
Can Hao react? Yep, he's ready for it. Cooldown gets thrown though. Hao got very deep in the trees and does he look for a counter initiation? They know the cooldown's down, but it's just a Witch Doctor in support. And the rest of the team off on the top side of the map. I'm going to take a tier 1 tower. Tong Fu looking for a trade in mid.
Yeah, this is actually quite good for Newbie because they can't really fight, so getting anything close to an even trade is good for them.
Yeah.
they're actually going to try to fight. They're keeping
Whoa.
everyone at its middle.
Cooldown still not available for 20 more seconds. Maybe that's given them a bit of an incentive to go in. The snowball comes to start things off. Orchid on Bingo, though. He's in trouble. Where's that grave? Bingo. Coconuts start bouncing around. They go back to him. He's still alive. Nope, he's down. Down for the count. Yule's up onto the Rubik. Rubik gets sniped as well, and this fight starts off poorly for Tong Fu, but here comes Jingqiu. Leads the way, gets low, doesn't get a grave again. He gets blown up too damn fast, and Newbie are somehow repelling the Tong Fu push until the tombstone shows up. U9 hits a sick 2-hero Shadow Wave, and Lina melt. Witch Doctor's going down. One more right click from U9. Yep, you betcha. That weave minus armor. Holy crap, that did a lot.
They should have crushed the fight more if they actually got the grave.
They also didn't even use the mech that fight. U9 still had it available at the very end.
Yeah, they had so many things that they didn't use. The cooldown was like 3 seconds of cooldown, 3 seconds more on cooldown, and they didn't get the grave on the gyro. There were so many things, but they still killed 4 heroes. And they lost 3. They still win the fight. They still take the tower. So
Yeah.
it already shows you how strong they are right now. That's why I was really surprised that Newbie tried to take the fight there. I think they were counting on 2 things. They were counting on having the Orchid at that timing. And the second point I think you mentioned, the cooldown was on cooldown, because they knew, the Queen actually knew that they actually dropped the cooldown earlier. So they were actually banking on those 2 facts that they were able to win the fight. But I was still not convinced that they could win the fight, because their lineup is just so powerful right now with the Tombstone and the Dazzle just basically won them the fight.
They like
The
2v4'd. It
didn't
was
even do
ridiculous.
The Tusk didn't do anything. He got Orchid at the start. He
Well,
just basically died.
That's exactly what he did, Winter. He tanked the Orchid. If that Orchid's on the Dazzle or the Undying, I feel like it's maybe a different fight. But well, not a different fight, but I feel like the Dazzle's probably more of a prime target for the Orchid.
If the Orchid is on the Dazzle, at least the Dazzle would have mech himself.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you try, I actually think killing the Dazzle at this point is really hard because he's got 1400 HP with a mech.
It's weird to say this, you know, but he's the #1 hero you have to kill now.
He's the tankiest on the Tong Fu side, though. He's the hardest to kill.
He's going for 8 toss.
I guess the Gyro is BKB, so the Gyro is... Yeah, he's a bit tankier. They're going to defensively weave. I don't really see a good way for Newbie to engage into this. Not into a Tombstone at the Roshan pit. Tomb yet to be deployed, but Undying is ready.
They have Song.
They
Parker,
smoke
they
out.
have Song. They have Song, Parker. It's possible.
Okay. Well, the Tomb's on the high ground. They're going to have to find Vision to kill it off, and that could be the big issue for them so far. And the Tomb being held for now. Roshan getting low. They do have Vision with the Rocket Flare. They go and they lead the way. The Yules and the Orchid comboed very poorly. Bingo gets low. The Grave available. They're going to use it. No, they hold it for now. Song gets deployed, but it's a BKB Gyro. Going to bring down Witch Doctor with ease. Lina's already dead as well. He's still chasing. Decides that they want to finish Roshan. Snowball onto the Naga. Siren hits him. Punch to the face. 3 dead. Newbie. Oh, Newbie. What were they thinking?
That's why I felt
They were thinking what you were, Winter. They had Song.
Yeah, but it's very risky though. They can only do it if you scout with the Rocket Flare, you see the Roche is going to die, and then you try to Song and go in and steal the Roche and get out. But then if the Gyro is going to be ready for it, he's going to pop his BKB to finish the Roche. So either way, it's like a play that is very, the chances of them getting a good reward out of that is very low.
We get to see a Rod of Atos.
Yeah, but
love this
even
item.
Even if it's a bad decision, it's like they are forced to, right? Because they don't really have good late game. They're going against a Gyro, so...
Oh, hook shot at top. They've caught Faith. He gets initiated on the cooldowns there, though. This could end badly for Newbie. Faith just going to soul rip himself back up, and easy turnaround. Double kill for Xingqiu. Not done yet. He's just going to fight into 3 heroes. He has got the Aegis. No BKB for 5. He gets blown up, but Newbie have got to back off. That was a 5v2. Xingqiu has BKB available. This could go poorly. They're going to drop the Death Ward. Xingqiu turns around and fights, but the Death Ward doing good physical damage. Where's that defensive Sorup? He doesn't get it off in time. It was on cooldown. Mu now going to get snowballed from afar. Here comes Tusk, uppercutted. As Lina goes down as well. A 4-for-1 trade. They break the Aegis as well, but not what Newbie had in mind.
Maybe if the Undying went in earlier...
Oh god, this poison touch damage. Look at this poison touch damage. Minus 30 armor.
Damn, that was like what? I think in total it does. It's gonna, if you have so much
He was
armor
taking...
gone from me, it takes...
He was doing 100 damage a tick.
Yeah, 400-500 damage right in total. Maybe even more.
More, I think. It was doing like 100 damage every second or so. I felt like it would have done like 800 damage in total towards the end there, but he died too quick in the end. Holy moly, this is a Dazzle at level 14. with a mech and Rod of Atos. 22 minutes in the game. U9 has been impressive for this Tongfu squad. And it's just weird because normally Mu and Hao, two players very much on the same page, but like even that Roshan engagement, you had Hao orchiding the Tusk while they also threw him up in the air with the Yules. It was just poor initiations time and time again from Newbie. We see it again at top lane where they go in and fight underneath a Tombstone as well as the Gyro, BKB, and Aegis. They threw a lot just for an Aegis and get punished because of it.
They know they're in trouble. That's the another issue. They know they're in trouble, and if you just keep trading farm, you're not gonna win against a Gyro. Like they have Gyro and Tusk, which is like really good late game plus a Dazzle. And their late game is like they don't have a a hitter, a right click carry. All they have is like a Fiery Soul Lina, which is I don't know. The Queen. I think this game the Queen has to go for carry items like AC. Maybe you get AC as your third item. You get let's see what you get right now. I'm not even sure if BKB is.
I feel like you definitely need armor against this Tusk Dazzle Gyro.
Yeah, but then you want something that gives you HP first, because if you get only armor without HP, then the HP doesn't really help too
Perhaps you just go for the Ags then. I feel like that gives you HP and just a spammable ulti you can push out waves with.
Possible. X is also a good choice here. I just feel like the BKB, which is something players go most of the time after Orchid, this game doesn't really feel like the BKB is going to help save your life, when you jump in, because everything is physical.
Well, there's the BKB, so Hao does decide to take that approach, and we'll be pushing up aggressively in this top lane. This is really the stage where you have to kind of take some risks with your split push and farm, because otherwise, like you say, you're just going to get further and further behind, and you can't win and turn around this game if you're Newbie without taking some chances and potentially putting yourself in some bad, risky situations.
Yeah, the thing is with the BKB, he can push much more aggressive.
Yeah.
Without the Tusk, if you don't see the Tusk, if you see the Tusk on the map, then you can actually push the lanes, because BKB would actually save you from everything else. So I guess in that sense, it helps him when he's trying to split push. And I definitely think that the next item has to be either AC or Shiva, an armor item.
I'm on the same page with that. As far as which one, I guess it kind of depends how this game goes a bit, but
AC is much more carry potential, and I think this game is because they don't have a right-click carry.
Yeah. They will have Lina Ag soon, which will help them out as far as bringing down the Gyrocopter in these fights. Dazzle hasn't had the best time getting Graves off on heroes before they go down because of the huge burst damage.
Have you seen the Grave?
Honestly, I don't know if I have. I feel like the Grave has been a bit missing from this Tongfu side. Not that it has mattered.
Yeah, we are like always talking about, oh damn, that heal bomb actually did a lot of damage. Oh damn, that poison touch killing heroes.
The Rod of Atos plays.
We are not like talking about, oh damn, the Grave actually saved his teammate. We're always looking at the Dazzle killing stuff.
6.84, there's still a lot to be explored according to Tongfu, as they're ready to go high ground. I mean, I guess it is your classic Gyrocopter kind of strategy, but just with a twist with the Dazzle going mid. It's an interesting twist at that. They blink in. Warriors punch Lina. Mu can't afford to go down here. Has committed to buying the Aghanim Scepter pieces. Styles managed to stay alive for now. Bingo needs one more right click. He'll get the kill. It's the Gyro Flak in the end, and that's no buyback on Lina. Clockwork does have one, but without Lina, what chance is there for this high ground defense? Xingqiu in the front line trying to just chip away at this tier 3 tower. Song's still available. You got to wonder if maybe Banana should have used it to save the Lina there. Lina was just 400 short of the Aghanim Scepter before death. And
yeah, they actually had... Oh my god. They had a song?
Yep. Xingqiu goes in forward. They'll use the song now. What are you setting up for, though, is the big question. And it's not a whole lot. You're setting up to let Tongfu take your lane of racks. And Xingqiu says, okay, thanks for that. Easy racks now. And for Newbie,
I think the moment they dropped the Tombstone, he had to song and kill the Tombstone first to even stand a chance.
Well, also save the Lina. I think that would have kept Lina alive. So
yeah, for sure. I think the Gyro, even with the BKB, might not be able to, because you can song and snare.
Oh, Hao gets chain stun, brought down the blink into the Walrus Punch. Enough from the Tusk, insta buyback, but there's so little he can do. Has a Sonic Wave available. 15 seconds for a BKB there. It looks like Newbie considering going for some counter kills, but that's Queen of Pain's buyback, and all they get is the Tombstone. He didn't even get much money for it because of the buyback penalty. Didn't get the full amount. Oh, it's Struggle City.
Blink Dagger will actually help him get a Grave Force.
Oh, he's not worried. I mean, he should have gone no points in Grave. Imagine how tanky he would be then. But
So that's the mind game, right? Oh, they have Grave, back off. Actually, they don't.
I want to see like an AC Deso build or something for the full carry Dazzle. I know Andrew would love seeing this game because he loves playing Dazzle, and he's all about the potential for Dazzle as a carry as well.
Mushi used to like to play, he has all these like shreds back in the day when we were on a team with a mid Dazzle.
Yeah.
He thinks like Dazzle could work in multiple occasions and to actually surprise the opponent that you're actually not expecting a 5-man. You think it's just a casual support Dazzle. Then you build your lineup in a solo mid Dazzle, get an early mech, and you just push.
This is an
you
item
catch the enemy.
that Dazzle's building, Ags, that is actually ridiculously good in him. You just never see it because it's not quite good enough. Items like Solar Crest.
Not worth it, right? Because how much does it buff the ulti?
Well, it's a huge AoE because you can hit, because of the bigger AoE, you can hit both teams with it. It's kind of one of the bigger benefits, I want to say. It basically takes up the entire screen with the new AoE. By the way, Queen of Pain, no more.
Her death definitely doesn't take up the entire screen. How big is it? It's 775.
It's huge.
I have actually never seen a Dazzle get agony.
Oh, it's the circle that it fills is actually your entire screen. I'm not kidding. It's basically the size. I mean, it's still a circle, so it's not like the corners, but
it's as big as the Inferno from Warlock, Chaos Offering, or even bigger.
Bigger, I want to say. I don't know. It's big, Winter. He's packing some big stuff there when he's got the Ag Scepter. You got to test it out. Get in the test line, and it's something that you can't describe until you've actually played it. You just got to believe. It increased.
No, Naga doesn't have mana to keep you back to base. Oh my god, they're gonna push high ground.
The urn regen. Come on, tick tick tick.
Damn, he's not gonna be there.
What's he doing here? Is he thinking about a Radiance Banana? Maybe. I feel like he's probably saying, like, I'm just going to sell my Buckler and go for the Radiance at this stage. Let's go Nico style. Xingqiu on the front line. Solar Crest has come out. That's on the Undying. So Undying's basically playing the Dazzle role. He's got the Urn, the Solar Crest, the Glimmer Cape. Cooldowns there will be negated by the Song. They can focus the Tomb. This is how you teamfight Newbie. Much better. They trap one in the cogs, but it's they get the silence as well. Bingo in trouble. Sonic Wave goes through, catches 3. The Grave! He's done it! U9 keeps Bingo alive. For now, the mech comes out, the heal as well, and that's a 0-for-0 trade so far. A lot of big ultis used, and nobody dead. Importantly, Song on cooldown. BKB's still available for the Queen of Pain, but no Sonic Wave, no Laguna Blade. Tong Fu heal everybody back up. They're ready for round 2. And round 2 is going to be the knockout punch.
They can't defend now.
Yep. I'm with you. In the words of Avril Lavigne, as Hal will get jumped on. Does get kept alive. Nice kind of crowd control by Bingo here. Gets graved up again. The second grave of the game. We'll see Gyrocopter get a kill on the Witch Doctor. Moo looking to turn things around. Does not have a Laguna Blade. And as a result, Xingqiu on the front lines cannot be dealt with. The heals will keep coming out, and the GG call will come any second now. It's hopeless. U9's Dazzle just wreaking havoc over this Newbie squad. Queen of Pain. Oh, the bash! What a way to go down. Gets bashed by a ranged hero Skull Basher. Gyrocopter says, I can hit that 10%. It's not all about the Spirit Breaker. And, well, GG is called. Newbie are out. It's Tong Fu who progress in the Chinese qualifier of the Nanyang Championship.
Dude, I'm commending you on how hype you actually make the Grave song. Because you didn't see a Grave the whole game.
It took us 30 minutes to get a Grave, but whew, it was good when we finally got it. That was a fun game to cast, Winter. Something different, and
something different, and it's just really, you know, caught Newbie by surprise. And I felt like they didn't really understood how strong it was, you know, like in team fights, the Dazzle Weave plus the Tusk, the Sigil, and plus the Tombstone. There's no way they could win a team fight.
Yeah. Normally when you have heroes like a Clock or a Lena, Queen of Pain, you're looking to catch the Dazzle in the back lines, but this Dazzle was just in the middle of things tanking up because of how much raw HP and sustain.
And dude, they didn't even have a boss staff this game.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
They just stood their ground. If Clock went in there and like, oh, well, Clock, you're just hooking into a Shadow Wave bomb. Like, you're going to take tons of damage from it. So, I mean, it just felt like there wasn't much Tong Fu could do that game. Like, draft-wise, do you feel like they had
the game
issues
plan.
or...
The game plan though, it was just very hard for them to team fight. They have a lot of limitations against what Tong Fu have. They can't really fight, and they don't have. If you're looking to split push, right? Because whenever you cannot fight, you try to split push and delay. But they don't have a hero to. Who are you actually delaying the game for? They don't have a carry, and Naga is like way too poor to actually fulfill that role. That's why I felt the last pick was actually. If they wanted to do the Naga to kill the Tombstone, they would have actually picked the Naga earlier and then planned ahead that they wanted a solid carry because that's usually what you go for. Instead of them just building a lineup around Queen and Lina, and then they suddenly felt that they wanted to have the Naga because Tong Fu revealed their full lineup. Tong Fu had really strong team fight, and then they realized they needed the Naga to actually help win the team fight, but it wasn't enough. It was just basically, I think, the plan. I felt like Tong Fu had a much better plan this game.
I mean, in some ways, it wasn't even like as much as the Dazzle pick was new. You look at what was really the core of Tong Fu's plan. It was the Gyrocopter, 18, 3, and 7. It was all about Gyro having the easy early game and then just coming to the bottom lane and just getting kill after kill after kill.
He just came at the crucial timing.
Yeah,
the 10-minute rotation was the fight that actually.
Yeah, as much as you can talk up the Dazzle, like Gyro was at the core of the strategy. Not to say he like played out of his mind and was like the only good player in the team this game, but it was like just Gyrocopter. I mean, Undying as well, always one of those 5. I mean, everything's 5-man, but Gyrocopter was the hero getting all the kills for them.
Yeah, that's why I felt like the last pick could have been anti-match, so you keep split pushing and you just try to buy time. Lina, Queen, you build like early eggs, and then you just buy time with your Rocket Flare, Lina spam, and your Queen ultimate. You just keep buying time for AM to become strong. Instead of, because I felt like they didn't really have a last pick that could actually be strong enough to allow them to take the team fight. And Naga is already one of the stronger, team fighting heroes, but they still got crushed so badly at fights.
All right. Well, that does it. We've got the winner bracket final coming up next. It's going to be IG versus Ehome. Winner will progress to the grand final. We have a break.
We have a break?
Yep.
1 hour break.
You can get your supper. And
what? It's dinner. It's barely dinner time.
Okay, so dinner and then supper. Well, I'll get my supper because it's 2:50 in the morning here. So I'll get my supper, and you'll have your dinner.
I don't think I have dinner, but I'll try to get dinner.
And then we'll reconvene in an hour and bring you guys the winner bracket finals, which we'll see either IG or Ehome clinch their spot in the grand finals, one step closer to getting to Singapore at the Nanyang Championship. You guys are listening to Winter, as well as Gods. You can follow him on Twitter at WinterDota. Follow myself at BTS Gods. But that does it for now. We'll take a break, put on a bit of everybody's favorite Monster Cat, and be back in about 1 hour's time. See you then.
wish I knew what was going on in the head of yours. I don't make sense to when I feel that I'm making it worse. I try to find out just what's serving you in a new perspective. If gonna find the truth, if gonna find the truth. I've waited many days, but you can't take care of my girl, you know somehow. And it's all worked out now that you are here. And I'm so proud, that I wipe my tears. Time goes by, but soon you grow. Don't be shy, your headphones, girl. I hope that I can do this right. Make sure you feel safe tonight. Make sure you feel safe tonight. And it's all worked out now that you are here. And I'm so proud that I wipe my tears. I can tell you what I never ever said to her. That I can never love, that I can never love. I can do the things she wants and things I did with her. That I can never love, that I can never love. Wish I could find out someone, find out someone, find out someone. Someone just like you, just like you. Wish I could find out someone, find out someone, find out someone. Someone just like you, just like you. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need. You're a treasure in the sea, an adventure that I need. I can tell you what I never ever said to her. That I can never love, that I can never love. I can do the things she wants and things I did with her. That I can never love, that I can never love. Wish I could find out someone, find out someone, find out someone. Someone just like you, just like you. Wish I could find out someone, find out someone, find out someone. Someone just like you, just like you. You're a scenes. I'd rather see you in my dreams. And every chance to dance I'll take if I can't see you again. And I've got all the time it seems. I'd rather see you in my dreams. And every chance to dance I'll take if I can't see you again. We could be listening for answers, waiting to be set free. You came across this moment, and I'm so thankful you shared it with me. Take it from me, we live to be free. Take it from me, I want you to see. And I've got all the time it seems. I'd rather see you in my dreams. And every chance to dance I'll take if I can't see you again. We could be listening for answers, waiting to be set free. You came across this moment, and I'm so thankful you shared it with me. took one look and now you stare at me the same. You took one look but you play me like a game. You took one look and now you stare at me the same. You took one look but you play me like a game. you know we are the robots. G1000 China number 5. We are the robots. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tuning out of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer, I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit and tell me who's independent. Thumbs twiddling and your life's escaping your mind. Keep in mind, well, the air ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? Well, the lining isn't silver. We're verging on the side of the road that'll take us home. The edge of us is getting weighed. Read about your life in your local papers. Realize the end of us is getting near. You're just a droplet of paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusion flowing backwards through the river of color, while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision? Initiate your shading, blend the universe together in time. It only gets a little easier. Suddenly piece yourself back together now. What's your vision? Is crumbling. Let it collapse into the abyss. In the midst of summer it won't exist. This emptiness, it's just a blank slate, waiting for a painter to interfere. It's quite complex, but what I know. It took one look, but you played me like a game. I can see it. It took one look and now you stare at me the same. It took one look, but you played me like a game.
Alright, hope you guys are ready to Dota. It's about to begin. And hopefully Winter is here and ready. It looks like that is right. Alright guys, we're going to run the intro and get things underway.
All the robots, RoboCop Transformers, you know. All the robots, G1000, China number 5. We are the robots.
Sideline of Tong. Late winners doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down burning. Almost with a double kill. Dropping fast. Mana points there. He's still alive. Wait, Oshek is late. He's got one sub. He's got a second. He's taking it out. Oh my God. On three. They're all dead.
Welcome back, everybody. Time now for your winner bracket final. The Nanyang Championships Chinese qualifier almost coming to an end. We've got 3 days or 2.5 days left of action. The winner bracket final today. We'll finish off the lower bracket tomorrow, and then we'll have our grand finals the day after. Get hyped. It's IG versus Ehome, best of 3. The winner will be in the grand finals, just one best of 5 away from being, well, the 4th Chinese representative in Singapore at the Nanyang Championship to join Vici Gaming, LGD, and Cedc, the 3 invited teams. Game 1 begins now. I'm Gods, and joining me is Winter. How are you doing, Winter?
Reserve time.
I didn't have a proper dinner. I only had bread.
Bread. It sounds like you're in prison or something. Just existing on the bare minimum. What happened to you? Do you not know how to cook, or what was the problem?
Busy playing a pub.
You played a pub. So we had a 1 hour break, and instead of eating, you played a pub, and now you're complaining to me that you didn't get to eat. Whose fault is that? Huh?
Let's just move on.
All right. Bustin' chops. We got game 1, IG versus Ehome. Ehome no longer with ROTK. They've kind of mixed things up. They've got Lanham in the drafter/captain role, I believe. CTY now playing carry, and Old Chicken, the former Newbie young player, is going to be playing mid for this team. As for IG, what's
Isn't
up?
he from Energy Pacemaker?
Oh yeah, Energy Pacemaker. That's right. He was on Newbie Young for a small while, but yeah, he was known. Yeah, you're right. Energy Pacemaker was where he kind of became well known. And IG have mixed things up. They've added Super, the lowercase Super, formerly of Rising Stars, as well as some. I don't know, what team was he on most recently. Wings. Okay.
Gaming.
Known for his support play, playing heroes like Wisp, Enchantress, Chen, and then Rabbit's also become the new carry player for this team. Rabbit actually played really well yesterday, so interested to see how IG do here. Draft already well underway in Winter. It's actually a slightly different draft. We have a Shadow Fiend picked up very early on, for one thing.
Yeah, it's a Radiant Shadow Fiend plus Shaker, but Shaker has been, I think, the flavor of the tournament. Everyone is picking Shaker in the first phase.
Yep.
Like almost every game.
Or banning it in the first stage in the case of our previous
10
game.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, with the Shadow Fiend, I mean, every
5
time,
seconds
like,
remaining.
IG is just 430 is so well known for his Shadow Fiend. It seems to be one of those heroes IG just go to when they
Reserve
think they can
time.
just get an easy win off of it. It's definitely one of his best heroes, despite maybe not being his signature hero. But I just remember, like, Star Ladder, at like any LAN event you go to, if IG get down a game in a best of 3, that's like, okay, it's time to pull out the 430 Shadow Fiend, and he's historically been very good at just putting games on his shoulders on this hero, but we'll see if he can continue that streak or not. The one hero I talked about yesterday with LD that I think will be banned out in all 3 games is Luo's Brood. He destroyed yesterday with it, and it's just one of those problem heroes which I feel like Ehome just don't want to deal with, regardless of whether they have a preparation kind of strategy for it or not.
It still happens now and then though. Sometimes you just forget about the Brood and it slips
Wow.
through. And this is gonna be like either anti-mage or PL game, probably.
wow.
Oh,
IO.
Chris.
Huh. So this
is
this
interesting.
is like a super signature hero in some ways. We'll see what they look to pair it with. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be an IO Tiny. It could just be some kind of other standard
So
safe lane carry.
that immediately mostly tells her that the Earth Shaker is off lane. Because you don't want to run IO plus Shaker as your support duo. It's very weak.
Yeah.
And generally when teams pick IO plus Shaker, it's usually off
10
lane Shaker.
seconds remaining.
And they will pair IO with another lane support most of the time.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see what Ehome look to respond with. They've committed to one support in the Rubik. If they want to go for some kind of a counterplay, the Disruptor is there for the IO relocate if they want to have the Glimpse at their disposal. Witch Doctor, another nice support that can act as a pseudo counter with the bouncing cast, but still plenty of options as they haven't committed to their mid or their carry yet. So, anything kind of stand out to you as to heroes that Ehome would look to pick up here?
I'm thinking what they want to do with their heroes. So with Tusk, you can either go for 5-man against the relocate, or you can just go for lane dominance. I was thinking about TA as well.
Yeah.
TA would be good in the lane, and they have Dire. They have the Dire advantage, so they can always use the Aegis to actually help them group up and push and fight.
Ooh, it might be a Earthshaker support with the Bristle pickup, and it could actually could be safe lane.
But this is it's a bit tricky though, because sometimes you want to have for example, when the opponent has a very weak safe lane, you want to have IO plus Bristle. You can take advantage of the weak safe lane that the opponent has. You can beat the lane with IO plus Bristle pretty much, and you can pick another safe laner. It means your draft sort of becomes much more greedy because the opponent actually
10
allows you to do it.
seconds remaining.
Oh. Ehome see this and pick up Witch Doctor, so they get that strong lane support and a hero that's actually decent at dealing with an IO Bristleback duo. The Cask is handy, the Maledict can also potentially be useful if you want to take that approach, but the Cask is the main reason this hero is being picked up.
Yeah, it's just really good in the lane at dealing with the Bristol
10
and good
seconds
at dealing with the relocate. I'm curious to see what IG wants to do here, because if they
5
were to do
seconds
what
remaining.
we were talking about before, the IO plus Bristol off lane, they can go for a Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain plus Shaker, and Shaker can... If you have Queen of Pain, then the Shaker plus IO support duo doesn't feel as weak because your lane is much more stable with the Queen on the lane. Then the Shaker can be roaming around and doing his own thing, maybe stacking. I think he should prioritize stacking more Ancients or
10
stacking
seconds remaining.
neutrals for the Shadowfiend. Their heroes could use a lot of economical boost
5
from
seconds
stacking the jungle,
remaining.
stacking the Ancients. So I think that's one of the more important things that Ehome has to
Reserve
be
time.
careful with. Maybe just lay traps around the area or place early wards to scut up all the stacking that IG would be doing in this game.
All right. Well, and Ehome don't have the best lineup to run in and contest it. TA is probably a bit more farm-centric and isn't going to be looking to make those kind of aggressive moves or plays. Tusk may be decent, but...
You can steal the stack though with the TA if you
Yes.
actually scout it out. And it depends on how they finish their lineup. Will they round their lineup with something that can actually fight very well around stacking the Ancients area? So they're indeed going to go for the Queen. So that will actually make the lanes quite strong. It's quite unpredictable how they want to do this. They can still, even though we talk about IO plus Bristol off lane, they can still do IO Bristol safe lane, and they can do Shaker plus Queen off lane depending on what they feel Ehome is gonna do in their safe lane.
Yeah.
Because
Well-
right now Ehome can actually just do Rubik Witch Doctor plus 1, right? The lane is very strong. So if that is the lane you don't want a Bristleback to go there,
10
you probably just want a
seconds
Queen to be off lane. Then
Yeah, and you don't... It may just depend on
5
what Ehome
seconds
pick here,
remaining.
since they haven't revealed what their safe lane farmer will be
not
this game.
sure what they want to. Maybe Ember. Ember would be
Reserve
like a
time.
very normal pick in this meta.
Yeah.
Ember, Anti-Mage would be like very slow to come online. There's still PR. PR is okay. PR is still be able to fight early, but I still like the Ember more against Relocate though. I think Ember doesn't need too much to come online, and it's pretty good versus the Queen. You can lock her down with the chains.
Yep.
Because currently they don't really have much reliable lockdown against Queen apart from the lift. Snowball is like usually Queen can blink out it depending on the situation. So maybe you can have the chains from the Ember to reliably lock down the Queen of Pain.
And I don't know if you watched yesterday, but after yesterday's Anti-Mage game, Ehome may be thinking twice about picking CTY Anti-Mage for a little while, because he had a bit of a rough game.
I actually have a long history with CTY's Anti-Mage. Remember like back in the day?
Yes,
we were
back in the day.
talking so much. Was it J-League? Oh my god.
The game where he like sold his Battle Fury, bought like
He
a
bought
BKB.
eight items or something,
Yeah.
9 items. Then he rebuys his Battle Fury because he realized he can't push the wave without Battle Fury.
Oh, it was a similar level of clowniness in the game yesterday, where he was just making all kinds of questionable plays, going weird items that didn't seemed to work well for him, and basically throwing the game, let's just say. But he's going to be on the slack this time, so
10 seconds remaining.
a player who is suited to playing more aggressive style carries, I feel, in a lot of ways, although he's great
Similar
in the
to
laning
Kyo?
stage.
Similar
What's
to
that?
Kyo? Maybe? Similar to Kyo.
Yes, similar to Kua, where he's great in the lane stage, plays aggressive heroes, and then can really take control of the game. And this is a good type of... To me, it's a good hero. I mean, I feel like Anti-Mage suits him. He just, for whatever reason, has these... makes these weird... Just brain farts, basically, is all I can really say. Like, because the guy's an incredibly talented player, but...
Anti-Mage is more suited for a very experienced and stable type of carries, you know. Slug is more of a very aggressive carry. Slug, Storm, Ember.
It's more
But I've
forgiving
not-
as well, in some
Yeah,
ways.
I've not seen CPY play Ember, so maybe that's not the hero. But going into the game, so this is game 1 of IG versus Ehome.
Yep.
I'm going to take the Ehome side, my friend. We have
Okay.
Kaka playing the Rubik, Lamb on the Witch Doctor, CTY on the Slug, and we have Old Chicken on the TA, and lastly we have 11
30
playing the
seconds to
off-lane
battle.
Tusk.
Well, for the Radiant side, it's IG. You're going to have the new carry player Rabbit on Bristleback. Super, the new drafter for the team, going to be playing Io. We've got 430 on one of his best heroes, Shadow Fiend, going to be going mid. Chuan playing the roaming Earthshaker, and that leaves Luo actually going safe lane this time around on Queen of Pain for Team IG. And both teams eyeing off this top bounty rune. Got to be careful of that Rubik lift. You don't want to end up on a cliff here from the get-go. CTY goes in. He's looking to get this nice fissure timing. Io gets the rune. And Slack, QO, CTY, please. He's stuck for another 15 seconds. Bottom lane, it's actually Luo in some trouble here. 11's winning the man fight and also got the bounty rune at bottom, so he gets an
Dodged
early
the-
edge against Queen of Pain.
He dodged the poison with the snowball. That's
Oh,
going to give him
nice.
a switch advantage on the lane. So he has to be very careful when he's throwing out. This matchup is just about dodging the poison. As the task, if you can actually dodge the poison, you can actually win the lane.
We'll see Earthshaker start off near mid and doesn't have actually any mana for any fishes for the time being.
Just look at
Tusk-
the tusk, he's just running at him.
Yeah, Orb of Venom. It's basically daring Luo to throw the poison. He throws it now, but damage has been done. 11 got
Top
some
lane,
good
top lane.
harass.
They're gonna lose the whistle. No!
Not the start you wanted. Not the
bottle
start
charge came
that
out.
IG wanted or
Too
that
late.
I wanted. Missing first blood. Cap of Pride. But yeah,
Look at
bottom lane,
again.
it's
He
just
doesn't have blink. Wow, he just got blink. Oh my
Yeah.
god, that was close. He would have died there.
instantly salves up, and yeah, this top lane fight is, bottom lane fight is not going well for Luo whatsoever. Tron finally gets some clarities out, so he's going to linger around this mid lane, possibly looking to set 430 up for a kill, but TA very hard kill to find, and more likely Chuan will just end up stacking a lot of this jungle for the Shadow
So
Fiend
he
farm
dodges
later
another
on.
poison. Dodges another poison on with the snowball, and man, this lane is just really rough for the queen, and he really needs the shaker to come down to maybe set up a kill on the tusk here.
And it's very possible, I would say, especially if Queen hits level 3 and maybe gets a second point in the poison.
Second point poison. They need the 2 points.
Oh, there we go, this fissures. There, the snowball! Did he dodge this one as well? Yep, you betcha, Luo. Will still look for the kill. Has a blink forward. He may get aggressive on this one. Chuan doesn't have any more fissures, and yeah, the damage just wasn't there, so... Oh... Feel like that should have been a kill, and he's going to get a regen off of this as well. Chuan is on the high ground, but doesn't have mana for a fissure.
The
Lane
luck.
is potentially slightly lost. Tusk doesn't
He
have
does-
great CS, but neither player is CSing. They're just constantly trading blows and harassing, so there's not actually...
Yeah, I think this is how he should be playing, because if he's doing CS better like normal, Queen will actually get take advantage of that, because she's the range hero, and Tusk is like the melee. So he's playing the matchup absolutely right, like forcing both heroes to keep trading harass, and he's just with the regen rune. I think he's just gonna win this lane now. Queen can't really use the courier, I think, because
Queen's
SF needs
just back to
use-
base, yeah.
Yeah, SF needs to use the bottle, so Queen has to just go back to base. This is really, really bad for the Queen, but I don't think they have much choice after the Tusk picked up the regen there. And if you look at the other lanes, Bristol is not doing very well. So the lanes are definitely not going well for IG.
Io's got the bottle up in this lane, but they're not applying any pressure whatsoever. Bristle's chewed through all the starting regen and is just playing passively, has 4 CS. And this is where Tusk has an empty lane, can actually catch up on that missing farm. With the nature of the lane, both Quap and Tusk were sitting on like 5 CS, but with Queen of Pain going back to Fountain, Tusk gets 2 free lanes of farm, which I believe is a bottle. Yeah, there's a bottle coming out for both Tusk as well as the mid lane TA. And with a bottle, this Tusk really takes over bottom lane.
They need a flying courier as well because the queen is going to need her bottle too. No one's upgrading a flying courier.
They've got a lift on the Bristleback, bring him from the river up to the high ground. They want this kill. CTY's got a pounce, holding on to it for now. Rabbit just 1 point in the Bristleback. That's not going to be anywhere near enough. And CTY doesn't even need the pounce. Just chases him down with the right click. Nice kind of job holding on to the mana. And it feels like Super's like, yeah, let's just start stacking some Ancients, stacking some Neutrals, because this laning stage is absolutely disastrous.
And I feel like Ehome made a really good rotation as well. On the lanes, they probably wanted, initial plan was probably Witch Doctor plus Tusk offlane, so they had a 2-1-2 setup, but that would allow the Bristol to actually get a lot from the lane. And having the 3 heroes, I think it's so important to shut down a hero, offlane hero like Bristol. You can't really allow the Bristol to have a good time, because when Bristol has a good time, he's gonna snowball and take over the game.
Kaka.
Oh, chicken! Oh no!
Ooh, important kill to get there. I was kind of keeping an eye on Kaku. Get some deep wards here behind the Ancients, but
Yeah,
nice
this is
rotation
it.
coming in.
I mentioned they needed to have
Bottom,
eyes.
meanwhile. Snowball in. Lure, one more right click, he's dead.
Damn, he's so killed.
Radiant's bottom
That's
tower
a
is
solo
under
kill for
attack.
Tusk. Didn't even have the Walrus Punch. He gets level 6 afterwards, and he's got boots. He's starting to build towards the phase boots even. What a disaster of a bot lane. Queen of Pain is just got nothing here.
Top. Bristol's dead. Oh my
Yep,
god.
he's
Oh,
been
wait.
lifted up again. This time they may need the pound. CTY, again, holding on to it for a little longer, but will need it in the end. Io comes in looking for the save. Not going to get a TP coming from Quap. Can they get a turnaround? I don't think so. It's risky to go blinking in. Lure will do so regardless. They don't decide to turn and fight. CTY's pounce wasn't up for another 3 seconds, and
Radiant's bottom tower
Well.
is under attack.
that is still not really the kind of rotation or place you want your Queen of Pain to go. Potentially you want Bristle in the safe lane, I guess now. No, they're sending Bristle right back top.
He's stepping back to top.
I thought
He just wants to refill the bottle of the mist. That's why.
at that,
And
this
now
point you
Tusk
want
coming in
Bristle
for the
to get
kill.
level 6 or 7 so you can farm the Ancient stack. Quan at mid, brought down with ease. Nice rotation from 11. He has just been all over this early game.
He just played so well this game. The Tusk so
He's-
far has been the shining star for Ehome.
He's going to be rewarded with another rune. He's probably begging for a haste rune or
Double
something
damage,
right now.
Double damage, maybe.
Illusion. Bit of a dud. But it's enough to refill his bottle. That's what matters right now. He's got an empty lane still at bottom, so may just continue to get a few more levels, a bit more farm, finish the phase boots, get the level 7 so you have the max ice shards, and yeah, Rabbit's in catch-up mode. He's actually going to start the Ancients now, just with the 2 points in Cool Spray and the 1 in Bristleback, but I mean,
This is gonna take a while though.
yeah, it sure will.
Some early ancient jungle, but he doesn't have much choice, I guess, because they feel like they can't really go back to top, which is right, because the lane is basically lost, so they have to only do this.
Yeah, does manage to farm it up, despite it taking... It doesn't take too long in the end. Gets another point in the Bristleback, and
It just took them like around half a minute
Yeah.
or 1 minute.
there's just
Not
no
too bad.
lane for him to go anyways. It's not like he can actually... Like, if he goes to the offlane, he just ends up dying, so... Doesn't feel like... We actually lost his stack there, so I'm not sure what happened, but... He lost his quill stack on these Ancients, so these are actually not going to be... Oh, he wanted to stack it again, that's why. But as a
Now
result,
here
he...
comes all the traps. The traps and the vision. Ehome has a very good idea of what's happening.
Yeah. He can't actually finish this off now, it feels like. He doesn't have the HP regen until Io comes back with a refilled bottle.
Yeah, he needs the Aya to come help him.
Yeah.
Tia is gonna steal the stack now. Try to steal.
At least some of it, maybe. No, old chicken, a little wary of that bottom lane. There's been another initiation. Luo gets jumped on. Walrus Punch was used as an ice shard soon, but he needed vision for the
And
snowball
there's
and the
no
blink
way.
away.
There's no way he can stay in this lane anymore. One harass from a Warrior's Punch and Snowball, he has to just be...
I think he just wants to leech level 6 right now, but 11 isn't even
Yeah.
allowing that to happen. He's trying to get
He wants
6,
level 6.
and then he can heal up and then TP to a lane for a gank. He's got a salve coming out. He really wants to stay in this lane, which just doesn't seem wise, but he'll get level 6 during this roll. He could get level 6 while Tusk goes for the rune. They're
Oh,
actually
they're
looking for a
gonna
kill.
Radiant's
Can they
bottom
get here in
tower
time? It's
is
a bounty
under
rune,
attack.
so it's doable. 11 in trouble. Fissure gonna hit just the Witch Doctor. Another great snowball comes out. It goes towards the Shadow Fiend. A bit of a risky maneuver here. He gets the Ice Shard block off.
Wow.
Luo has no
He's-
blink for 9
he's alive.
seconds. He's going to
He's gonna
live.
be alive.
He can stick,
The
he can
Wiz-
bottle.
The Wiz is
Oh.
coming.
Okay,
And
no, he's
he-
he's actually in trouble.
He can stick and TP. If he realizes he can stick and TP now, he's gonna leave.
Yep. Well, the pause gave him some time to think and potentially actually helped him out a little there, but that was such a big commitment. He manages to escape. Somebody call Ben Wu.
Bamboo is playing a pub or sleeping right now, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, Ehome not going to let up the aggression. They immediately TP, will walk 11 back in with a smoke, and both supports with a level 8 Tusk get on the move.
And they're gonna kill anything they see.
Yep. Be it Shadow Fiend, Bristleback, they can tear apart anyone.
God, they're gonna kill the. If they can kill the Shadow Fiend, it's huge.
Yep. They'd also have they got a. This is a good time to get down that aggressive ward.
Yeah, they
Nanyang
want
does
to
have
place
one.
the ward.
Yeah.
There's a ward.
They want to get vision of this big neutral camp, ideally.
Instead.
Kaka in the front,
dead.
leading the way. Fissure is there and available. Chuan going to throw it, but the snowball's already gone with the Warriors Punch. Ferrari alive for now, turns and, well, he didn't really have any options there. Chuan may go down as well. The trap from the TA, nice awareness from Old Chicken to get involved as well. Chuan not going to find a way out of this one. The Ice Shards is there, and Tusk gets himself a killing spree out of that.
Let's see where he places this ward, or he just wants to place it on the other side of the jungle.
Yeah, looks like they've already got the
Maybe
mid
around.
lane covered by one ward, so
Yeah, maybe around this area would be nice for him.
we'll see
Radiant's
him.
middle tower
He's thinking
is
about it.
under
There we go.
attack.
This is quite a difficult spot to deward. Usually you place the sentry here to cover this area as well. So this ward will be hard to deward. I don't really expect IG to be able to find this ward.
Everything going well for the side of Ehome so far in the early game. 430 is top of the CS, but as far as net worth goes, it is the Slark ahead with this Midas. They're looking for a kill on him, but Slark just going to turn this around and fight. He pops the ultimate, but he's taking a lot of quill stacks. Needs to be careful. The heal coming in from behind on the eye is out of bottle charges now, but Rabbit able to hold his own there fighting the Slark, but they were really looking for a kill there, and CTY manages to survive, and with the Shadow Dance, he just heals back up. As for Bristle and Io, they've got to go back to
Plus is
base.
coming.
Juan,
Easy kill.
yeah, you said it. Even holds on to the Walrus Punch for now.
He didn't want to cast. Gives
Wonderful.
the kill to the TA.
Old Chicken does hold on to a DD rune. I guess it's a bit early to go for Roshan. Just 1 point in meld and doesn't quite have what you need. Oh, could go for the SF with it. 11 walks into him, has the Ice Shards available, could go for a block, but it's the relocate. That's going to scare him back. Great
Oh,
block
damn.
again! Oh,
Radiant's middle tower is under
11
Oh,
is
this
just...
is such a good Tusk player.
Oof.
It's so demoralizing to play against the Tusk like this.
You know, most Tusks just do the standard, like, Ice Shard to nuke and block the enemy, but to save yourself like he's doing,
Oh my
that's
god.
something new.
Oh,
He
that's
almost
so
got that
close.
snowball hit.
Yeah, he almost got it to connect on the Queen of Pain, and that would have been her death for sure. And this is the effect of a Tusk getting out of control in the lane. You never want to give Tusk so much space and room, because he's gonna be able to kill anyone on the map just by having levels. You know, he doesn't even need any specific item to be successful in his ganks. He just needs basically the boots and some mana regen and levels. That's all he needs. That's what he's been putting so much pressure on the opposing team. Like IG have been under so much pressure whenever the Tusk is missing from the map.
And you know you've got CTY just farming away in the top lane while all this is going on. He's hit level 10 because of the Midas as well.
Yeah, I think he made a really good choice in choosing to go for the Midas this game, because his team is basically able to contain IG in their base, and he's allowed to do whatever he wants, and going for the greatest possible build is definitely the right call here. And the DD is definitely going to go for the rush.
Yeah,
He
he
gets
held
a
on to it
level-
for a long time just for this, with the help of the Sigil of all things.
Yeah, second point melt so that he can actually do the rush faster.
11 even comes in, gives Roshan the Walrus Punch. Unfortunately, Roshan does not go flying up in the air. That would be some fun to see.
He's gonna crash the ground if he flies in the air.
Reborn can't handle that. Support's nearby smoked up, but unlikely to be needed for this. Looks like Rubik tried to steal Fissure, ended up just with an enchant totem, so some slight saving grace, and Ancient stacks on the dire side as well. It's not just the Bristle who can farm Ancient stacks. TA, one of the best heroes in the game for this, and right after the Roshan is going to head back towards mid lane, but probably will eye off those Ancients fairly soon.
No, this is not looking good for IG at all. They have to just try to dodge fights and farm, because they have a lineup where 3 of their heroes need a lot of... They don't have a natural space maker, you know. Whenever you see teams pick like this with a relocate, you have to win the lanes. If you don't win the lanes, it becomes a battle of resources among your 3 cores on the map. Yep. Everyone is not getting enough, and everyone is like somewhat starved, you know, because you don't really have enough resources.
The only one getting enough right now is 430, but we'll see an attempt in top lane. Rabbit in some trouble. The snowball coming in from 11 with a Warriors Punch. CTY will survive and get a double kill. If things weren't going bad enough, well, now you've got a Slack on a dominating streak.
This Tusk is just making so much happen on the map. With the goal he has right now, I'm actually figuring whether he wants to go Dagger or he wants to go... I mean, Silver Edge is good versus the Bristleback though, but because he's so farmed, having a Dagger now might actually be a good idea.
Yeah, you'd normally see that. Witch Doctor finds a kill on Queen of Pain. That was in the river with the TA, but mid lane, it's the Tusk. All eyes on him. Looking to go in once more. Has this Snowball still available? Who's holding on to it? Gets the Sigil out. Will Snowball. 430 cancels the ultimate. Snowball's on forward. Twine gets caught in this as well. Will turn and Fissure gets the steal. Yes, Fissure on the side of the Dire now. Can use this defensively if needed. Lamb. No mana for a cask and has already used it. The Fissure goes to from high ground to low down on Super. Super's dead now and no casualties on Ehome still. Aegis on TA means TA can just go in and fight. CTY's rocked up as well. Why the hell not? Oh dear, 2 for nothing in the mid lane. And IG just running out of options. Like you said, this is a lineup that doesn't really easily come back because they need, all 3 of their cores need a lot of farm to have an impact, and there's just limited farm available to this team because of how much map control and they've lost and because of how badly they lost the lanes.
Yeah, it's just the lanes, you know. When you run a draft like this, if you can actually get through the laning phase decent, your draft becomes so powerful because you have 3 farm cores, you know. But because the lanes didn't work out, right now they are struggling because every one of their cores are not able to make space, you know. I think at this point you have to sacrifice the Queen to be the space maker, but Queen isn't a very good space maker in this type of game.
Well, still no commitment from 11 as to what item he's going to go. The fact he's got 3k gold suggests...
Shadow Blade, yeah.
Yeah, something bigger. He's got the money for it, but... Holding on for now.
It's
Curry is in use.
Though. It's a really good choice against the Bristol still in the long run.
A lot of Radiant Sentries already up, especially around this mid lane, but it just gives him more damage as well to play around with. That Warriors Punch is going to start hitting even harder. IG do manage to 5-man and bring down a tier 1 tower. Despite the Aegis on the Dire side, they just weren't really in position to fight this one. TA completely mana and HP depleted. So... an unfortunate loss for Ehome, as CTY has gone for a Shadow Blade himself. The one thing with the Shadow Blades is CTY already has one, so Tusk getting one as well. They're already likely to have sentries, so you kind of get some diminishing returns the more Shadow Blades you buy.
Yeah, I agree. But at the end of the day, it's still because of the Silver Edge. Silver Edge is always a good choice.
Well, he goes back for the Blink for now.
Yeah, I personally like the Blink more in this type of game because you can actually catch, you know, much better. Shadowblade is much more of a carry type of build, you know. You transition into the mid to late game as a much stronger hero because you have the attack speed and the damage.
Well, you can very easily just go for like the Blink Dagger into Solar Crest type build that's so popular for like off-lane Tusk.
He can just play as a utility because they have TA and Slug to do right click, right? So the Tusk is just there to basically start the fight, save people, and fill in whatever role the team needs him to fill, like buy all those utility items. He doesn't really need to be that carry Tusk, you know, because his team is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage.
Well, for the first time in this game, IG seem to have formulated like an overall strategy as to what to do. They're grouping up, they're taking towers, using the fact that 430's farmed up a mech, Rabbit has a Vanguard, so he's tanky. Their 2 cores in the front lines are very hard to kill and bring down, and as a result, it's hard for Ehome to engage in this. Slark still very squishy at this stage of the game, and that's where he can't really fight into the Bristleback and into the Shadow Fiend mech. So for IG, I like what they've done, taking the T1 mid, taking the T1 top, and trying to force a team fight.
They know they have the mech advantage, that's why.
Yeah.
And Slug at this point
Radiant's
is not
bottom tower
so
is
strong
under
yet,
attack.
so they
Oh,
are
they've got an
trying to
invis
just
rune
take
too.
as
This
much
is
health.
dangerous.
Structures are fortified.
One sentry on Rubik. Is he going to plant it?
And this Bristol is just like a boss. He knows how he's gonna be very tanky with
They
the mech
lost
and the
Aegis now
overcharge.
as well. I definitely don't see Ehome looking to take this fight. They get a tier 2 bottom lane, so this is decent stalling for CTY. Ehome are dealing with this well, I'd say, but IG are at least gaining ground.
I don't think they need to engage though. They just need to clear out the wave and let the Slug push bottom. Then they have to back. IG have to back because of that.
Yep.
Radiant's
CTY is already
bottom
hitting
tower
away at the
is
tier
under
3
attack.
tower, so someone's going to TP. Could potentially
once someone-
relocate to defend, and then
Once
come
someone
back.
TP, they're gonna initiate and Slug
Yep.
and TP top. So they are not gonna let them TP.
Yep. This Tusk is
Oh
just
my
following
God.
with a blink
Yeah.
dagger. It's a game of chicken right now. And no one can TP. They're going to look to fight this one. 11 on the front lane takes a lot of damage. Pops up the sigil. Sonic Wave from the side. Nice play from Lure. Gets a kill on the Tusk to start things off. But the Slark split push is still a problem. Only now the first TP comes in. The tier 3 tower is down. CTY gets stunned up once. The Raze will land. They get the kill as well. IG make the best out of a bad situation. And I'd say the end result is pretty damn good for them.
He still lost the tier 3. So
Yes, they...
all in all, overall exchange, I think it's
I,
still acceptable loss for Ehome though because they got the tier 3 so early. The next time this happens again, it's gonna be Rex.
Yeah. It's more, I don't see IG putting themselves in such a bad position like that again with the push game, but
Yeah, and the Slug only died because he was greedy. He tried
Yep.
to take the tower.
he didn't have to finish it.
He didn't have to. Yeah, he didn't have to finish the tower.
Well, he should have probably popped the ultimate earlier. If he wanted to finish the tower, pop the ultimate, and then maybe he
Oh yeah,
could have lived.
He got right click. He got right click by SF.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of ways that he could have lived there, but all in all, it's still. I think it's still a good trade at the end of the day for Ehome. Even though they lost 2 heroes for that to happen.
And
But
once
they
IG were in
defended-
that position where they were stuck and couldn't TP, it's like the fact that they killed the Tusk and the Slack is at least making the best out of where they were at. But
Yeah.
SF at bottom getting
Oh my
snowballed. Okay, no, I was about to say snowballing the creeps. I was like, what on earth is this snowball about?
That was an
11.
intimidating snowball. He tried to scare them off. And usually what happens when you see a Tusk snowball, you try to run as far as possible, right? Because when he
Radiant's
Or you
top
pop your
tower is
BKB.
under attack.
yeah, when he snowballs towards you, you want to be as far away as possible, but that's what they were trying to do, and they didn't realize he actually snowballed onto the creep. So that was a really good play from the Tusk. Again,
Yep.
you know, this Tusk has been
What?
just playing really well.
I thought he was snowballing 430 there. I was confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's alone snowballing into 3 heroes here, but no, like you say, it was just intimidation. Casco bouncing, 430 gets away from the bounce. Nicely played, although he does trap himself slightly to the side. IG, I mean, they're looking strong right now. Their 5-man cannot be dealt with, although again, it's Ehome split pushing. This time it's the TA in the top lane. Slark ready to pounce. It's completed as Sanjin Yasha. He's looking to scout
Dire's bottom tower
as
is
a
under
courier
attack.
overhead. Go through. Go straight in on Super with the Shadow Blade damage. He's going to bring down the Eye, but Earthshaker gets a double kill. Chuan picks up a blink immediately afterwards, but he's already taken out Tusk and Rubik with the help of 430's BKB Requiem. Split push not there. It looks like TA decided to come down for this one. Ehome want to keep on fighting. CTY's going to be careful. Needs to get the ultimate. Just barely does, but he dies inside to the Raze. It's 430 on point. As Old Chicken marches forward, the cast needs to be good. It doesn't bounce to anything. Old Chicken now gets stunned up. He's going to go down. IG finding their legs here as Ehome lose 4 and get punished at the bottom lane. Oh dear.
Oh, I was kind of surprised they took the fight though. Because again, they were in a position similar to the last time. They had Old Chicken at top, and Slug was coming in from middle. So he could have chosen to stay at middle and keep pushing, and it would actually put them in the same situation again. They were pressuring 2 towers. I would actually think that that's actually more stress on IG side rather than more stress on
Yep.
Ehome, because IG had to make sure that they take the tier 1 at bottom as fast as possible so that they can actually defend the other tier 2s. So I think that situation would have actually put IG under more pressure.
It
And
felt
it
like
would-
CTY with the newly picked up SMY just really wanted to fight because he knew he could just insta-kill a Wisp, but elsewhere his team couldn't
Too
get
much.
to him. There was an SF and an Earthshaker between
much AoE
his
attack.
team and the Slack. The Slack was behind enemy lanes, completely trapped.
Yeah, they have to understand it's a lot of AoE, you know. SF, Queen, and Earthshaker. Even though you take out the Wisps out of the equation as soon as the fight started, so they were fighting 4v5. But the main damage is coming from Shaker, SF, and QOP, and even the kill square. So the 4 other heroes are still able to dish out a lot of AoE damage, which Slug is so weak against, because Shadow Dance doesn't help against AoE damage. And he wasn't able to fight very well because of that.
We saw CTY
needs
took
a-
yesterday. He took a
needs
game to
BKB,
kind of
bro.
get his bearings. So maybe this is just that game 1 jitters that we saw yesterday for Ehome bounce back. But
I think they need double BKB for them to be able to take fight on
Yeah.
TA and Slug.
absolutely, like just to negate the SF Requiem damage, Rabbit gets in a bit of a spot here in mid lane, but instead it's going to be 11 overextending. You betcha, Lua gets the cleanup. Lua's turned things around. First the kill at top lane on the Tusk, and now helping out his team clean up this Tusk here in the mid. He's recovered.
He's having a really rough game though, after the start. I mean, the early game was great, but the last few fights, he's been like the receiving end of dying every time.
Radiant's top tower
Has decided to go for that BKB now because of it, but looks like IG happy with what they've got, and will just TP the Shadow Fiend back to farm. 430 has 3.5k gold saved up, and we'll see him pick up an Eagle Song. So Butterfly will be his next big purchase. Good item against both TA and Slark. With TA needing a BKB, we won't be seeing a Monkey King bar for some time out of Old Chicken.
I'm not sure though. Maybe with the Aegis, it might change his mind though. Because when you have the Aegis, you want to build
into the dark forever.
as aggressive as you can if you are given a chance. So I wouldn't rule it out entirely, because
Yeah.
it's still possible when you have Aegis.
Oh, another invis room for 430. It's a Radiant Sentry in mid, so he could look to walk
But
in.
you see the SF aura, you know, when, even if you think this.
Oh, he's channeling it from the side. Lamb gets blown up, and elsewhere it's the Echo from Chuan. IG. They're making plays happen here. They are just outplaying Ehome more than anything, it feels like.
They have to,
Dyer's
man, they have to be more careful now. Is this even Brax? Can they
There's
even
only one
defend this?
buyback. Slark can't defend. He has no way of fighting. TA has an Aegis,
Yeah.
but has no
They have
BKB.
no BKB. They're useless actually. They can't do anything.
It's a Rax. What was once a 10k gold lead very early on is suddenly a 25-minute Rax the other way. CTY TP's back, but this melee Rax looks to be going down unless 430 can be dealt with, but he's going to BKB. He can almost just BKB and focus down the building if he wants to. TP start coming in. Ehome of 4 alive. The 5th about to respawn. They get the melee Rex and they're looking to get out. Rabbit on the front lines. Maledicted up. No relocate available. Actually, there we go. It's a relocate save.
Under attack.
That's... He's just being channeled 430. Going to get Snowball. Pops the BKB. Somewhat worried about getting caught out there. Doesn't have a TP though. That was a very early BKB. The Walrus Punch will slow him down, and now he's going to look to turn and fight elsewhere. TA brings down the IO 430. We'll see some collateral taken by Ehome in exchange for the melee Rax, but the net result...
They didn't boost the Aegis though.
Are they going to go right
was
back
great.
the other way?
That's great. They didn't lose the Aegis, but I don't think they can actually get a Rax, a counter Rax here. Maybe just a tier 2. at
SF
best.
has
I don't
buyback
think-
if they need, although I'm sure IG don't
Yeah.
want to use it.
They should be able to defend this Rax. They'll just lose a tier 2. I guess all in all, it's still quite evenish because they lost a lot and they didn't lose the TA. But IG may be slightly happier because they got the melee Rax. At least they got the melee, so that was important for
Radiant's
them.
middle tower
But I still
has
think
fallen.
this game right now is still quite even in the balance. Any side can still win.
Yeah.
They really do need the double BKB so for them to be able to fight. Triple BKB if you count the Tusk as well.
Well, this is an X Factor item. IG have managed to farm a first item Hex on Luo, so even when the BKBs come up, IG can still get the jump on these heroes with a Blink Hex. I mean, we've seen the Blink Echo Slam also at play as a way of initiating and potentially preventing heroes from getting off these BKBs,
Yeah.
but
Then it comes down to who gets the jump first.
Yeah.
Whoever gets the better vision, whoever spots out the key target first. So
like
I
you
think
say, a
that-
potentially even game, and it's going to come down to who just gets the better
That
initiation.
will come down to the Tusk versus the Shaker, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe the Tusk versus the Queen.
And for those of you asking, I see some people confused. This is game 1. The score at the top of the screen that says it's a 1-0 advantage for Ehome is incorrect. It's a reborn bug with best of 3s. It's game 1 of the best of 3. And neither team leads one game,
They
has
have
any
the
kind of
BKB now.
advantage.
Yeah, has BKB.
And Slack also,
has,
if he
Slack has BKB.
be
if he wants.
very surprised if he doesn't buy it. We'll see what he
There's no way
books.
you don't get BKB. I think against Shaker and SF. There's too much there's too much AoE damage that you cannot really do anything about in team fight. Now with the triple BKB, they have like a power spike in the next coming fight. They're gonna be so much stronger. So right now IG is just doesn't have a clue about what's happening. So Ehome should take a fight as soon as possible, unless this ward actually spots out. I'm not sure if he spotted the TA's BKB, this ward here. Probably not.
And they smoke
Not sure.
outside of range as well of the ward, but a lot of heroes missing, and IG may look to go for a smoke of their own. They're grouped up near mid, they TP in the bristle, and for now just holding their high ground. They're drawing lines on these maps. No one is defending top. No one is pushing up bottom. This is fairly obvious what's going on. Maybe it's easier to say that as a spectator, but it feels a bit too obvious.
Opponent has Aegis as well.
Yes.
So it's quite obvious that they want to fight. And usually when you smoke, that's why you don't really want to smoke the whole team. You want to smoke maybe at best 4 heroes and you show, but even if you smoke 4 heroes, right, and you show 1 hero outside the map, sometimes it can be very obvious. So usually teams try to leave 2 heroes behind, like you show 2 heroes in one of each lane and you smoke 3 heroes. The counter smoke.
Okay, and they're running right down the mid lane. They know this has to get defended soon. They're expecting to find a pick, and it's going to be on 11. Can he? He's already blinked. Hasn't got it available. Blink Hex from Luo. Sonic Wave if they need it. They're not going. Oh, they'll use it. They didn't need it, but they'll use it.
They might still be able to fight though with the Sonic Wave. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe not.
I mean, that's a big source of damage to go through the BKBs, but it's still a risky. They timed that smoke gank as the Aegis expired as well. Really nice little decision there from IG. So if they find the TA, they can actually take her out and not worry about the respawn.
Oh yeah, we didn't actually get to see. There wasn't any notification, right, for the Aegis.
No, I didn't see anything. Maybe it was while that fight was going on.
Usually you have a notification, but all in all, it was a really good time gank, like you mentioned, by IG. It was a really good anticipation as well.
Well, I think Sam right now, Ehome looking to keep on farming CTY. His impact has been limited since the laning stage, where he got a lot of kills on the Eye of Bristleback and really did dominate the lane, but the mid game for Ehome has not been their forte so far.
Yeah, they just didn't have a strong team fight composition like IG. IG, even though they were, I think when they started the group up, they were behind by 7,000 gold or maybe 5,000. But they were able to use their composition and the mech advantage as well, because Ehome doesn't have any hero that wants to build the mech. This game, the Tuts went for a much more ganking orientated build, so none of his teammates are able to build the early mech that IG managed to secure on the Shadow team.
Well, Glyph gets used in IG, take a tier 2 tower, so they may look to press on if they're feeling confident. Oh, they've got the Hex on Old Chicken. TA cannot get off the BKB. Well, it does do so, but it's too late already. SF now being the one being focused. Is there a relocate backwards? Doesn't look like it. The mech and said 430 doesn't need no relocate. He's going to stand and fight with the butterfly. He's just so tanky. Looking to bring down Kaka. Just a stolen raise on Rubik. And Witch Doctor in the sidelines. SF will find a triple. Hits the last raise. Takes out the Tusk. Slark on the sidelines can't do much here. That high ground observer ward just giving too much information to IG to push with, and just silly kind of maneuver from the TA when it's such a common ward spot, as the Blink Hex completely caught him by surprise.
I didn't expect them to take a fight outside the base, so that was really surprising.
CTY, Blink, Echo, Sonic Wave, the Fission, one more right click, they've got it! Oh no! Slark does have a buyback, that's the good news. He may look to use it. Both Slark and TA both looking to use buyback. 430 just going to stand and fight. I think he knows there's no escape for him. Or is there? He starts to run. Slark hits the pounce. It was still both carries buying back and SF dying there. Not the end of the world for IG. He did also spend his money, it looks like, so I don't think he actually lost much there, as he bought the Satanic Recipe and the Helm of Iron Will. Tuan will escape. Successful sequence of events for the Invictus Gaming squad.
Yeah, they were actually going to be very happy about that, like you mentioned. SF didn't really lose anything.
Yeah.
And they forced out double buybacks, which is going to be huge in the long run. So right now the next contention will be, Ehome will be hoping that the Aegis spawns on a very fast timing, so they can actually at least use it to their advantage to sort of, obscure the fact that they use 2 buybacks early.
And especially with Rabbit about to complete an Assault Crest. That's a big item to have for that next Roche fight, potentially. Whoa-oh. Slut gets a pick off. Aya goes down top.
Yeah, he just made a really good rotation. Like, he ran, because he had SMY, so
Just
he
runs
is always
across the map.
522. Yeah, he was always 522 when he's running. It's very hard to predict all these type of ganks when you're moving so quickly.
He's just speeding his way around the map and continue to farm for now.
Because all the Wiz knew that he was last seen at bottom, chasing
Yeah.
his team.
Just speeding his way across the map. Doesn't really slow down IG that much or hurt them, but it is money in Slark's pocket who can look for that next item.
I think maybe the IO can actually opt to go. I think Ghost Scepter is a key item the IO can actually build
Radiant's
into this
top
game.
tower is
You don't
under
really need to
attack.
build into anything big because the mech has been taken care by the SF, and generally Earn plus Ghost Scepter is quite sufficient for this type of game. You just need to make sure you don't die too quick in the fights. You don't die to right clicks from TA and Slug, so you can at least relocate someone in trouble out, or at least waste their time, when the Slug pounces you behind, because that's generally what Slug's gonna do. He's gonna roll from behind and just spot out the weaker supports.
Well,
And you want to buy time for your team.
IG are definitely winning the armor game. They've got the Assault Cuirass, and 430's got himself an Ogre Frost Mage for that extra armor as well. He's sitting on a lot of armor right now. My math, 43 armor total. Math takes a second at 4 in the morning. And
Lagging.
he is very tanky. This TA will probably tickle him despite the Desolator. Great smoke timing from IG. They go in, they're looking. Oh, they find a ward. Baited.
That was an illusion, right?
Yep. An illusion
key
caught by
illusion.
surprise, and an immediate smoke from Ehome. They know they dewarded the cliff. They're looking to go for the full wraparound. This could catch IG by surprise if they're not ready for it, and I don't think they will be. This, to me, is much better smoke use than what we saw earlier, where it was just a bit too obvious. CTY makes a Midas pit stop. He Shadow Blades up. He's walking right into them. Is there detection? Doesn't look like it. They get the lift on Shadow Fiend. Can they bring him down? They get the snowball stun as well. 430 gets tethered up. The overcharge there. Wisp gets blown up immediately. 430 holding his own. Good Requiem in the front lines. Witch Doctor Death Ward gets dealt with, and now it's just 430 standing, holding his ground, brings down TA and Slark, and with that, IG have just turned around this initiation with one fell swoop. Neither carry has buyback. It's possibly another lane of racks. The gem gets taken, put in the ground, but it's going to be picked up by Luo, so no concern there for the
Dire's middle
IG
barracks
squad, and
has fallen.
I don't even think they should be going for Roshan. You go for that lane of racks. Bottom lane is ripe for the taking.
I mean, they have a lot of minus armor though, so Rosh is actually just...
It's a
They
pit
do
stop.
Rosh so quickly. Yeah, it's just a pit stop. I don't think they needed to rush anything.
Fallen to the
Well,
radiant.
they've still got
Because
40 seconds. They need to hustle a little bit, Winter.
as the game progresses, they're gonna have 3 cores against this Tusk is not that strong
Yeah.
anymore now because he didn't build into the carry items. He's just like the initiating hero in their lineup.
It's more just with
So-
TA and Slark dead. I feel like that was a guaranteed bottom rack if they just went for the racks there. It probably is regardless, but
Because you can put it in another context, right? You take the Aegis now and you push, you have the Aegis advantage, and they don't have buyback. It's still
Yeah.
gonna secure you the racks.
Yeah.
And in case something happens, at least you already took the Aegis instead of you trying
That's
to
true.
push just now. And if something wrong happens and the opponent kills you and they get Aegis as well. it
not
just
only is it an
complicates-
Aegis, it's a Satanic as well. So 430 gets a whole lot stronger as a result.
Has fallen.
I mean, we saw how
It's just
beefy was in that
making
last
sure-
fight.
I'm just making sure that you take
Yep.
care of all the small little things.
All right, you've sold me, and it looks like IG are about to sell me as well with this bottom lane of racks going down quick. Still 5 seconds on Slark, so they even had that little window.
There's nothing they can do because it's Aegis and they don't have everyone up.
Yep. The AC just makes the durability on this Radiant side, even with the IO dead, it's not even about the tether and the IO heals or the overcharge. It's very much just Bristleback and SF on the front lines, just tanking in their own merits. So right now, Ehome looking like they may drop game 1 to IG. There's not really any solution at this
Dude, by
point.
the way, I just remember something. Rabbit and Super are old teammates, right?
They would be on the old
Rising Stars.
Rising
right?
Stars when he was playing as Zhao Tuji, and yeah.
Yeah,
That is-
Xiao Tuji is Rabbit in Chinese.
Yeah, that was where he began before he joined LGD and
Dire's
became a big
top
star.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
He's probably looking forward to playing with an
Well-
old teammate of his. And
Humble beginnings, you know.
yeah. Right now, IG. That's a much bigger team name. It is Slark coming in from the back lines, probably looking for that quick pick on Io or even the Earthshaker, I want to say. But Earthshaker does have the Ghost Scepter. CTY getting some good information. Has he been spotted? Doesn't look like it. Chuan's got to be careful, but it's SF on the front lines just dealing with the TA. TA goes down, and Slark's just standing. He's an observer. CTY, the observer ward. He finally decides to go in, catches Super. He won't even get the one kill. Ghost Scepter is there. CTY, he says, I just want one. No, it's a relocate out. Oh. He has the impact on an observer ward as well. CTY. At this point, there's not much a poor Slark can do, unfortunately. Rabbit and 430 will get to work on the tier 3 tower. And I imagine Ehome will be looking to tap out fairly soon. This is gotten to the point of no return, with IG's lead just being too insurmountable. Nice bouncing cast between two heroes. Rabbit gets low, but he's got a cheese. Pops it. Puts Super in a bit of a rough spot with that tether forward, but doesn't matter. They haven't got a TA alive. They haven't got a Tusk, and tier 3 tower goes down. CTY looking for one last hurrah, but he does not hold a cherry to this Shadow Fiend, who just BKBs up, and, well, that's it. GG is called, and Ehome, with 3 dead, lose game 1 of this best of 3. We're going to game 2, and it's IG who hold the cards right now as they take a 1-0 advantage in the best of 3 winner bracket final.
That was a really impressive showing though. I think by both of the teams, even though Ehome got crushed so badly at the end, but it showed that they had a lot of, individual potential. They played very well in the lanes. It just didn't. They probably overestimated how strong they are in team fights though. I really think that when you have this sort of lineup, TA and Slark, you should always be speed pushing, because you just use the map and you push waves so quickly. And against so much AoE, usually you just don't fight without your BKBs on, and they tried to fight twice in a row without BKBs, and they lost both the fights, and then they realized they had to go farm their BKBs. Usually you lose one fight and then you realize something is wrong. Even with a 7k 8k lead, we can't take a team fight, so we need our BKBs. But then they lost. They proceeded to go for another team fight after losing one.
Yeah, they kept on taking them. They should have learned, they were maybe deterred by the fact that Slark did die when he was going for that split push. That was kind of in some ways a turning point, even though it was like an okay trade for Ehome. That Slark kill was just where IG slammed the accelerator.
They were doing the right thing, right? Remember what was happening back then? The Slark was split pushing and they were just holding the tower. His team is like the 4 guys. And Slark was they were doing the right thing even though the Slark died. That was the idea of what they had to do, right? They were split pushing. But then after that, for some reason, they started to feel like, oh, I have SNY on Slark. We should try to take fights with TA, Blink, and there. So no one has BKB. They run in, they die.
Well, that's game 1. We're going to see if Ehome have any answers, if they can bounce back in game 2, or if this is going to be a quick 2-0 series. You're watching IG versus Ehome in the Nanyang Championships Chinese qualifier. The LAN finals for over $200,000 being held in Singapore later next month in October. Guys, stay tuned. We're going to see who's going to take this series one way or another, be it next game or the game after. We'll be right back.
차이가 났습니다.
Yeah, he thinks.
Hey, do you remember me? I'm the girl whose heart you stole. I don't want it back, please. You can keep it. My mind's made up on who I want holding it. You're a little too close, but too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, or just afraid that you'll walk away.
And we're on, guys. Let's get ready to rumble. Game 2 coming up, IG versus Ehome. Let's get things underway.
When you smile with your eyes. Eyes that pass right over me like I'm as out of place as it feels to be. You're a little too close, but too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, I'm just afraid that you'll walk away. You're across the room from me, but it's an ocean wide, and the current's pulling us.
Sideline of Tong. Late winner's doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Burning. A fourth with a double kill. Dropping fast. Mana points there. He's still alive. Wait, Oshaker's line. He's got one sub. He's got a second. He's taking it out. Oh my God. On three. They're all dead.
Welcome back, everybody. Time now for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and Ehome. It was all IG in game 1, or at least for the latter half of game 1. It did start off a bit shaky for them with the laning stage, but Ehome looking to bounce back here in game number 2. Winter, what are we thinking? Ehome, they looked really solid early on, but that's kind of, I mean, CTY in a nutshell in some ways.
Solid first ban. I think you don't give Ehome their tusk. He's a really good tusk.
Yep. And you were first pick, so you can kind of ban some of those less, like, you don't have to ban the less gyro, basically, is what I'm
Yeah,
trying
they
to
can.
say.
Yeah, they can go for like Lina or Earthshaker.
Well, Bounty's
all those
there.
Openings that they want.
Do they
Yeah,
just take
Bounty
Bounty?
as well. I think Lina and Bounty are almost at the same category.
Okay.
They are as strong as each other, and you take a trade, right? You try not to give these two away together as a package,
Yeah.
Bounty plus Lina. So you
There is no
have to
sp-
take one of those.
Yeah, there's no Spirit Breaker to handle the Bounty with, although you could maybe hope to get, like, the Earthshaker with a Lina if you get Lina first,
5
but
seconds remaining.
again,
Oh, yeah,
no
it's pretty
guarantees.
interesting. It's pretty interesting that you mentioned, right? Both of the games they banned Spirit Breaker in the first phase.
Reserve time.
Yes. Not
Was Bounty banned? I think Bounty was banned, right? The last game.
I think so. I feel like it would have been picked if not, but maybe these teams just don't prioritize it. IG are really thinking about this first pick of theirs. And it's going to be Lena. So they leave Bounty for Ehome should they want it. Not something that really Lanham or Kaka are necessarily known for playing, but very strong support. If they don't go Bounty, I feel like it's because they want to grab the Earthshaker instead. And well, this team, they did this yesterday. They were first picking Wyvern in 2 of the 3 games. They love Winter Wyvern.
Wyvern plus Bounty is kind of maybe overkill.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're gonna go for Clock, so it would actually give Lena Lena and Bounty Hunter to IG if they want to.
I mean, you imagine it's either the Bounty or the Earthshaker here. Earthshaker not great against Clock, but still viable. I don't
Bounty or Earthshaker. What else can be picked here?
Nothing, Winter. Absolutely nothing. The hero pool is limited to just those 2.
You can pick other stuff, but it's just not as good as this 2.
Maybe a Rubik? Rubik's sometimes first picked by some of these Chinese teams, especially against Clockwork.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, that's possible too. But it's just too good to pass up Bounty, I guess.
Reserve time.
That's just me. I think Lena and Bounty Hunter together is just...
There's so much kill potential with the Bounty Lena as well. Like it's not like Bounty plus Storm, it's less less kill potential until Storm hits 6, but Lena at like level 2, level 3 often kills enemy mids.
It's the ease of execution. Like Storm is much more difficult to execute with Bounty. Lena is like easy. You just need to Laguna and you get a kill. There's more stuff that can go wrong if you go Storm plus Bounty. Lena and Bounty has a much higher success rate. It's easier to execute.
They're going to go Bounty. So it took them some deliberation. They've used up a lot of their reserve time, but wanting to make sure they got things right with their opening picks and then...
Oh yeah, I just realized something as well. The reason why maybe they opened with the Wyvern, because IG plays IO. So probably they want to just have certain stuff that counters IO already.
I think that's maybe like an added benefit, but this team, Winter, they just love Wyvern. They were first picking it like constantly throughout yesterday and in their past games, so they just value it a lot more than other teams in a lot of ways. So
I think it's just a very strong pick though. In general, he does not have a lot of like lineups that the Wyvern can't really fit in. Basically, he can fit in or she can fit in into many type of lineups, and it doesn't give away anything.
Yep.
And it's just very good against a lot of the heroes that are in the pool at the moment. It's very good versus BKB carriers, it's very good versus right clickers, has very good Harris, and has D push, you know. Basically the hero has everything you want as a support hero.
And it can do that Bounty Hunter kind of like harass towards mid lane, where you just pop an Arctic burn once or twice and win your mid. Well, you don't necessarily win your mid lane. There's a bounty on the other side, but you can offer a lot of assistance there.
It's just like a natural pattern of the way you move around the map, because you want to block the middle creeps for the mid laner, right? So you're actually already there. So you just drop a Arctic burn. It's like what, 40 seconds cooldown at level 1. So you run back to your lane and you get another Arctic burn because of the travel distance, because it's a slow hero. And then along the way you stack a camp. So everything just falls into a natural placement the way you play the hero.
We'll see bans onto Shadow Fiend and Anti-Mage out of IG. The Luo Brood gets banned out.
PL seems pretty good now here. Because there's AM ban.
For either team or for one team in particular?
Any team can pick the PL and be very strong.
It's more of there's always the Ember as a semi-counter pick as well available. Ehome could ban the Ember and then pick the PL.
Yeah, true. If they're really thinking about picking the PL right now, Ember could be a very good ban here. And it doesn't really allow IG to do anything about it. If they want to ban the Ember and pick the PL right away, apart from planning, you know, they can only see the PL. If they want to pick the PL here and ban the Ember, they can only plan ahead. Because at least they have 2 picks, you know, to get ready against the PL if they see the PL here.
Yep. We'll see what they have in mind as they ban out Darkseer, so looking to take out some of the team fight of IG, targeting Luo with these 2 bans.
It's also because if you want to run something greedy, or you might want to run something greedy, Bounty plus Darkseer is, you know, a pain.
Oh yeah.
I can assure you. In the lanes as a support. It's gonna annoy the hell out of you.
And they probably know they're gonna have to have one support dedicated to helping mid lane with the bounty roaming, so a Darkseer will be against a dual lane.
PL seems like what they want as well. If you think about it in the context where PL might actually struggle in the lane against Darkseer.
Yep. Yeah, you've only got maybe the one support, the Rubik or the Witch Doctor or whatever they decide to pick.
Usually you ban Darkseer for 2 reasons. Either you want to pick Brood or you want to pick a melee lane safe lane farmer that is really bad against Darkseer. Usually AM is the only one that can actually lane very well against Darkseer. The rest of the melee heroes, will take a lot of harass.
All right, well, we'll see what Ehome have in mind. No commitment yet towards a carry for either team. And it's going to be Ehome to pick a hero first. The Queen of Pain's still available as well. Ehome, they haven't got their mid as well, and Queen of Pain may be one of the better options.
They need something to follow up the curse. At the moment, they have a lot of initiation. They have hookshot, they have Wyvern ultimate, but they don't have damage. So definitely their mid laner has to provide some sort of damage.
We get a Lanham Shaker making its appearance here. The secondary support for Ehome picked up for now.
I think he plays the Wyvern though. Not sure.
Okay, well.
But either way, it's still heroes that he really excel at. And IG is going into a more fighting type of direction with the bounty already. We see this a lot. Yeah, a TI Undying plus bounty plus Lina, these three together. Then you pair up with TA. It's usually TA, Undying, Bounty, Lina, and then Ember Spirit, all these type of heroes.
Yeah, I was just about to say, IG often run the support Lina. This is not... They're one of the teams who run probably as much support or maybe even more support Lina than actually mid Lina.
I think if you actually go into this sort of lineup and you want to pick TA, you just pick TA and put the Lina as a support because it makes your lineup so good. The synergy between the heroes and your Dire, you take Roshan. So it's just a very C deck, C deck like to run this sort of lineups. Lina, Undying, Bounty, Ember plus TA together. You chase, you keep fighting, you get Aegis, and you keep pushing towers.
Ooh, not the mid hero I was expecting. DK gets picked up. Ehome, they still have no damage output, it feels like. Very, very small amounts of damage output.
The thing they have right now with the DK is they have mass disables. Every hero has a stun. And they have a lot of spam from far range because if you look at their heroes, they have Splinter, they have Rocket Flare, they have Fissure. Fire Breath is decent range, it's not super far, but they have heroes that can actually push out the way. Because if you're playing against Undying, Bounty type of lineup, they're gonna face rush and keep fighting and keep pushing your towers. So having all these type of heroes on your lineup allows you to push the lane out at a very safe distance, right? So you don't actually get caught and you just keep buying time for your team. So it's gonna be the PL instead for IG instead of the Ember. It still works with their lineup, it's really good together. And I would actually think that the last ban of IG would be Ember. Right now, since they picked the PL, Ember is a very good hero to deal with the PL. And let's see what Ehome has to assume the Ember is going to be banned next. So you want to think about what are the other replacements that you might actually want to get. And of course, taking out a hero that will fit really well in. I still think TA can potentially work, even though there's Wyvern. But it depends what they want with their lineup. Because if they want to run Lina just specifically against the Core Embrace, you want to have a core Lina, it's still fine with the lineup and it's with Bounty. So then they can just pick another support hero.
There's the Ember ban that we were talking about, and now it's up to Ehome to decide what is the replacement hero.
Safe lane. They need something to clear illusions.
Maybe it's something like a Luna. Like Luna comes to mind, but that hero is a little bit weak at the time. But
Luna is a good way of pushing with the lineup. I think it might work,
They've got so many stuns to protect the Luna with.
DK plus Luna, they just keep pushing towers and try to end the game.
It feels like a good Luna game, despite the fact that Luna is by no means a common or a top pick. And there we go.
We've been watching too much Chinese Dota, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, killing this Luna's not normally. Luna's just kind of squishy. Doesn't have like the uptime of a gyrocopter because your Eclipse has a long cooldown. But
I guess right now you just keep the Lina as a core because Lina is good versus Luna.
Yes, you want to have the Ags upgrade against the BKB, and
Luna relies a lot on BKB, so you want to have the Lina get the Ags as soon as possible. So looking at the supports they can get, they need supports they can deep push. That's for sure.
You need.
Ehome is very aggressive, and Rubik is sort of good deep push, and there's Shaker.
Witch Doctor's Witch Doctor's another possibility just with the cask, but
not as good though. Like Rubik, you can steal. There's a lot of spells you steal on the opposing team. Splinter Blast, Flare, Fissure, Fire Breath. All these spells, if you steal, you can buy a lot of time to deep push.
I know he's good against the Clockwork as well, but no, it's going to be support Lina. Storm Spirit comes up as a last pick against a heavy disable lineup. That's a bit of a brave pick. Not a hero that deals well with 5-man push. Not a hero that deals well with a lot of disables, but I imagine IG may focus more around split pushing this game and avoiding those fights.
They just keep pushing and keep catching.
Yeah.
That is the plan of the game. They have not very good D push, I want to say. Only Dragon Slave, and a lot of it will come down to, I think, the lanes though, because they have Undying plus Bounty. If they can win the lanes enough that it delays, the push, the 5-man push that is going to come in no matter what from Ehome. Ehome is just going to look to get their levels, maybe get their basic items. I'm not sure if they will actually think about getting a mech on the Clockwork. It's not something you see too often,
10
but it
seconds
still does
remaining.
happen when you are put into this sort of lineup where you want to keep pushing.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see. Ehome just wants to group up and push as soon as possible to avoid getting caught by the track plus Storm. And obviously IG wants to buy time for the game to drag out as long as
Prepare
possible.
for battle.
All right, well, let's get into it. Game 2, IG. With a 1-0 lead, the scoreboard is right by sheer luck, Winter. I love it when that works out. It's IG on the dire side with Rabbit playing the safe lane carry Phantom Lancer. Super going to be playing the support leaner for the team. 430 playing Storm Spirit in the mid lane. Luo going to be going off lane on the Undying, and that leaves Chuan on the roaming Bounty Hunter. And I'll leave Ehome to you, Winter.
And on the Radiant side, we have 11, who played the absolutely amazing Tusk the last game, playing the Clockwork this time around. We have Lamb on the Wyvern, Old Chicken on the Dragon Knight. We have Kaka on the Earthshaker, and lastly we have CTY on the Luna, which is going to be scouted by this pesky Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. He re-shadow walks and doesn't get scattered. Ehome didn't preemptively sentry and try and find that kill on Bounty, although for the most part Chuan played very cautiously. 11 up top, doesn't get any wards down himself. Oh, he's got the one sentry which he may look to use to block a pull camp.
I'm not sure how much damage that the Bounty and Undying will actually do this game. They might actually do a lot of damage against the safe lane of Ehome.
Can they contest this bottom rune? Doesn't look like it. Undying's just going to back off. They're going to secure the top one for 430.
So just standard runes, one each.
Yep.
But
They
they're
saw
not
the
so-
bounty ward, I think. They should be able to de-ward this easily, it looks like.
it's a sentry for a sentry. It's fine.
Chuan
with the
may, he's
Bounty,
going to
but
look to Tango it, I think. I think he's lingering just for the Tango. No?
maybe. But even if he manages to tangle, the Wyvern could also tangle out the sentry. And it's a sentry for sentry. It's not. I think it's not worth for the Wyvern to actually tangle that.
Well, that's the
To take
thing.
that straight.
Wyvern will just look to right-click it down, and that's where Chuan maybe would Tango off and de-sentry before the Wyvern comes in. But for now,
Yeah, true.
Kaka going to rotate. We'll see what he does. There's no bounty in position to contest this.
Yeah. However, this lane does have a good
Oh, guess is wrong.
good kill potential against the Luna.
And this
Yeah,
is
like you
where they're going to have to chew through their sentries to de-ward this, which means they have less sentries to deal with the bounty hunter roaming. We'll see if they
gonna
get it with the
place-
second sentry in just a second, but
It's gonna place another observer ward here as well to give them vision.
what's Chuan up to? He's coming in, doesn't have any regen left. His Tango and Clarity have been thrown out already. Top lane 11, playing pretty deep up this lane. He's looking to fight Super though, head on, knowing he can get the good cogs push, which is going to burn away at Super's mana. No more
Oh,
Dragon Slave available.
That was actually really good for the Clockwork now. The Dragon, the Lina doesn't have mana for Dragon Slave, and he doesn't have stun, mana for stun because he's still level 1.
Oh, almost has mana. Too short for this, but won't be able to get a kill just with a Dragon Slave. And he gets a salve up, so 11, at least holding his own here, although all of his regen has been chewed through just for about a level and a half of experience. In the mid lane, DK versus Storm. One of the, I would say, okay-ish matchups for DK. He doesn't lose this by any means. Bottom lane, it's Luo in all sorts of trouble. He's dropped the tomb, guts a 2-hero decay, but he goes down. First blood, CTY, he's going to go down in return. Kaka has a huge creep wave and zombies on him. He needs to get away from this, barely escapes. Where's the bounty? He
has
was
a
getting the
Hess.
rune.
Ace rune. Oh my god, he might actually get him.
Oh, Kaka's just got to hug the tower. Oh, Clockwork meanwhile goes down. Kaka's hiding for now. Chuan doesn't. Kaka's like, salve me, bro. CTY, help a brother out. Not going to get it. He's just going to Tango on up, so it looks like he'll be okay. But it was, yeah, top lane. Clockwork goes down to the jewel lane. Lina's last little bit of mana. Enough. And Chuan is detected by a Sentry Ward here. They know exactly where he is right now. And Lamb will just Tango his way back towards the tier 1 tower.
They're still going to be able to get a lot of space out of, you know, out of this lane though. Even though the Undying died and he traded, I think it's still all in all a very good trade for IG. They killed the Luna, even though it was first blood. They had to give up first blood, but the Undying is still getting a lot of experience in the lane and farm as well. If you compare the farm on the Undying, he actually has a lot more because he got a kill, and Clockwork didn't get a kill on the offlane.
This Clockwork is being pressured quite heavily, even buys extra tangos for this lane, so we're not looking at boots or anything anytime soon. We'll see what the plan is going to be next for the Clockwork. He is getting jumped now under his tower. Good cogs again. Gets the pushback, and Super just throws out a Dragon Slave for some extra harass, but he really needs those tangos if he wants to stay in this lane. And looks like bottom lane, another initiation. Fissure comes out. Luo has the tomb available. Gone for a point of the Soul Rip early. Arctic Burn going to push him back. He gets the tomb and a decay. Oh, they've got to focus it down fast. They do bring it down, but damage has been done. Lanham looking like he may be brought down as well. Lewis got another decay in 3 seconds. He's looking to change targets, go on the Luna. Then he switches back, or does he? CTY hasn't got much HP left, but gets the kill on the Bounty Hunter regardless. Has another Lucent Beam soon, and once Luo, knowing some of these decays may wear off soon, the Splinter Blast not going to connect. Luo survives and can salve himself back up. Will be a healthy Undying soon enough. Meanwhile, mid 430 blocked, and he's going to be pushed back into this DK, who hasn't breathed fire. 430 gets brought down. The double remnant brings Old Chicken low, but that's a regen rune. He didn't see it. Chuan does. He missed out big time there. That would have been the dream come true, but unfortunately not the case. That would have been
a happy DK, you know.
Yeah. Something interesting that was done by IG was they blocked their own big camp up top so that 11 couldn't use the pool camp for the creeps, just to deny him some potential to get experience there. Although he has hit level 5 regardless, so this Clockwork's still in a decent position to hit a good time for level 6.
Let's see if he decides to get another point in battery or get a second point in rocket. More battery will mean that he can actually kill the Lina very easily.
Going for battery.
Right now, if he randomly runs into the woods and catches the Lina, it's an easy kill.
He's going to walk. He may do just that. He's close by. Oh, doesn't keep walking.
Yeah, because he just wanted to see if the Lina was pulling just now. But he just went a little too early.
Oh, Luna bottom lane. Brought down. That's one. They're looking for a second. Lanham has already used the Cold Embrace. Probably looking to save the Luna. And it's a double kill for Undying. This bottom lane suddenly falling apart. IG. It's Chuan with the early rotations making the plays happen. And IG will be very pleased with the advantage they've got there and how they're shutting down the Luna farm.
Yeah, the Shaker needs to be at bottom a lot, you know, I think. Against the Undying. Undying is basically the same principle as against a Bristol. If you shut him down in the lane, you basically make sure the hero is very weak later. But right now, they need to get this kill on the Undying.
Yep.
It's gonna
Brought
be
him
very
in.
good.
Decay available. Catches out 2. Luo doesn't have a Soul Rip. Stick and Salve available. One last Lucent Beam and a Splinter Blast. Barely enough damage. That's a killing spree going to the Wyvern. Not the ideal hero to receive it, but nonetheless, a small victory for them.
It's just important for them to get the kill though, because Undying was like level 5, almost level 6. It gives them a lot of experience when they get the kill. So
I get the D ward here, but it's a bit late.
Of course, you always want to give it. Yeah, of course, you always want to give it to the carry, but I think it doesn't really matter too much at the end of the day, as long as you get the kill.
Oh yeah, that's #1 priority. And Oshaker, while he did leave bottom lane, that one kill in the Storm has slowing down 430 a little bit, although still out farming the Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight with a kill advantage over 430. Hasn't gotten active yet with the ultimate, but got to imagine he'll be considering moving around, trying to find some tier 1 tower pressure when possible.
Yeah, that's why it's very important whenever you leave the middle lane as a mid hero against DK, you always want someone else to take the lane. So the DK can't really do a lot of cheap damage onto your tower or even destroy your tower.
Super's done just that. He's looking to get his level 6. Well, I say level 6, he's still level 3. He's got a long way to go, but Storm rotates in the jungle for now, not actually looking to make any plays on these other lanes, but I could definitely see Storm TPing bottom here. This Luna very fragile, and Storm a great hero to gank with an Undying. We'll see where 430 looks to go.
It's level 8 as well. This is going to be an easy kill if he comes here.
They're pinging bottom. Chuan at least the one pinging. Yeah, there we go. TP's in. May pop the invis. He's worried about a lane ward and exactly what was there. So he's going to bypass this lane ward, and we could well see a kill on Luna come the way of IG.
should be an easy kill.
Yeah. Good execution. And meanwhile, mid lane, it looked like Ehome were looking for a kill. They're going to find Super with the hook shot. Nice rotation from 11. Uh-oh, Perfect World lagging at the same time. Bottom, it's a
Perfect World. Perfect World has been lagging the past few days, I can tell you.
Well, Kale. Shishi, let's go. Is that what that means?
Go, try.
Shishi. Mid lane, Lina does go down. We saw that one coming. What I'm more curious about is, do they get C2I? You betcha, they easily get C2I. Even if that fissure came a bit early, it wasn't going to change anything. And a 1-for-1 trade, the more important kill on the Luna happens. But Ehome, the gank they get on mid is very much a gank that can set up a tier 1 tower. Old Chicken wants to be able to chip away at this using that dragon form. And unfortunately for him, Twine is here to at least draw aggro off of the tower and delay this push by some margin.
It's going to give him his level 5. So he should be level 6 in a very good time in this game.
Yep.
Since he has been part of a lot of kills in the bottom lane. And when track comes up, it's going to allow the Storm to do a lot of pickoffs whenever they find anyone alone. And Luna is actually very vulnerable to this type of plays, you know. Because she's always so weak at the start of the game before you get a BKB. And even if you get a BKB, Storm just rolls on you, then what? You force the Luna to pop BKB just to survive, then you just ball out. And you still manage to get something out of that.
It's just scary because it feels like there's so many all you need is 2 heroes to kill Luna. Like there's some carries like a PL where it's like you need to bring at least 3 heroes to kill him. But with a hero like a Luna, it's like, well, Storm plus anyone can get a kill.
Even one. I mean, Storm can easily
solo kill.
Because he has so much levels right now and it's just an easy kill. I wonder if the Luna is actually going to stop by for, you know, braces, and he's going to smoke again for this kill. Yeah. Easy kill again.
They really want... The Earthshaker again is there. The thing is, you can get the 2-hero gank on the Luna, even when there's an Earthshaker there. That's just how squishy this hero is. Eclipse is available. If you get a fast Fissure and an Eclipse, this is a potential for a turnaround. 430 pops the smoke. Here comes the pull. Fissure not used just yet. The Eclipse is there with a Fissure. CTY turns it around. 11's there. Doesn't have a hook, or has a hook shot, but can't really use it while the Tombstone's up. They're looking to bring it down first. Old Chicken's got a haste rune. Bit of inner S4 being channeled here, and Luo now in all sorts of trouble. Goes down. The trap was set. The bait was laid. And IG fell for it, and well played from the Earthshaker Luna to get that fissure. Making sure Earthshaker was patient, made sure he hit the fissure on the Storm so Luna could turn it around.
Yeah, that would have easily been a disaster if the fissure didn't land and Storm sees the TP in, right? So he just balls out if the fissure didn't land, and they would be wasting a lot of TPs there. So that was really patient from Kaka. He didn't fissure right away, you know, he just waited and waited for the right moment to fissure.
It felt like 430 was expecting the Earthshaker to be there because he used a lot of mana on like multiple balls.
He did like 2 or 3 balls when he jumped in.
Instead of using a Remnant, he used Ball Lightning again, which is definitely not the most efficient way to go for that kill, but it's very much he wanted to dodge a fissure. And
yeah, he was expecting the fissure to come out early. That's why he was dodging, like trying to ball around, but then it came at a timing that he did not expect at all, and Ehome was like ready for that to keep it.
Kaka wins the mind games against 430.
Yeah, it was just a really good play from the Shaker. It might seem like nothing, but it was actually a very crucial part of them getting the kill on the Storm there and Dandai.
Well, from here, Ehome in at least a decent position. The Luna still needs, to me, it seems, some catch-up farm. I guess you're on par with the top farmers after that big kill there, but this is just a hero who's going to remain that squishy Luna who can't really be left alone for some time. And that's where you can leave PL to solo farm the top lane. You can never leave Luna alone farming because of how vulnerable the hero is. Earthshaker or Clock have to be constantly protecting Luna, but they'll also protect Luna while securing some farm for CTY. Neutrals have been stacked, and CTY just swoops on in and looking to clear this one up.
Yeah, that's the difference between having a more self-sustained carry, you know. You don't really need too much babysitting, and it allows your supports to do whatever you want. And that's the thing with PL, you know. He's so self-sustained, and when he goes to late game, he's stronger than Luna.
It reminds me a bit of the like Spectre. You always have to like be protecting the Spectre until that like Radiance and stuff comes online. Like the hero requires a lot of... It's very high maintenance. The kind of girlfriend you don't want. Luna, Spectre, PL, you know, easy, low maintenance. Just leave him alone, he'll do his thing. He doesn't need you there to secure his farm.
Girlfriends.
Yeah.
Relate to Dora. Well played.
You know,
If
life
only-
lessons
if-
in the
if-
Dota cast.
If only it means that you're good at Dota and you're good at girlfriends, it's the same thing.
Yeah, if you're good at supporting your female carry, it means you can look after your girlfriend well. But we'll see. So far, so good for Ehome. Kaka, perhaps good with the ladies. Right now, he's looking to protect Old Chicken from behind. The Tombstone comes up. They may look to burst this one down, or they're just going to run. And it looks like hightailing it out is the course of action here. And they got the tower and everything. That's 2 towers in a row for Dragon Knight. He's suddenly getting a decent amount of gold. We've seen a lot of Blink Dagger rushes.
One thing we never talk about, like this game, is when you run the Lina as a support, they don't have any reliable stun. That's why they just place the Tombstone, no one could do anything, and they just run.
I guess Storm is, but Storm never wants to ball in into Winter's Curse, Fissure, DK Stun. This is where the Storm pick was so risky. This is not we talked about IG's overall strategy. It's going to be split push and avoid fights. So your only initiator is a Storm who never wants to initiate because he's just going to die to any stun that comes his way. You're in trouble. But the split push has gotten Rabbit a tier 1 top tower, so something going the way of IG.
Really depends on how they play the game though. The Storm, I think the Storm could work if they actually manage to get pickoffs, so we'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes. I think this few minutes, if they can actually secure 1-2 kills for the Storm, get him his Bloodstone, it's gonna be like buying the PL a lot of precious time, you know, to farm. I think when the PL is strong enough, he can actually fight into this sort of lineup, you know.
Well, the fact he's
Can
gone
just
for a
offer-
drum suggests he wants to fight with the lineup. You'd normally see this item skipped
Yeah.
completely if you're going for a pure farming split push type build.
It's still good farming item, I think, because it gives you more movement speed to get to your destination, and it gives you just more mana in general. You know, illusions are just slightly stronger with the drums. I still think he might actually go into a bots though, to just
Yeah.
keep split pushing and just keep farming. I don't really think he needs anything else like an early diffuser. You're not under pressure to actually get an early diffuser on the PL to keep farming. There's no one building an Orchid as well, so the early diffuser doesn't really feel necessary for me this game.
Well, I think on the same note, how the drums gives him more movement, so you stack a Boots of Travel on that, and he'll be outrunning pretty much anyone, which is going to really help him avoid any
that's why
potential
Black
ganks.
likes the Mask of Madness BOT.
Oh, just for the super movement speed. Like, you doppelganger and then Mask of Madness and just run like hell to get away.
And you have a lot of sustain from the...
Oh, he's stunned up, though. They get the initiation. The follow-up is there with the Winter's Curse. There's no protecting him. The Soul Rip, not enough from the side. The Undying gets off a decent Tombstone, but they can't protect it. He's also got no Soul Rip. The chase is on 11. Hookshot available in 5. He's being tracked up, but it's going to be a blink. Dragon Tail onto Luo. Luo gets trapped, and that's going to be a second casualty on the side of IG. Everyone else just getting the hell out of there. PL goes down, does buy Boots of Travel. I don't know how much gold was lost, if any, but it's still a big win for Ehome, who could look to take the tier 2 bottom tower for this. And also, Kaka getting down some deep wards, although he is being scouted by Chuan to do so. So not really as good a... Like, normally you win a fight like that, you push out your lane, you're thinking, oh, we can get some great deep wards, but IG will know exactly where they are.
My Reborn Crash. Help.
Winter, please.
Wait, I
Just
need to
kidding.
come back. Crash again.
Just kidding. Well, Ehome don't get a tower. They get 2 kills, the PL, then the Undying, and then they kind of fall back, get some more farm. Still in a very good position. Looks like CTY is going to go straight into a Yasha here, so... Possible Sanjin Yasha, or possible even Manta-style rush coming out from him. Manta good at getting rid of the track on him. And could potentially be used to dodge some spells, but we will see that D-Ward come out. And
Okay,
for
I
IG,
should be
it's
coming
very
back.
much... They do need to go back to kind of avoiding fights because it's very hard for them. They've got the Tombstone, but they can't protect it well. They haven't got lockdown to use around it. And Ehome with so much control. Fissure, Winter's Curse, the Clockwork, the DK with the Blink Dagger now is just getting constant stuns off in a team fight. Not to mention constantly finding haste runes. He's got another haste rune up his sleeve. Are you still having issues, Winter?
I can't collect like... I'm trying, sorry.
You're trying. It's okay. We've got the game continuing without you. Unfortunately, the show must go on. CTY now farming a big stack of Ancients here. His farm has accelerated beyond the PLs now. He's actually taken over as the top farmer in this game. Uh-oh, it's not just you, Winter. Perfect world. Kale. Oh, okay, we're back. But right now, IG are in a bit of a tough spot here. They may have taken game 1, but game 2 has not started off well for them. A position they may be a little bit familiar with after what happened in the opening game, but for IG, they're still keeping up on farm on their cores. You've got PL neck and neck with the Luna, Storm neck and neck with the Dragon Knight. It's not the end of the world for IG in their current position.
I'm back.
Dire's
Phew.
top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
no laggery, no. Nice.
Winter is back, no Kappa. You're basically like Alliance.
What happened?
What happened?
Past 1 minute.
Tower
got any kills?
Luna farmed Ancients, and oh, Bounty died twice. This is the second. Bounty just died in this exact position about 60 seconds ago, to a hook shot as well. 11 gets the exact same kill twice in a row. Chuan does not learn his lesson. You know, it happens once.
lane.
It's excusable. Happens the exact same way again. It shouldn't.
He was just trying very hard to ward the Ancients because, like you mentioned, Luna was farming the Ancients and they really don't want that to happen because they know that right now the Luna building into, when you see the Luna build into Yasha, come of Dom and not rush a BKB, it's always the Ancients. So they want to try to stop that from happening, but I guess the Luna already cleared the Ancients, so
Yep.
it doesn't really stop her from doing
Well,
it anymore.
Luna cleared the Ancients. Chuan goes in to block it and then dies, and then it gets dewarded, and then he goes in to block it again. He dies, and it gets dewarded again. It's just complete deja vu, and definitely
Luna.
unnecessary. Yeah, Luna, Eclipse comes out, the Tombstone there as well, a Laguna Blade, they're throwing everything. CTY, can he survive it? No, he can't. They commit everybody down towards the bottom lane. Super and Luo both get very low, but an important kill onto Luna.
And that was a really difficult stun to land on Dina, I can tell you. That was not easy at all. If he didn't land the stun, it would have been a disaster for them.
Oh. Just short on the hook shot. Didn't actually have the wrong angle. I think it just didn't quite have the range, as it was a level 1 hook.
I didn't have his level 11.
Yep.
So right now, Storm has Bloodstone. Pure BOT Diffusal. Things are still looking good for IG. They just need to rat it out until they are strong enough to fight head on.
Alright. And we'll see. Yeah, 430 it feels like needs another item on top of this, and soon for the PL. You're looking at Diffusal plus 1 item before you're really ready to take big head-on team fights. And Kaka with the Blink Dagger on the Shake now. This is a potential game changer for Ehome and something they'll look to make use of, especially in dealing with the Phantom Lancer.
What else is any important items? Is there a mech or anything? No, there's a blade mill on the clock. Is there any 4-stars? No.
DK's actually picked up a Sanj, which is normally you'd see the BKB, but looks like he wants to go for a Sanj and Yasha, or even possible Halberd, but Halberd only really applicable for the PL illusions
I think
evasion.
SMY.
Yeah.
I think SMY is probably the choice here. I have a very weird looking Dragon Knight.
Oh yeah, that's what LD had yesterday. He had some fun with that. His reborn crashed, and when he reconnected, Dragon Knight looked like a little man running around with a lantern.
Does he look the same when he pops Dragon form?
No, he goes back to being a dragon. Or at least that's what happened yesterday. Well, the Luna is still going down here and there. They are managing to keep up the ancient stack, so CTY still maintaining his farm for the most part, although has been once again overtaken by PL. CTY hits level 13.
They have to reach a timing to push soon, you know, like maybe in the next 5 minutes they have to find openings. Like this one.
Oh, Blink Echo, they found 430. That's a great pickoff if they can get him the Winter's Curse and everything.
They really had to use everything to get that kill.
Yeah.
So tanky with the Bloodstone.
Like, they got to the end, and Wyvern's like, I'm holding my ultimate, and then suddenly they were just out of stuns. I think they slightly stacked the DK stun with one of the Earthshaker stuns,
Oh
but
yeah.
is under attack.
if they
That
didn't
as
do
well.
that, they would have been fine, but it's hard to get that off perfectly. Like, I mean, unless you communicate in advance the exact, like, who's using all their stuns in what order, but
Oh, they can actually take this fight now.
Yes.
With the Winter's Curse down
Storm
and
has
Echo Slam
respawned.
down, they can actually look for a fight.
they want to take a fight now. CTY is in a very vulnerable position. Unfortunately, IG have not scouted him out yet. Chuan on the front lines is looking for some track candidates, and Looks like they'll come his way soon. Maybe recognizing that Ancients are a likely target for Ehome. Oh, CTY, he's in trouble. Ball lightning from far. There's your pull from the 430 Storm, and there is nothing they can do to protect CTY. Got caught out, and now Ehome are looking to counter initiate. They want to take this fight. They know Storm's low in mana. Maybe going to be a hard fight for IG. Old Chicken in the front lines. Without a BKB, doesn't really have the ability to stand and fight. PL, Diffusal Blade, just burning through his mana pool. He doesn't have much left at his disposal. Old Chicken just going to be left for mincemeat, and with that, Storm replenishes some of those Bloodstone charges. Looking for more. Lan M goes down as well. They get 3, make it 4. Okay, Old Chicken goes down. It just took a long time to kill him. And the Perfect World Lag comes out. They got 3, not 4. Storm back up to 7 Bloodstone charges.
My Perfect World was fine, but it came down to that, right? Because they didn't have the curse.
Yeah.
IG decided to take the fight.
The curse actually ended up mattering. So that stun stack. And oh, there's another pickoff. And a track. These kills are track kills. That's the crazy thing. IG get a huge gold swing out of this. It's 2,000 so far, but I imagine it's going to keep on dipping. Not to mention with this tier 1 mid tower, we're probably looking at about a 4,000 gold swing going IG's way in the last minute. Uh-oh. IG. Lagging me up here again.
It's at the moment, what, 2,000 from the net worth
It's
graph?
going to drop, Winter. Just you wait. Just you wait. I believe in the gold graph. Yeah, let's include Roshan there. Roshan will make it drop.
It doesn't update right away, right?
No, it takes a little bit. Because the tower itself is 1,000 gold, which it was 2,000 before the tower, so the tower adds about 1,000 or so. They really want to contest Roshan. Chuan just body blocking the hook. Nice defensive play. Being that little bodyguard. Gets off another track, and that's a Storm Spirit Aegis. Well, CTY's just been kind of picked off a few too many times here. It was kind of hard to know which way to run there. Neither team really had great vision.
That's why I felt he needed the BKB, you know, in this type of game. Going greedy right now. If you can actually get the BKB fast enough when you need it, then it's fine. But because he didn't have BKB there, they were able to... They see him alone. The Storm just balls over. If he had a BKB, that play wouldn't have been possible. Yeah. So it just came down to the fact that he was greedy with his item selection, and it didn't really pay off. If you get greedy and you actually manage to get a BKB in this sort of fight, then it's fine.
Well, he's going to have a BKB now, but he's already been punished not going for the BKB, and as a result has fallen behind.
He has already been taking too much deaths already so far.
Well,
like sometimes you see the players, right? They don't actually finish the helm. They just get the Mask of Death and they just, you know, just leave it there. Because Luna is just super reliant on the BKB. Without BKB, the hero is just not going to be able to stand in the fight.
IG did end up getting about a 4,000 gold swing off of that fight, Tier 1 Tower and Roshan. Even closer to 5,000 when you include the Roshan as well. In a great position here. Chuan's got about enough money for a Solar Crest in a second if he wants to complete it. I'm not sure if that's going to be the item. The evasion help. The extra minus armor is not bad. The evasion helps definitely against the Luna, but
I think it's still a good item for Bounty. What else he needs? Like what else the team needs if you look onto that context?
I mean, possibly a mech, I guess. Oh no, they've got the mech on Undying.
No, okay. Undying has the mech, has the Glimmer Cape. So basically, everything's covered. They have mech, they have Glimmer Cape. They don't really need a pipe. I mean, they can build a pipe.
Go for the late game Lotus Orb for this to protect the Storm. Or Lincoln's for him. Less so Lincoln's. I like Lotus Orb this game.
I think Lotus Orb is good this game, but again,
it's more
Solar
late
Crest
game.
Is just, Solar Crest is just an item that it's just so good for its cost.
Oh,
you know?
Smoke gets scattered out. 11 doesn't pop the dust right away. Pops it a bit late. Now he throws a rocket flare, and Chuan did not get caught by that. That's a smoke gank foiled. I think Ehome were worried about a potential Roche attempt, although Roche not up just yet. I mean, what are we talking about Roche attempt? 430's got the Aegis, so they actually don't want to fight. This is a bad time for Ehome to be looking for a fight when Storm has just finished an Orchid and has an Aegis in hand.
They're gonna get a pick off here. Shaker is dead. Shaker should be dead.
Or maybe Luna's dead. Luna has a BKB,
Shaker
but...
is dead. Shaker is dead.
No, they're going on CTY. CTY gets pulled in, maybe forced to BKB. Laguna Blade gets blocked by the BKB. They've got to go back and start right-clicking CTY. The track no longer applied. 430 gets brought down. Undying does manage to finish the Luna in the end. Now, here comes the PL. Cleanup crew has arrived. Winter's Curse on Rabbit will force 430 to hit him. They'll get the kill on the clock. Right, blink! Echo! Kaka gets a huge echo off the Bloodstone Heal. Will keep Chuan and Luo fairly healthy, as well as the PL, who's still fighting in the front lines. Rabbit going to go back in. He wants to fight CTY, and CTY without a BKB does not stand a chance. 3 dead. It's about to be more. Kaka has a blink escape available. Lamb will TP out, and both actually end up surviving. Looks like IG may have been able to find an extra kill or two, so it's a 3 for 2, and the Aegis gets taken out on the Storm, so not as bad as it could have been.
They buy back on one hero. They bought back on someone. Who is it?
On the Luna. Oh boy. Okay. Bad fight. Definitely bad fight. That was a dieback.
Man,
Dieback from CTY.
They saw the Shaker hiding in the trees. He was in creep vision, and they knew he didn't have TP. And they didn't kill him first. If they would have killed him first, I was like, huh? They're not killing the Earthshaker first. They actually went in there, and the PL TP'd to the creep right next to the Shaker, and he didn't choose to kill the Shaker first. He just went to his
and PL can actually solo kill the Shaker.
He didn't have TP. He was screwed.
Yeah. Just tunnel visioned on the Luna, it looks like. The plan is to make CTY tilt, and tilt he does. He dies back in that fight. Definitely a player who can sometimes struggle to remain composed, and we're seeing it a bit in this series.
That's why you need our TK to yell at him.
Yeah, well, he didn't make those kind of plays. During TI5, it was not the CTY throws. It was not the 10-minute CTY where he plays great for 10 minutes and then does all kinds of weird, questionable stuff the rest of the game. He was playing fantastic throughout Ehome's games, but these games here without ROTK, he has been a bit shakier.
This game is just mostly, I think, if you talk about the Luna, this game is mostly his choice of items, which comes to, you know, a lot of scrutiny. It's just the fact that it didn't pay off, you know. It's easy to say that, oh, he didn't go for early BKB, but what he thought was he could get away with it. And if you don't go for this build, you're going to fall behind the PL's farm. So he wanted to stay like on even terms with the PL, and he wanted to at least, you know, even if the push doesn't work,
it felt like he could get away with it. His team did a really good job of securing the Ancients constantly, dewarding the block. It was just a few times where he got caught out really deep. Like the time where he was near that T1 bottom tower completely alone. Lina hit the stun and he died. When he died to the gank at the top river, it felt like a few of his deaths were avoidable despite not having a BKB. So I feel like he could have gone for this build, but he needed to play a little bit more cautiously.
Yeah, but then again, at the same time, you know, those type of plays that he went for could have been possible if he had a BKB. You know, he could have just BKB to TP out.
Oh, CTY. I have to interrupt you there. They've gone in. They're gonna force out a cold embrace. He's tracked up still. They do see him even inside the Glimmer Cleave. Oh!
Didn't have enough time.
Ooh. Just got the BKB off. It's still a BKB.
That was a level 1 Laguna. Okay.
Yeah, it was. Well, okay. Wasn't going to get a kill anyways, I guess, at that point. It's a BKB forced out regardless. Rabbit's back top saying, okay, we didn't get the kill. Let's just fall back, get our next item or two, and go from there. And I talked about Lotus Orb. It's not going to be bounty picking it up. Undying, actually quite close to finishing one. Very handy item this game against all the stuns and lockdown.
Very handy item against the DK and the Wyvern.
Yeah.
Not so useful against the other three. But definitely very handy. I mean, Luna is the Lucent Beam, right? But I guess that's about it. Wow, Rabbit gets caught by the Echo Slam here.
Ooh.
And the Dragon Knight.
Okay, big kill going that. That's a much needed kill for Ehome. They had not found much going their way in some time. I think the one thing with the Lotus Orb is it's very much like a repel in an item. As much as you can use it for the fancy echo plays, the more stable way of using it is to use it to dispel stuns. Oh, Storm goes in and he's going to get stunned up immediately. The Blink Totem is there. 430 as he overextended. You betcha, the cogs push and everything. That chain stun is on point this time, and IG throw away a PL, throw away a Storm Spirit. 2 big kills in a row go Ehome's way. Yikes.
Yeah, they were just trying to spread out the map too much though, and they didn't have... If you look at their vision, they don't even have any wards around.
I'm going to track kill bottom now. Wyvern just solo farming unnecessarily. Especially while the rest of the team are pushing. I think he was just kind of on the bottom lane already and decided he may as well push it out while he can. And the rest of his team will get a tier 2.
Didn't really expect that to happen. Because he knows that the bounty alone cannot kill him. And there are like 2 heroes down on the IG side, so he was like kind of expecting everyone to be like very safe on the IG, like to be hiding in the base. So he tried to push the lane up himself.
So a sizable setback for IG. It's about 3,000 gold the other way, but they're still ahead, and there's a Roshan who's just respawned with a DD rune sitting next to it. It's just calling IG over. Come and take me, says Roshan.
And it's not only that, you know, it's like the Bloodstone that went down.
Yes.
In this type of game, when the game gets longer, you don't want to have a storm with so many Bloodstone charges. So that kill was actually really big for them.
A storm with 20 Bloodstone charges is just, in some ways, unbeatable late game, but... While by no means will this storm be useless with 4 Bloodstone charges, it's a lot harder for him to maneuver and dominate the game.
It's more also because of the extra life you get, you know.
Yeah.
Killing him once is difficult. Killing him twice.
Then you throw in a buyback and you're looking at 3 lives potentially. You have an Aegis in there as well.
Yeah, that's why Storm is so scary late game, because of all those things, you know. Buyback. Storm buyback is like one of the best buybacks in the game you can have.
Remember the old days when there was no buyback cooldown in that game? I think it was
like
LGD with the Storm who used buyback like 4 or 5 times in a row in one defense. that was the game that led to buyback cooldown. When you see 430 go and initiate, he needs to be dealt with. It looks like we've got some perfect world. Like the tombstone's been laid down. Blink, Echo coming out from Earthshaker. No one dead just yet. PL getting very, very low. They will bring down the PL in the end. The BKB's doing wonders on the Ehome side. And Luna just cleaving through everything, including the tombstone, which goes down. 430 is next. He gets stunned up. The Cogs push as well, and that's a dead Storm, a dead PL. And PL actually bought back and TP'd in. Immediately looking to retreat. Where'd he go? He manages to dodge the fissure. The hook shot, though, he doesn't dodge. 11 gets him, pushes him back with the Cogs. No doppelganger for 2 seconds. Rabbit may go down again. He does! It's a dieback. It's not just CTY making the dieback plays. It's Rabbit who's been infected as well. And IG with Storm and PL dead are going to lose their tier 2 bottom tower and possibly more. Oh dear. To the high ground we go. And it looks like at least 1 lane of Rax is going down and possibly multiple.
They should not be able to defend this Rax. It's the question of whether they can defend the second Rax. I think they might not be able to defend a second set of Rax as well.
There's so much lockdown for Storm, who still does not have a BKB. The Storm can't really engage without putting himself in huge danger.
They're going back for Roshan.
Yeah. So they take the safe route. I'd be very surprised if 430 goes for any kind of a sneak here, but we'll see what happens. Right now, Chuan has scattered out a lot of these heroes. Gem not up on this Radiant side yet. No Gem right now. Courier coming out. No. No Gem there as well.
It's a Gem on the Earthshaker.
Okay, so he's just... Okay, he's coming in. He's just respawned, brought it out for the team, and we will see IG in the neighborhood, but not looking to contest this one bit at all.
If they have vision, maybe they will try to steal it, but they don't have any spells to give vision, so I don't think there's gonna be any good chance of them getting the Aegis.
Starting to feel like a potential game 3, but the fact that Ehome only take 1 lane of Rax, to me still puts IG in a position where they've got a decent shot at this game. We're not looking at like a long shot here. To me, it's like a 20-30% chance IG can still turn this. They've got the Storm PL late game. And they've got most of their core items they need once Storm finishes the BKB. But 2 Bloodstone charges. This is crippling for 430.
Yeah, he doesn't even have his BKB complete after such a good start, you know, in this game.
Yeah. Well, Ehome won that game 3. They want that easier route to get to Singapore. It does come through winning this series, through the winner bracket rather than that lower bracket route.
After those 2 kills, you know, remember the 2 pickups they gave up? They suddenly felt that they needed to do something to smoke and try to find a fight. The whole game they've been trying to avoid, and that was the moment that they tried to take a head-on fight, and they paid so expensive for that.
Everything turned in that. Yeah, the moment the PL got blink echoed, then Storm got caught out mid. Well, Storm didn't even get caught out. He went in tried to go for a kill, but kind of got baited in, so... Ehome, I imagine, will be looking... Well, they're not going to go straight for a 5-man push. They actually smoke up. I think they got spotted by this Dire Ward. Yeah, that Dire Ward very close to scouting out these heroes, and I believe with the pings coming out, it was revealed. And everyone on the IG side just going to look to huddle up and defend the high ground against the imminent Ehome push.
Yeah, they can't really afford to get caught up by the DK. Because their heroes don't allow them to actually save whoever who gets initiated on.
Oh,
They have no means of saving. Because
Luo's
there's a
so
gem now, so
very
Demon
close
Ship
to
is
the
not gonna
Lotus
save
Orb.
you.
I feel like you want to have the Lotus Orb for this high ground defense on the Storm. Potentially can turn around something like a Winter's Curse.
Quite
But
far away. He's quite far away though. He needs another 400.
you could sell something like, I guess, the energy
Nothing-
booster from the
nothing to
Arcane
sell.
boots. Split your boots. Sell the energy booster. Desperate times, you know. We're in a depression. At least on the IG side. They haven't got much farm to play around with. Well, they repel Ehome for now, or more Ehome decide to repel themselves as they just back off voluntarily. What items are they waiting for? It looks like a butterfly
they just-
slash an AC maybe?
AC. They just wanted to
Yeah.
wait for the next dragon form as well, because it already ran out. So AC plus dragon form.
Yep. And also the butterfly is just coming out for CTY, so that's a pretty useful item against the PL especially.
Their farm has been like started for the last 2 minutes. They haven't been getting too much farm, whereas Ehome have been farming the whole map. The Luna is now almost 2,000 gold ahead of the PL already.
It was definitely not the case. If you go back 10 minutes, right before that PL got ganked to the top lane, it was PL ahead of Luna by about 2 to 3k net worth, so the times are changing, and it's Ehome with some good fortune for now as they push on forward. AC on the route. It's on the courier coming out with a mech for Kaka. That's a very late mech pickup, but feels like they can end the game with this potentially. And just that little bit of extra armor burst can even help. Oh, Glyph used right away just with Luna poking to the high ground. And with that, I'm sure Ehome will be keen to make their mark known here on this mid lane.
I think he wants to get the Greaves though. I think Garden Greaves is still very good in this game.
Yeah.
It's going to allow him to take away the track if needed. And the aura is also very strong on the Dragon Knight.
Tower goes down, and IG on the high ground defense. They've dropped a tombstone already. Just looking to position it fairly far back, but Old Chicken just goes in, looks to right click it down. Storm balling forward a little bit. Clockwork gets a nice counter initiation with a hook shot, and this should secure the mid lane of Rax for Ehome. It's just focus down the Rax here and zone out the heroes as much as possible. The Glaive's just bouncing all over the place, and as a result, not much IG can do on their side to save the melee Rax. Easy takedown, and we'll see IG just sacrifice a melee Rax against the Aegis. It's just so hard for them to take a fight.
It's also because they don't have any answers to Firefly. So the Luna is actually very strong in the team fight.
Everyone's
They don't
strong.
even have the buyback on the Storm, you know. Like usually in this type of defenses, you have a buyback on the Storm. But this fight they didn't. So they were really hesitating whether they wanted to go in or not. They just wanted to at least, you know, if you try to hold the next Rax, at least the Aegis will be down, right? And you might have a buyback on your Storm Spirit if you are able to farm it out. So they're actually taking a much safer route, since right now they don't really have much choice. So if they were to take a fight just now and they lost the fight, the game would have been over. Now they give themselves one more chance.
It feels like the way back in for this game for IG is much more reliant on winning that one fight. So take the Aegis out of the equation. They can deal with another melee Rax down. They've got a PL, they've got a Storm Spirit, they've got those two heroes at least that can push out lanes pretty well. So it's going to test Ehome's high ground pushing capabilities, or it's going to force Ehome just to sit back, wait for another Aegis respawn, which could be the course of action if they decide they want to play things really safe and really slow. But AC and Butterfly, like you say, there's no counter to these items right now. There's no Ag Scepter on Super's Lena. PL is not looking at anything like an MKB anytime soon, so I feel like with the item advantage, they're not even going to wait for another Roshan.
Yeah, but right now Storm doesn't have buyback yet, so I think it's a very good timing for them to just go finish the game.
They don't know that, I guess, is the main thing, so they might be worried and concerned about a potential buyback.
Yeah, probably. They might be worried. So the safer play would always be to wait for the rush, but let's see what they want to do here. Do they feel confident? They have buyback on the Luna though, so maybe they just still want to wait for it. Not sure.
They seem to be looking like they want to wait for it. They're going around, CTY looking for some Ancients to farm. Not going to find that, but all in all, it doesn't seem like an Ehome team that is in a rush by any means. And they're not. Like, Luna still has room to grow, would love to pick up a Satanic. Right now, just 1600 HP. You really want a bit more than that. I mean, Laguna Blade, again, not really a threat right now because of how underfarmed Lina is, but the potential burst coming out from Stormballing in and a PL Lina follow-up is there, and that's where you want that Satanic for the HP and the insta-regen.
Yeah, it's gonna come at the same time with the Roche though. I'm not sure when the Roche is gonna spawn, but he needs another few, maybe 2-3 minutes to farm his Satanic. So
that's around when
he's
Roche
gonna
is.
he's gonna get the Satanic plus the Aegis. So everything is gonna fall into place. They just need to wait another few minutes.
And to me, IG did not want to fight into the Aegis at all. This time will be Aegis and Cheese and Ehome with the next level vibes. I almost feel like IG have to try and contest the next Roshan, or at least go for like a Aegis snipe with Storm. But I mean, it's so high risk, but I don't see them defending Aegis Cheese.
I think it's a good point as well, because if they sit in their base, they have to rely on buyback on Storm. And even if you have the buyback, Ehome forces the buyback. If you need to buyback, you're going to slowly lose the game anyway. So if you try and make a surprise move that they don't expect, you might actually have a better chance of getting something done. Like you try to sneak on them with the Storm and try to steal the Aegis.
You can only like take that defensive approach for so long, like letting your mid melee racks go down. Like that was the one. Like, okay, you can still do this and be in the game, but if you keep making those decisions to like let Roshan go, let a Rax here or there go, eventually you are going to lose the game. And IG have to decide the time to fight in. Whether that's Roshan or going to be the high ground or the top lane of Rax, we'll have to wait and see. But to me, it feels like Roshan is a better battle to take rather than the top lane. The problem is you have no map control. So if you push out your base or Smokers 5, Ehome just back off and then wait till you have to defend your lanes and then they go for Roche. So it's very hard to time that Roshan like contest against Ehome's team.
Yeah, because Ehome having the superior map control can always choose when they want to go for Roche, and obviously they can choose the best time.
Yeah.
When all the lanes are pushed and you have to go back and defend, and then they take the Roche.
Contesting Roshan against these kind of teamfight heroes as well. We've seen what the Earthshaker can do. You've got a Winter's Curse, you've got Eclipse, you've got Clockwork who's hit some great hook shots. He's been using the Cogs pushback as well for that extra bit of disable. And now has a Shiver's Guard coming out. So this is, I mean, it's a very scary proposition and probably a losing proposition to contest Roshan, but defending your top lane of Rax to me is the exact same thing. It's a losing proposition against an Aegis and Cheese.
I can only see them winning that fight with, like, I don't know, 3 buybacks or 4, or maybe even the whole team having
PL's
buybacks.
gone for a BKB, so he's not going to have a buyback anytime. Well, maybe, I mean, could potentially soon. 1,200 gold short, but he's got to farm it. I think the one way they win the fight is with a Lotus Orb onto a Winter's Curse.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is actually a good possibility. If they can actually get it off.
I think the Lotus Orb is the one thing that can win them a team fight, maybe. As well as buybacks. But, oh, they smoke up right after clearing out the creep wave. I think they realize it's Roshan o'clock, and on the high ground, Clockwork, he pops one. Undying gets revealed from smoke. They're going to run right into Clockwork himself. That's not the hero they particularly want to go on. Stormwind ball to the high ground. BKBs finds Luna, but Luna BKBs as well. 11 being kept alive by the Cold Embrace. The Winter's Curse also available. They're not going to use it just yet. Lamb's just holding on to it. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity, but there's no opportunity because you don't need it. PL is dead. Next in line's the Stormspirit, who manages to barely ball away. Old Chicken blinks after him, finds Luo instead, and 430 says, get me out of here. Lucent Beam. Not going to cancel the TP. It's GG. IG going to be taken to a Game 3. It's Ehome in Game 2 who come out ahead. The decider. We'll see who's going through to the Grand Finals and who's going to drop down to the lower bracket.
And these 2 games have been really back and forth. The team that actually won the early game didn't really win the game. The first game, Ehome actually won the early game so convincingly, but they still lost it. They lost the game eventually. And this game, IG won the early game so much, and then they lose during the mid game.
Alright, well, that does it for Game 2, guys. We're going to quickly go to a break because Game 3 is going to be quickly coming your way. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Beyond the Summit. I'm Gods. Joining me is Winter, and Game 3 Decider is coming up after a quick break.
Hey, do you remember me? I'm the girl whose heart you stole. I don't want it back, please. You can keep it. My mind's made up on who I want holding it. You're a little too close, or too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, or just afraid that you'll walk away. Just a glance is all it took for me to fall, but you don't even know that you were looking at me. And when you smile, smile with your eyes. Eyes that pass right over me, like I'm as out of place as I feel to be. You're a little too close, or too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, or just afraid that you'll walk away. You're across the room from me, but it's an ocean wide, and the current's pulling us, dragging me aside. Or you're a constellation, and I'm just a star, blinking in the universe, but you'll never notice me at all. When you're gone, I don't know what to say. When you're with me, I can't say anything anyway, so just believe me. Even if the words don't come out, they're here inside my head, stuck inside my mouth.
lives. 'Cause we got wasted all the time. And we chased it. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up to care. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up so bad. Cause we got wasted all the time. And we chased it all lives. 'Cause we got wasted all the time. And we chased it. We've been running for days without no sleep, just to find other faces in the street. We've been running for days without no sleep, just to find what it is. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up to care. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up so bad. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up to care. Been trying to work out what we did just the other day. Don't give it up so bad. People at the doorstep, wires on the ground, cats staring at the window, taking over the town, hovering like vultures with frantic wings, can't shake the feeling that someone's watching.
Sideline of Tong. Lakewood's doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Burning. Almost with a double kill. Dropping fast. Final points there. He's still alive. Wait, Oshek is late. He's got one side. He's got a second. He's taking it up. They're all died on three. They're all dead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Game 3 decider now. Ehome going up against Invictus Gaming. This one match decide who will be our first team in the grand finals of the China qualifier for the Nanyang Championships. Ehome taking game 1, IG taking game 2. Draft flying away. Winter, how's it going?
Dude, I have something interesting to share to you. So IG won the coin toss.
Okay.
They chose Radiant.
Wow. They wanted Shadow Fiend for 430, I'm guessing.
Or maybe they want to run a Whis as well. Because Whis is always better, like on the Radiant side, because you can actually do the stacks. I mean, it's kind of similar in the Dire side, but maybe a little bit stronger.
Well,
on the
so
radio.
far, this is the exact Game 1 draft we saw, with the opening picks at least. The bands, I think, similar / the same as well.
No, didn't they have gyro in the first game? Or maybe not.
No.
Was it?
Oh,
Oh yeah, it was Slug. The gyro was another
yeah,
game.
it was Slug. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this like, the bands are even the same. Maybe Lena was not banned. That's the one here I'm not sure of. But Ehome mixed things up. Second pick will be a Winter Wyvern this time around. And the immediate ban on Luo's Brood, so...
The Spirit Breaker is also another thing that, it's the flavor of this series. Every game the Spirit Breaker is banned in the first phase.
It's always the team who is first pick as well. They're worried about like a Spirit Breaker +1 from the other team coming out, but... Curious to know. I mean, the same way like Brood banned every game. I guess not in the first stage by any means, but... Not like a Spirit Breaker, by no means a hero you'd expect to see banned out consistently as a first stage ban.
Yeah, I wonder if Ehome would also remove the Wisp this time around. I don't think there's any other hero they need to remove specifically. But Darkseer could be good for both sides. I think if Ehome wants to run Darkseer, why don't you can put the Tusk as a support? Tusk plus Darkseer in the same lane could also be something that is really strong together. Iron Shell, Snowball, let's go.
They were running a
And
lot of
Darkseer.
the Darkseer with Winter Wyvern yesterday, so...
Yeah, Darkseer with Earthshaker is also good. So I could see both of the teams snagging Darkseer in the next pick if it's not banned.
Yeah. Well, it's Invictus Gaming who have first choice in the next stage, but if you ban Darkseer, then Io's available, so they're kind of limited. They actually take out the Queen of Pain, something that IG did run with this Shadow Fiend Earthshaker back in Game 1. Luo had a really rough laning stage, had a terrible start, but it was, to me, like he just played it badly. If you give it to him again, he may just beat the Tusk this time in lane. That's if they do the Queen of Pain versus Tusk 1v1, which is also maybe unlikely in itself.
Yeah, but right now, there's a lot of, I think, time still for them to think whether they want to move into the Darkseer. Because I feel like the Darkseer could be something that if IG doesn't go for right now, Ehome would have a chance to actually pick the Darkseer. And Darkseer, Tusk plus Wyvern is 3 heroes that have absolutely great synergy among another.
Right,
And it's going to be very difficult for them to go into team fight against those 3 heroes. So it could actually set up for a very disastrous team fight if they don't want to go for it.
Well, they're going to leave the Darkseer available for Ehome. They take Dazzle for themselves. A lot of armor negation flying around on the IG side with both Weave and the Shadow Fiend with his presence of the Dark Lord. So we'll see what Ehome look to do in retaliation. Winter Wyvern, a good hero against the physical damage already, but from the IG side, you can throw razors. And there we go. Darkseer, you've called it. Winter comes out. Ehome will not be running the
And
offlane
it's so
Tusk, I
scary,
imagine.
but why would they rather fight this? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Unless they have a plan, they pick PL here.
They may have just been tunnel visioning because of Game 1 and how well 11 did on Tusk. They're like, oh, they're going to run an offlane Tusk again. Like, what are we going to do to deal with it? But
I understand that. I understand the point you're bringing, but then again, you have to
it's
think
a bad
about
line
it
of thought. Yeah, it's not the way you should be thinking.
On the bigger context, what type of lineup you're giving away. It's not only just, oh, I want to put this guy on the Tusk. You have to realize it's also about the lineup that you want to get, What type of lineup you want to get and you want to use against the opponent. But right now, I'm not sure though. I think you have to dodge team fights. It's how are you gonna fight into that?
It's anti-mage time. It's anti-mage is good against
Anti-mage of
Darkseer.
PL.
This is a good
Anti-mage
anti-mage
of
game. I think
PL is also decent because of how Dazzle plus PL together in a lane.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong at killing the Darkseer. But like you
there's
mentioned,
the
I think
Ember's still there, so I
so
feel like it's risky. It can be countered so well in the mid to late game.
Yeah, then if you pick PL, they have Darkseer plus Ember, so it's like
Oh man.
perfect for them.
I feel like PL doesn't work anywhere near as well as an AM here, but we'll see what IG have in
true,
mind. They may not
It's
go that
much
route at
better-
all.
It's much better in the lane, in the sense with the Dazzle, it works much
Yep.
better, but later on, maybe not.
We'll see where IG head. Earthshaker kind of flexible in that it could be the Luo hero for the offlane or a support. Although Luo hasn't played much Shaker. He's not really one of the heroes that he normally goes for. With that said, some of his more common other heroes are banned out. Kunkka comes out. This has been picked here and there in the Chinese scene, and mostly as a support, but
I actually see this hero a lot in I've been watching a lot of Chinese streams.
Yeah.
Those leagues, they have like all those leagues, they've been picking this hero a lot.
As a support as well, or
Yeah, it's mostly played as a support. It's a lineup that allows them to have a lot of team fight right now. I was like talking about how strong Ehome is, but right now you have the boat plus the Requiem, so it actually might be enough to allow them to go into that team fight.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see something a bit different coming
The
out from both
Juggernaut-
these teams.
The Juggernaut is like, I think they wanted to have a carry that's not so susceptible to the X mark gank, because the way they play the Kunkka support is they get the mark at a very high level as soon as possible, so it would allow them to actually catch the carry if you don't have an early BKB or if you don't have anything to survive against that. So picking the Juggernaut into this situation would allow them to actually not worry about that, because for example, if you go for the Ember plus Darkseer combo here, the X mark can actually catch the Ember and ruin the Ember's day. Whereas against the Juggernaut, the Kunkka cannot actually do anything against the Juggernaut. So it's a good pick in general from what I see here, and it still works with the Iron Shell.
Well, last pick's coming out soon. We'll see what Ehome look to get for their mid lane, since it's still unclear what Old Chicken will be playing. One of his more commonly played heroes, the TA, gets banned out.
Yeah,
Had a
they
great
want to ban a safe. They want to ban a safe laner though here.
Oh yeah, for Ehome, absolutely. You're
could
maybe
be
less
good?
scared of the anti-mage now that you've got the Jug on your side, but
Probably not. I don't think they would go for, because if they go for anti-mage, they have so many melee heroes. They have,
yeah.
What, Conquer plus anti-mage? I don't know.
At the
It
same
doesn't
time,
feel
there's which like good ranged heroes are available for the safe lane?
Oh.
Would you say?
Is it time for some Invoker?
Well, Luo used to
I
play
know.
that in the safe lane. Okay,
Yeah,
Luna. There we go.
X Mark plus I like combo with Kunkka support. It's like you have a core that can actually help you globally. So you can actually get kills left and right. I don't know. It's just a random thought I had.
So we'll see where IG go. It looks like it will be the offlane Earthshaker. Storm Spirit, actually, that makes sense. That's a good last pick, although just something we weren't expecting because they already had 430s hero for the mid lane. So safe lane Storm, going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, they need a lot of disable. Maybe Lion could work here for them, because right now, actually maybe not. They have two supports already. What am I saying? Because I forgot the Tusk is a call.
They're
So
looking for
actually
their
looking
mid.
for mid.
Dragon Knight
So
again,
this-
even? Or is...
Dragon Knight sounds good with Darkseer. Usually we see this a lot in maybe a few patches ago. Teams like to Death Ball, Darkseer plus Dragon Knight. They keep pushing, and they certainly need either Dragon Knight or maybe a Puck, something they can lock down and get the kill for them. Dragon Knight will provide them with a secondary hero that can actually carry have physical damage.
Yeah,
Puck is like all spell damage.
something they're definitely lacking. I mean, this is a support Tusk. You're not looking at any real kill potential, like physical damage coming out of Tusk at any stage, most likely. So
I'm not sure if they might actually still go for the Ember though. Sometimes the teams like to go for a dual core strategy, but if you go for Puck or DK, a DK doesn't really feel as strong as well. I'm not sure, but their lineup definitely needs a disable against the Storm right now, and I could think of Puck and Dragon Knight that could deal with the Storm. The rest of the heroes are just very average against Storm. If you talk about what else do they have to go for middle, okay, so it's just the same hero, Dragon Knight.
okay, well, we're on point with the draft for the most part, as we'll see a similar-ish draft coming out of Ehome. At least a bit of game 1, a bit of game 2. They have the DK mid, as with the Wyvern from game 2, and they're going to bring back the Tusk, which they had in game 1, although I don't imagine it'll be 11 playing it again, as he normally does play the Darkseer, and that's likely to be the offlane.
I think Kaka will play the Tusk because he's a very good Tusk player.
Yeah. Something they
And-
have done with the Darkseer is also just straight up jungle it from level 1. Yesterday they had like a
I
couple
don't think
games
they
with
need
that.
to. I don't think they need to, because if you look at what are the lanes of IG, they have a Conquer support, which is greedy, doesn't do so much, needs levels. And Desert plus Storm isn't really a lane that is like super hard to deal with the. I think Tusk and Darkseer can actually win against the Desert plus Storm.
You
If
do
you
need to
get-
look at who's playing the Kunkka, by the way. It's Luo.
Oh, so it's support. Okay, it doesn't really matter too much. I think it's still the same, because now the Kunkka is the support, the Earthshaker. The Kunkka is the offlane, the Earthshaker is the support. So Earthshaker support definitely does more than the Kunkka, but I still think the idea of running these two heroes as an offlane is around the same. Like it doesn't change too much of what you have to do in the game. It's just about whether the Tusk and the Darkseer right now can actually win the lane. I think the moment they reach level 2, they're gonna be just looking for
Super.
opportunities to
He's going to scout this one out, and the 5-man rotation bottom. IG are clued in, looking to protect their pool camp, although they won't be able to do so against this 5-man rotation, which is where Ehome looking to get aggressive early on. Old Chicken checking every nook and cranny here to see if the Dazzle was maybe being a bit greedy with his positioning.
They are actually anticipating this like type of aggressive lane. That's why the Dazzle TP'd down to make sure that he's able to scout the ward. But I don't think he actually saw the ward place. I'm not sure. I think
Doesn't
he didn't.
look like it. They get a
I don't
full
think he
sweep
did.
through.
Yeah, because they sweep through and he was hiding in the tree, so
Yeah.
I think he didn't actually see the positioning of the ward. But they did anticipate them playing aggressive, so he TP'd down to actually make sure that he was able to spot out the rotation.
Yep.
So right now, let's see who gets the rune. And
Oh,
Ehome
this-
definitely have the numbers.
Oh yeah, 430 needs to back the hell off, although the torrent does land. The
Oh,
Fissure
the
going to block him
Fissure.
as well. Great play there, and 430,
Bottom rune?
he decides against it. The Arctic Burn also clips him. He needs to be careful. He backs off. Oh no, he did get the rune. What am I talking about? I had my game sounds. That's what I'm missing here.
Who's taking the bottom rune? No one's taking the bottom rune.
Oh, someone is. Super is like, sweet, I've got myself a bounty rune. It's Christmas come early. When does a Dazzle ever get this kind of money? I've got
Wait,
game
they
sounds
actually-
now.
Oh, you were right. They
Jackpot.
were actually going to jungle the Darkseer. I didn't see starting items.
Yeah, he's done this a little bit. And it's not like the Tusk goes off lane right away. He kind of roams a bit. They just completely abandon this off lane.
I totally did not expect this at all. So they are playing this very greedy.
Yep.
Obviously, playing this way allows them to get more on the economy, but it doesn't really shut down the storm. So I do believe we have not introduced the players.
All right, well, we can get started with IG. We'll have Luo in the off lane playing Kunkka. Chuan on the Earthshaker, hovering around the mid lane doing some stacks. 430 on Shadow Fiend in the mid lane. It's going to be Super on Dazzle and Rabbit playing the Storm Spirit. What's happening on the Dire side, Winter?
We have Kaka, the support player, playing the Tusk off lane this time, and we have a jungling Darkseer played by 11. In the mid lane, we have Old Chicken once more, reprising his role on the Dragonite. Then we have Lamb on the Wyvern again. And lastly, we have CTY on the Juggernaut carry.
Yep. So this offlane going to be very rough for Luo. He didn't get the Fissure block assist, which is something like you're running a Kunkka offlane, he's got no way to guarantee creep experience, which is where...
It's not really their fault, right? Because they fought at the river. So
Yeah, he didn't have time to
Not much-
actually go
not
get the
much
block
choice
off.
there.
For now, he's going to prioritize helping out the mid lane, which is stacking and also just being nearby for a potential Fissure into Raze combo, which could be something that Old Chicken has to be wary of. He's going to be looking to stay healthy so that he doesn't die to a double Raze plus Fissure.
This is interesting. So the Darkseer opted to go for early
Yeah.
bottle.
He did
And
this 2
they-
games yesterday, like
didn't
rush
catch
bottle
the
on the
game,
jungle
that's
Darkseer.
So he just wants to rotate. The idea is to get a bottle. If you get a good rune, you can rotate and gank. He didn't even have a stout shield though.
No, it was just a straight bottle rush with just the Tangos. I think it was
Yeah,
Tangos
I
as
think-
starting items.
I think the idea is to just get, because he has a TP right now, so I suspect his idea is to get level 3 or maybe 4, and then TP right away to bottom to kill the storm. Because then the Tusk would already have his level needed to actually get the kill, make the kill happen. So by doing this, it's very greedy, but in the sense that it also allows them to maybe get the kill on the storm. The only downside is the storm is going to get free farm this few away from like the first few minutes of the game. He's
I'm
going to
just-
get total.
I'm wondering if they, like, IG saw this game yesterday where 11 did something very similar. He hits
Is it
level
the
4
same?
now.
Exactly the same.
It was almost identical. He jungled and then he TP bottom and then they got a kill in the off lane. I don't think it was a Tusk. I think it was like a Spirit Breaker instead, but it was a very similar concept. For now,
So
though, Tusk is
he's
not in
not-
fighting shape. He almost went down there. I think he's gonna suicide, pick a TP up, and then be ready to go back towards bottom lane. Yeah,
Okay,
Dax is
so they're
TP
gonna
bottom.
wait. They're gonna wait for the Tusk to come back, then they get the kill. Interesting.
Likely looking at a
Next
first
month,
blood. Oh, mid lane, they've hit the torrent. Double raise. Oh, needs to hit the long one. 430 will pay for this with his life, though.
I wonder why he didn't actually raise there. It actually cost him his life because he didn't raise right away. The Dragonite was able to dragon the brief fire.
Snowball in
before he
bottom.
died.
They've gone in on Rabbit. The Ice Shards available. Need to just throw it. Get the block. You want the Iron Shell damage. Dazzle nearby has a Grave available. Rabbit will at least hold his ground and fight. Can maybe go for another Remnant or 2. He may survive this one. He's got a Salvin. They're going to turn it around. Dazzle was in position, ready to make the cannon play, and that's an important save onto Rabbit.
They
Storm
wasted
Spirit.
so much regeneration as well. They are both very low on HP and mana now.
And 4-minute rune going to be snagged by Chuan, so Darkseer doesn't
That is
get the
big.
bottle refill.
That is actually really big. It's rare that you actually say a support getting a bounty rune is big, but this is actually having huge implications towards the lane because the bottle
Radiant's
hasn't been
middle
refilled
tower
on the
is under
Darkseer.
attack.
So that's actually a huge problem for them.
Well, puts this game in a pretty good
Bottle
position
throw.
for IG. Yeah.
Off lane bounty hunter, off lane Darkseer bottle crowing.
I guess Dragon Knight's doing well enough on his own. The Fission not going to hit Old Chicken, but the X-Torrent should in 430. Looking like he might get a kill here. The Dragon Tail going to slow him down a little bit. The raise finally comes out. Old Chicken wands up. Doesn't have a breathe fire.
He tries to kill the courier.
What else are you going to do there, I guess? Maybe you hit 430 once or twice, but 430, he's got a full bottle. He'll be just fine here. Good pressure from Ehome in the top lane, though, knowing that there's 3 heroes committed to that mid. They can look to make some plays happen, and it's been some good rotation from Lewis Kunkka with that X-Torrent combo, setting up these kills.
Dire's middle tower is under
Doesn't it feel like an Earthshaker off lane? You keep roaming towards middle to kill, even though they have Earthshaker as well.
It's kind of like you said when the Kunkka went offlane and Earthshaker was roaming, you're just like, oh, it's pretty much the same thing. What's the
Yeah, it's
difference?
weird.
Maybe Lua's more comfortable on Kunkka, basically, compared to Earthshaker.
Maybe it's much, Kunkka works much better with more levels
Yeah.
than
That's
Earthshaker.
true. The boat early on can be maybe more high impact compared to the early Echo
Yeah,
Slime.
Earthshaker, you just need to basically drop a fissure, and your job is you're done for the day, you're off.
Yep.
You can go back and rest.
Well, the T1 tower did end up going down. CTY picks up the last hit, and he's our top farmer right now.
Huh.
Especially with that
Pretty sure
T1
they-
tower gold.
They might have been able to get that kill though. Oh my, not now, but just
Well,
now. When Kaka actually found the Earthshaker alone.
Yeah, Kaka's alone, actually. 4 heroes are swarming in on him. Snowball forward, gets an ice shards off Kaka. Surge will not escape, and
Oh
Swarm
my god.
uses
Close.
some extra mana.
I thank you.
Okay. This
This
Tusk
lane is not
Darkseer has
not
failed.
going well.
Yeah.
Not going well. They played greedy, then it resulted in them not actually getting the work done. Maybe if they started, I felt if they started together on the lane, they would have been able to pressure the storm, you know.
I see a lot of confusion in the chat, guys. It is 1 game apiece. This is game 3, despite the incorrect score at the top bar. It is something that is bugged out. Mid lane, we'll see Old Chicken looking kind of for a kill on Lure. Gets him low. The double damage rune helping out there, but not enough to get a kill. And for Ehome,
the
it's
shots-
split pressure.
The shots wasn't able to trap the
Ah.
Kunkka there.
Unfortunate. And yeah, CTY pressuring the top tier 2 tower. Even with not a single point in Blade Fury, feeling somewhat safe up here. I guess if you're IG, you're like, oh, let's not gank him because he'll just Blade Fury away from the X-Torrent, but he actually doesn't have the Blade Fury. The mind games, perhaps, at work.
Huh? What?
What?
Really? Oh, he actually really didn't skill it? I
Yeah.
thought you were joking.
It's mind games, Winter. You don't try gank him because you think he has Blade Fury and he'll just Blade Fury TP, but he doesn't actually. He's holding out.
But it's just 1 point in stats, you know. It's not like a huge difference because you only need 1 point in the scheme. It's not like you're getting 4.
No, he's actually
Damn.
holding on to a skill point, I believe.
But he did? He does?
Yeah, he's only got
One.
2 points in stats, and then he's holding on to a
Eight.
lot of skill points, I think,
I,
because he's got +4 intel.
so
Wait.
he has 2 stats, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he has what?
2
extra
stats.
points?
He's got 2 unused skill points, I believe.
2 extra skill points. Interesting.
Guess
Because
he's
to
holding
me,
out.
to me, it's like you always get just 1 point, then you just whatever, get all stats or healing ward.
Yeah. I'm very confused by this, but just CTY
You-
things, I guess.
You usually see it on heroes like Tinker, or you see it on heroes like Windrunner. You're saving points better. You want a Shackle, you want an ulti, or you want more points in Windrun.
Yeah.
I mean, those heroes I kind of understand, but Juggernaut,
Jug-
this is the first time I've seen.
It's not a hero where it's not like you're saving skill points and you'll suddenly use it when you know what spell is going to be. Like, you've only got really the one spell, the Blade Fury. I guess Healing Ward as well, but it's not really a hero where saving skill points matters as much.
Yeah, but we'll see. It doesn't really. I mean, it's not like a huge deal. It's just interesting. That's why we're talking about
Bit
it.
of more points in the
'Cause
crit.
you- I think Envy likes to go max crit. I
Yeah.
see him being one of the only few players that actually chooses to max crit a lot. So he does indeed go for. He goes for one more point in stats and one more point in
Alright.
victory.
We can rest easy.
Mystery
He's used his skill points. Yeah. All skill points are accounted for. And he's going to be going for a Treads Aquila. Probably picks up a Mask of Madness after he can afford it. But for now, he will smoke up with his team, looking for that first Omni/opening. As also Dragonite has an Invis rune. Oh, they're going to run into each other here.
Another point. He goes for another point in stats. Just so you know.
I'm glad you're keeping tabs of this. IG have the high ground advantages. Old Chicken will run in with an Invis. Omni/, doesn't get cast. He gets fissured. Both there as well. He's going to go for the Blade Fury. TP. Not going to... Okay, TP's out. Ferrari 430. Winds up. Unleashes. Gets the Dragonite to start things off. They're going to catch out Kaka as well. The X onto 11. He gets pulled back in. Can they bring him down? They need one more right click. They'll get it with a fissure. Oh, it's 3 dead. It's about to become 4. Lan M. He gets off the Cold Embrace. It's not going to matter. The Rays will finish him. IG's 430 with a double kill. Just positioning the high ground advantage that IG had there. And they had the numbers advantage as well. CTY made probably the smartest decision, which was just Blade Fury TP the hell out.
I think it was correct. It was correct for him to get out there. If he uses his Omni, he would have probably gotten 1 kill. And then he dies.
Yeah. The rest of his team needed to make that instant decision to just ditch as well. The Dragonite as well as, what was it, the Tusk, I think, who was smoked with them, just needed to... Yeah. They were going to lose 2 regardless, but they didn't need to lose 4.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, IG going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the Conquer was there with the boat as well. So team fight wise, IG was so much stronger on the high ground there. I mean, I think Ehome can actually take a team fight when they have 6 on the Violent and
even Tusk.
When they have all their heroes, they need all their heroes to be grouped up ready, you know, with the Iron Shell and the Vacuum into the curse. They need those things to happen before they can actually take a direct fight.
They're missing 3 of their big ultis now, even though the wall has not been leveled up yet by the Darkseer, so...
Yeah,
no Walrus
I think
Punch,
this,
no wall.
This lineup actually needs Darkseer to have the wall to actually be able to do damage, because none of them actually, apart from Juggernaut Ultimate, none of the heroes are going to be able to deal massive damage. So they would have to rely on the wall to deal additional damage to allow them to finish off heroes.
TP coming mid, could see a fissure into an X here. It's 4 points in the X.
X.
Gets it with the high ground ward. Lan M gonna Cold Embrace himself and just try and delay the inevitable, although doesn't really delay all too much.
And that's the benefit of having a high level Conquer. Level 4 X mark at 7. Yeah. Just using the Conquer as the initiator. He totally did not expect that because you don't play against Conquer all the time.
So that's 1,000 initiation range for a Conquer is huge.
Yeah, it's like 1 screen away, like literally.
And it's a guaranteed ghost ship land. Like you lead with the X into an instant ghost ship, that's gonna the ghost ship lands every single time. So very hard to deal with. And a good answer to heroes like Darkseer, who think they can normally just surge away or look to use their mobility to escape.
Yeah, this Conquer pick has been proving to be very successful for them. Set up a lot of kills. But I still think that with the levels they get in the near future, when they get all the ultimates, I still think Ehome can actually win the team fight because the combo is really strong with the Vacuum and the Curse and the Snowball, whatnot to follow up. It's a very strong combo.
I think that's why IG are looking for these kills now while they can, because they know once Wyvern hits 6, they're in trouble, which happens now at mid lane. Oh, this is a risky Roche. They have double damage, but... Okay, they're actually going for this. They don't have the best lineup for this. They're not. No one can really tank it easily. They've got a mech, I guess.
1 point in ball now. Darkseer has 1 point in
ball.
Oh,
430? Insta TPs.
Oh, he got stuck by the shards?
Yeah, the shards pushed him onto the high ground. Give him a little bump. I just don't see that Roshan working when they've got nothing to tank it with and not enough. No minus armor yet. They haven't got the presence of the Dark Lord. All they had was a double damage room, but 430 had to tank Roshan, so that was not really going to work when your main damage dealer is also the one tanking Roche, and he's not that tanky. No medallion on Dazzle as well, so they were very ambitious from IG, but I think they quickly pick up on the fact they couldn't kill it off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just that you have a DD outside the Roche pit, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes you just get that little sparkle in your eyes and you feel like it's meant to be.
Can we actually do this? You talk about it. Can we actually do this? You run into the pit, you try hitting the Roche like a few times. Okay, we're not doing this, then you run out.
Well, that's the thing. Even if Ehome didn't come and contest it, it wasn't going to be an easy Roshan by any means. But what's a lot easier for IG is pushing out these lanes and maybe looking for another smoke gank play, I feel. Their team fight, it can be matched by Ehome's now, because Ehome have got all of their ultimates. The Winter's Curse, the Wall of Replica, the Walrus Punch even available.
Ehome probably needs one more level on the Darkseer. Then you have 4 points in the pool, the vacuum.
Yep.
Then you're good to go.
Well, he's just about to get that as well. He's approaching level 10. They maybe want CTY's level 11 as well. That Omni Slash gets a big buff when it goes to the level 2 Omni Slash. And for now, IG are 5-manning. They're grouped up at bottom.
If they want to fight now, like you mentioned, the bottom lane, they can't really wait for the 11 on CTY.
Well, they're kind of in position. They've got 2 heroes at the tier 2, so they can TP one to the tier 2 and TP the others to the tier 1.
Dragon Knight doesn't have a TP. They're not going to fight this.
That's they're going to look for the trade, the split push, yeah. The safer answer, but possible pick off on mid. Rabbit balls in. Sees old chicken here. He's got 1 charges he can play around with. May want to use them and look to stun up Rabbit. For now, more ball lightnings continue. There's the X Torrent with a boat. Down goes DK. Nice play from Storm and Kunkka. And CTY at top takes a big chunk of damage there against with the Mask of Madness on and a double raise. Well, Healing Ward heal himself up and be on his way back to the jungle.
This is also the thing with the Kunkka off lane. He can actually catch you from so far. The Dragon Knight was so close to his BKB, he didn't want to go back. But like you mentioned, the supports are just right now buying time with Splinter Blast and the Shards to stop the 5-man and just allowing their cores to actually just catch up and farm. They need so much items on their carries right now. The DK definitely needs his BKB to fight. Darkseer has his mech, basically. I think he actually has the recipe.
Yeah, on the courier. And looks like CTY just going to go straight into an SMY. Very standard. This is your old school 6.83 style Juggernaut, and it's, to me, it's still probably the main way the hero is played in competitive Dota from what I've seen over the last few weeks, so we'll see the standard Mask of Madness, SMY
Sometimes you
build.
go for Battle Free. If you're against PR, you go for Battle Free. But apart from that, I don't think you go Battle Free too much unless you can get away with it. Because Battle Free actually takes away a lot of potential that Juggernaut can fight early. When you go Battle Free, you're not so ready to fight.
Kaka in the sidelines here. Is he going to get caught out? They've killed the Winter Wyvern. Can they get the second? Oh, they don't get vision, it looks like. He had the Electric Vortex, but just the Winter Wyvern. And with Wyvern dead, 20 seconds, that could just be the bump they need to go for this tier 1 tower. I imagine with Winter's Curse not here, they'll get this tier 1 tower uncontested, and it looks like Ehome not going to make any sort of a defense for this. 430 getting beefier and beefier. He has enough money for an SMY of his own in just a second, and that's a scary thought if you're
becoming
a
like
Ehome
game
supporter.
1, yeah.
It's 10 kills to 1, I just realized. Yeah.
I mean, the game is becoming like game 1 in the sense that they are grouping up again and trying to take down towers, and once again, Ehome can't really do too much about it.
It's not a massive lead by any means, so we're only looking at 2,000 gold differential between the two teams in terms of net worth.
Yeah, they're farming very efficiently on Ehome, and their heroes are obviously much better at farming as well.
Making good use of the jungle, the ancients, and...
Yeah, as much as we talk about the Kunkka being good at catching, but you have to realize because the way they're playing the Kunkka like this, no Tidebringer, he's really weak at pushing out lanes and farming.
They saw the Storm TP top, so they immediately run into Roshan, but this is a risky move. The Radiant Ward saw them kind of head this direction, and they really want to use this Darkseer Wyvern combo, because a fight at or around the Roshan pit with a Vacuum Winter's Curse could be brutal for IG, but at the same time, you hit a good X Torrent and boat and Storm balls in to follow it up, then you're looking at a scary team fight coming out of IG as well.
Yeah, they have three, if you count the fissure, they have 3 very big spells that can work very
Teams
well
with the 5-man smoke gank, and especially
this is
IG.
looking good for Ehome. This is looking good for Ehome.
IG are worried about Roshan. Oh, Ehome get the high ground advantage here. IG need to head north. If they head, which way they're going to run? They're running north. They're safe for now. If they ran back to their jungle, they were just dead. But Ehome are still in a good position.
They know they're on the high ground now. They know they're on the high ground now because they can't find anyone.
Both teams flirting with danger. CTY runs in. He may get pulled here. Gets the Blade Fury off. Oh, that is so important for him. He now can Blade Fury back to his team. Both teams realize what's going on. There's an X to lead things up. Torrent boat could potentially follow. Nope.
Dire's
Ehome
bottom
get
tower
cold feet.
is under attack.
They do not want to fight into the vacuum wall Winter's Curse combo. They run straight back to mid lane. Very respectful of the Ehome team fight. And now they do get split up by a fissure here. They're going to ball in to follow this one up. Jug's been cut off. He's on the other side of the fissure. Same for the Dragon Knight. Boat gonna come through, catches out 211 as well as Kaka. They can't get off their spells. The wall's there, no vacuum. The Winter's Curse catches only the SF. CTY trying to bring him down. The Omni Slash is there. The vacuum comes a bit too late. 430 kept alive with a grave. He's got the mech as well if he wants to one, but he's been stunned up by the DK. The Shadow Wave's not enough to keep him alive, and SF goes down. He had 17 one charges and a mech and bottle. Didn't get a chance to use any of the regen. Very close for IG to keeping him alive, and it did cost them nothing on the Ehome side. They didn't actually lose Darkseer with that initiation. Oh boy.
It wasn't even a perfect combo, but it still showed you how strong Ehome's like team fight is. They got blocked off by the fissure, so essentially the Dragon Knight and the Juggernaut, they didn't get too much done, you know, at the start of the fight, apart from Juggernaut stunning the SF. So it was still quite impressive that they managed to win the fight.
And this is before the DK even has a BKB as well. Both teams still flirting around the Roshan pit. Such a crucial objective for both teams, and both teams with the team fight to contest it. That's the crazy thing. Whoever's inside the pit is in the worst position, so neither team really wants to fully commit to it if there's a chance they're going to get jumped.
Yeah, this is the type of situation where you wish you find them in the pit.
Yes.
Like no one wants to be found. No one wants to be the team that's getting caught out in the pit. So everyone is just trying to smoke, run around, and hopefully you find someone in a bad position. But right now, IG's gonna walk into the pit once more.
This Radiant Ward is getting so much intel. It has not been counter-warded. Mid lane, they see 11. Pull comes. Rabbit's committed a lot of mana to this one. 11. With the mech still available,
haste.
will survive. And
It's a haste.
oh, yeah, haste. Okay, that's... no, I was about to say, that surge was lasting an awful long time, considering it was level 2. I like this move from CTY, trying to force TPs back. He's pressuring this tier 2 tower, and IG know if they commit to defend this, they could potentially lose Roshan or get caught out elsewhere on the map. CTY not going to come back out just yet. Could just go for a Blade Fury TP, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Finishes the tower in the Blade Fury, TP's out, nothing to cancel that outside of the Ghost Ship, which you'd have to like preemptively cast, so... An easy escape for him, and he finishes an SMY of his own.
Yeah, they're still looking really good for Ehome, even though they are far behind in the kills counter, but the kills doesn't always tell you the story.
Golden
of the game.
XP is even. The graphs say we're looking at an even game, but Ehome have the scarier team fight. That...
Yeah, this is why I mentioned this combo is so strong. They're so far behind in kills at the start, but because they have a very good team fight, it allowed IG to keep they're always scared to go fight, so it allowed Ehome to actually farm the lanes and keep catching up. Obviously, their heroes are much better at farming as well, because IG decided to go for off lane conquer, which doesn't really farm very well. So at the end of the day, just by stalling, Ehome are able to outfarm IG overall.
And I feel like if IG didn't have this ward behind the Roshan pit, they would be even further behind right now. This ward has allowed them to prevent Ehome from getting Roshan, and IG have actually been able to maneuver because of this vision. Constantly they're scouting out Ehome. They may even see their smoke gank. They're grouped up as 4 down bottom. They're not gonna they're not gonna go for a smoke, but
I think right now they need to wait for middle lane. They're gonna catch the jug. Oh, that was
gets
close.
the Blade Fury off the TP to follow. CTY again, he's been on point on this Juggernaut. He's had some shaky games here or there, but
that was a nice idea. They wanted to fissure to allow the torrent to actually... I'm not sure, I think it hit, but they just didn't have enough time for the Shaker to move up to Echo Slam there.
Well,
they need to wait for the Storm to have Orchid, you know. Then when they have the Orchid, they have a combo breaker, because the Storm can jump in, pull one guy, and then maybe Orchid the Darkseer or Orchid the Wyvern. Then they can win a team fight.
Darkseer's going to have Greaves. He can buy the Greaves now if he wants to. I imagine he wants the Blink Dagger first, but Greaves is going to be on the menu.
First. If he sees the Orchid, then he's going to want to have Greaves.
Storm on the high ground above the Roshan pit. Actually would have seen the DK inside, and Ehome smoke and then go into the Roshan pit, but the Remnants Oh, this could be a risky play. Here comes IG. They have caught Ehome in the pit, but not everyone's inside the pit. Kaka gets the snowball off to start things off. They want to go in on Luo. The boat has been cast. The vacuum wall is there. Where's the Winter's Curse? It doesn't come out quite right away, but the damage is being dealt. It's even being negated by the Coco's Rum. Luo gets his TP cancelled, trying to escape. He now gets scraped up very early here. DK in the front lines with the BKB trying to fight his way, chops down Luo. That's the first casualty of the fight. The chase is on. The Surge Dragon Knight will chase for all 30. His BKB's one off. The Iron Shell on the DK adding some extra damage. 430 just going to turn, fight, hope for... Dear God, he can just fight his way out of this one. The Storm Spirit's maybe going to be the last hope. They've killed off CTY. The Storm then goes for a second on the Wyvern. They lose the carry in the Shadow Fiend. And Rabbit, still alive, still fighting, has the backup of the Dazzle. Going to bring down the Dragon Knight, it looks like. One more Ball Lightning, one more overcharge hit. He may pay for this with his life. The Warrior's Punch from the low ground. The Iron Shell is there. Not enough damage, just barely. 3 for 3 so far. Both teams just down to their supporting cast. It's the two supports for IG up against a poor Darkseer who now buys his Blink Dagger. He's on the run, looking to hide, TP out. He'll farm some neutrals on his escape, and he gets out of there. 4 for 3 trade. Absolute bloody mess.
It's almost even, right? Even though because they
It is
they
kind
had
of even.
They had only 2 supports in the end, and Ehome had one of their cores alive, Darkseer. Even though, I mean, it's not a big deal. But you would rather have your Juggernaut or the Dragon Knight survive. But I think at the end of the day, it's much more like an even fight, even though they killed more heroes.
That's one of those fights I feel like we need to rewind and see what happened, because that
Storm got Bloodstone charges, but he died at the end, so it didn't really change too much.
Yeah.
And then if you look at what Juggernaut, I'm not sure that
what did the Jug
how much
go down
he
to? Because I was watching the main fight and Juggernaut seemed to die on the back lines. I think it was maybe just the SF damage after he Omni Slash, but...
And Mask of Madness as well, because he popped his Mask of Madness.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jug goes down in the fight.
The combo was like, I think they should have won the fight very cleanly when the Darkseer vacuumed. Remember at the start of the fight, we were like, oh my god, he vacuumed 3, but the curse, because the Wyvern was very far behind, he couldn't get his curse off. I think if he landed the curse there, the fight is like over right away, immediately over. There's no way they could fight into that after getting curse on 3 heroes.
Tier 1 bottom tower gets taken out by a creep wave, and that's going to give some more cash to Ehome to play around with. And
Storm has Orchid now,
Yeah.
gods, so that's going to be a huge part in the next fight. If he can silence the Wyvern or the Darkseer.
we'll see how long it's going to take 11 to farm up that Guardian Greaves, which is got to be a consideration now that the Orchid is online. Neither team yet to take, considering how much attention and action has happened around the Roshan pit. It's crazy we have not seen Roshan go down once this game.
So it's gonna be, they're gonna see the Orchid maybe soon if the Storm decides to get a kill, or they want to use a smoke to actually go for a kill.
The other item they
SF
have
is
now
very-
is the Blink on Earthshaker. I don't think they had that in the last fight.
No, they didn't. He
You
got the
would've-
blink after the fight,
Yeah.
so they're probably waiting for, they're waiting for BKB as well. Ferrari's gonna get his BKB in 200.
Damn, these IG supports, both with 0 deaths. I mean, Chuan has been incredibly high impact this game, 4-0 and 7. They have, I mean, in some ways you'd rather your supports die and save a carry in a fight like that, but it's not always possible to sacrifice yourself for the cause.
So they're gonna go now. Smoke. Do they have a smoke? They're waiting for a smoke, I guess.
On the courier, maybe?
Courier.
Yeah. And a BKB. So BKB smoke. They feel like this is the time to fight. They've still be worried about that combo coming out from Ehome. Not to mention there's a lot of damage to go through the BKB.
CTY has a lot of gold though. He hasn't spent it.
Yep. We'll see where he looks to head. Normally just see the Skadi next, but for now...
Scud is the usual pick after, because he needs to be tanky to survive all this damage.
Oh, IG on the logo. They don't want to go for Roshan. They don't want to get caught in there. DK from the high ground. He's invis. Could have gone on 430, but it's a risky proposition when you know there's a Dazzle behind as well as a Storm. You'd rather get the jump on someone else. And importantly, IG have a gem, so they're going to slowly look to gain map control, especially around this the Roshan pit. And you look at the Dire Vision now, it's non-existent. No wards up for the Dire side. They've got one on the Tusk, which he'll probably look to plant fairly soon. He may even look to just reward Roshan. Yeah, it could likely get dewarded right away, but they need whatever vision they can get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they need a lot of like more farm on the Juggernaut right now. Whatever they can squeeze out for him. I think the another item maybe he might actually be thinking about is like you rarely see Juggernauts go like a BKB because of the Blade Fury, but some games you actually need the Blade like to go BKB because there's too much disable. Like in a fight, right? Once he gets X mark or Fidget, he would want to pop his Blade Fury. So if he wants to right click after, he needs to have a BKB. So maybe he's also considering that he might want to get a BKB right now instead of getting a Skadi first.
For now, he's holding on to that money, and we'll find out soon enough. IG setting up bottom lane. Darks is there, but only using the Iron Shell and the creep to push this out. And IG pretty much revealed that they're all down here with 430 showing himself deep in the lane and just raising things out. So
yeah, he bought a BKB.
Okay, wants to be able to just fight and get the right-click damage off. He's also very close to level 16. I'm sure he'd love to have that before any potential Roche fight or teamfight engagement.
You know what? The funny thing is, you remember we were talking about this like 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago? Oh, they want to have level 11 on the Juggernaut before they go for a fight. And now we're talking about it has been so long since the last fought.
SF picks up like a few more items. Suddenly he's got 1800 HP with a mech. Like level 2 Omni Slash ain't cutting it anymore. Oh, here comes Old Chicken. He's on the high ground. 430. Yes, be careful. The one dire ward they've got up is giving some good information for now and cannot be dewarded. At least not easily. Ehome are protecting this ward for dear life. It's like, let's protect our observer wards from the gem.
It means more than your support life. Your pathetic support life. You have to guard the ward till you die.
One of the few.
On their defense, if IG runs up the ramp to kill the ward, it's a fantastic position for the Darkseer and Curse to actually happen.
Well, Jug back to the jungle / mid lane, looking to get that level 16 we were talking about. Also maybe even thinking this is a good time to potentially have a buyback, although if you have to buy back for a Roshan fight, chances are you may have already lost the fight and the potential Roshan by the time you get back. But with a BKB SMY, this is where having a buyback can be very valuable for cores like Jug.
And the thing is, like, both teams are playing on their cooldowns, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to reach a point where you're trading your life for some big cooldown, like Echo Slam, Winter's Curse, whatever. Then you buy back and you try to win the fight after because the spell is actually worth more than your life at that point. You just trade one life for the spell, the cooldown, and then you try to take a fight after.
Darkseer made the right call to get out of the trees because Storm came looking for him about 10 seconds after he blinked out of those trees right of the tier 2 bottom tower, and Rabbit looking to use this vision advantage that IG have. No?
You're fine? Okay.
I'm fine.
Great.
Oh, you made it sound like I said something like wrong. I was like, huh, what's going on? Oh, I guess it's just you lagging. There's the Guardian Grief. So Darkseer now has that ability to get out of the Storm Orchid. And both teams in a stalemate position here in the bottom lane. Neither team looking to engage. At the same time, IG want to make sure that Ehome stay here. They're going to continuously just raise out the wave, force Ehome to stick to this bottom tier 2 tower. They do fall back now into the Roshan, or near the Roshan pit, but this is a big risk. I think as soon as Ehome come, I don't think IG are committing to this Roshan. I'd be very surprised if they do, but we'll find out soon enough. Because here come the Ehome squad. They're all TPing in. They're ready to fight.
They can use the Sigil for vision.
Jug is mid with a double damage rune. He's split pushing. Or, no, he's TPing. There we go. That makes more sense. And there we go. As mentioned, IG not going to commit to the Roshan. Looking to force out those TPs. Jug is being much more efficient, though. He's catching up on farm. Like, he was farming the Radiant Ancients. He was farming mid lane, his own jungle. While IG are slightly more grouped up. Although, as soon as they back off from Roshan, they do spread and look to make sure they maintain some of that level of farm.
And now they realized there was a ward there, so they understood the IG movement. But so far, no one has ever killed the Rosh yet.
They immediately smoke after this. This is, I think, the last smoke for a while on the dive side.
Smoke into the Rosh? Are they going to smoke into the
There's
Rosh?
an illusion coming for them, though. Oh, if they go for this. They can kill it incredibly fast. They've got a Jug. Oh. The illusion's like, what's going on? Roshan, someone medallion Roshan, but I don't see anyone. They're going for it. They reveal themselves too. They saw the SF top. SF will TP, but it may be too late. Roshan falling fast, and IG are just too far away. The Warrior's Punch looking to delay this illusion coming in, deny that scouting information. CTY's committing to this. The Mask of Madness wore off. They're going in with Tron. Echo Slam is there. The Blade Fury gets used in time. It's Old Chicken in the front lines. Doesn't get the BKB off. You've got a BKB. It's the Cold Embrace preventing it. They lose Darkseer. Guardian Grief's not enough. Roshan's still low. CTY wants it. Storm balls in. Does not get the steal, though. Storm now on the high ground, looking to deal with Lanham. There's no Cold Embrace, and Lanham likely to go down. Omni Slash on through, doesn't bring Ferrari. 430 down, but he's got the Grave. It's been used too early. He goes down after the Grave. It's a disaster for your SF, but the rest of Ehome have mostly fallen. DK with no stun to cancel that TP or that TP. TP1, TP2. Rabbit the only one left behind, and he's got a DD rune, so he's in pretty good fighting shape. Still a good fight for Ehome. They get Roshan, they get Aegis, and they kill SF. It's a 3 for 2, but securing Roshan, it took them 34 minutes to Winter, but they finally did it.
Again, a very even fight. IG got like more kills, and they got Bloodstone charges on the Storm. Even though they lost the Aegis, but I think they're still quite happy with what happened in the fight. The outcome of the fight was still favorable for them.
This game has been neck and neck from minute
the Storm is
one.
going to get to a point where he's going to be very hard to deal with if he continues to get all these items. I think Lincoln's could actually be quite good this game. It's going to be blocking either the stun from the Dragon Knight or the Curse.
Yeah.
Both are very good spells to block.
Well,
So I think Lincoln's could be a good item to consider as a Storm this game. But
and with
obviously
how
he's
much of
gonna
a problem Storm is, it feels like DK almost needs to go back for a Blink Dagger at some point. To get that stun off, do you think? Or is he not going to consider it?
It's possible. Because right now they don't have anyone that can build a Hex apart from Darkseer, and Darkseer is not anywhere near it. So you don't have any means of locking down the Storm, which is going to be a huge problem. He is definitely going to be a problem the longer the game goes on.
430, he's being swarmed upon. They've got a lot of heroes here. He cannot BKB TP. The Walrus Punch is there. He's going to go for a BKB Requiem. The Ice Shards work against Ehome. And 430 will escape. Didn't quite reach him with the Snowball, and as a result, the Ice Shards were also off the mark. That could have been a big pick-off if they get 430 there. They just needed the Ice Shards block into a Walrus Punch, and it would have been a kill. They had the Omni Slash if they wanted to use it. That would have been a huge pick-off. They could have then forced an SF buyback with the
They can
Aegis
still
push.
push here because SF doesn't have ulti and BKB.
Yeah.
I don't think IG wants to fight here as well. Oh, they have a DD on Storm with Shiva.
They're going to go for CTY. They get the first stun and the second. Force out of Blade Fury. CTY can back off and heal up using that healing ward. And it was a defensive X used, it looks like, as Punker gets pulled back by his own X there. Storm's DD has one off. He's gone for a Shiva's Guard now, looking to be able to negate some of that damage output of the Juggernaut and the Omni Slash. Right now they're just sieging the tier 2, but IG are really nicely positioned. No real possibility to get more than maybe a 2-hero vacuum at most. Kaka goes in onto 430. The BKB still on cooldown for 5 more seconds. He may need a Grave here on the front lines, but it's a great fissure from Chuan, followed up by a Blink Echo Slam. CTY, he's got the Aegis Blink! Vacuum! The wall combo's there, but it's not enough. They don't have the Winter's Curse. Wyvern's still holding on to it. He was Cold Embraced. He was jumped by Rabbit, and Rabbit looking to finish him off. Needs one last ball. Right click, he gets it! No Winter's Curse, and with that, a lot of Ehome's teamfight has disappeared. Old Chicken going to go down as well. These fissures from Chuan constantly plaguing the Ehome squad, and they lose 3, get nothing in return. The game plan for IG is just so solid. Go on the front lines, and Rabbit goes on the Winter Wyvern. Every single time, Wyvern is getting jumped by this Storm Spirit, and there's no answer to the Storm.
Yeah, he has been always doing that every fight to prevent the combo. Like Darkseer has been...
He's getting the vacuum wall every fight.
They need to coordinate that better though. They need to like, oh, the Darkseer, I mean the Wyvern is being jumped on and you can't really do the combo because there's no point, right? If you drop your vacuum. Vacuum is a long cooldown. You're not going to get a second chance in a fight to drop another vacuum. You need to get it right.
Well,
I'm wondering if at this point the Wyvern needs to get a blink, but he's very poor obviously.
yeah, it feels like any item progression for Lanham is not happening anytime soon.
Have they actually landed the combo even once this game?
No.
Even though we hype it up too much, I mean, especially me.
The only
combo,
Winter's Curses have been on, I think, at most 1 hero. I don't think I've seen a 2-hero. There's maybe been 1 2-hero Winter's Curse, but Lanham has... I mean, you can see by his score, he's 0-6-2. I mean, not like Ehome have gotten many kills this game, but there's been vacuum walls, but never the follow-up from the Winter's Curse.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to actually land the combos. That is quite unfortunate because both the times in the last 2 fights, the Darkseer got a 3-man vacuum and they weren't able to follow it up with anything. So it was basically a wasted combo from the Darkseer like the last 2 fights.
And now SF will pick up a Butterfly, and Juggernaut has already committed to his next item, picked up a Basher, so he can't really change route and get an MKB. least not easily. He doesn't have the item slots for one thing. I guess he could sell his TP and just go TP-less / go for a Boots of Travel, but he wants to go for that Abyssal Blade for now, which I think is a good item pickup because you need whatever lockdown you can get against the Storm.
Yeah, he needs to lock down the Storm, number one. But secondly,
Bottom tower is under
it's
attack.
gonna reach a
Dire's
point where he
bottom
needs
tower
the... I think he
is
even
under
needs it
attack.
now. I'm not sure if he wants to complete the MKB once he actually has eyes on the SF and he sees the butterfly. He might actually consider going for the MKB first.
Oh, are you lagging or is it me?
Yeah, I'm lagging.
Okay, server please. Okay, all right. Perfect World.
This is server problem because everyone's lagging.
The
When I
name.
tap out to my VPN, when I see my VPN is actually running, I know it's not me. But when I tap out and I see my VPN crashing, then I know it's me.
The name's ironic. Perfect World, apparently. There's a few things wrong with it at the moment. Although it's no longer
It's been-
alone with the new Reborn
It's been
client.
lagging a lot recently since they shift to Reborn though. Before that it was actually really good. Wasn't lagging too much for me.
Radiant's top
Even when
tower
I'm playing
is
for
under
Malaysia.
attack.
It's the perfect duo. Perfect World combined with Reborn. LD was loving it yesterday. You put the two, like, currently hated platforms together and you're in for all kinds of fun stuff. Right now it's produced a fantastic Game 3 between Ehome and IG though, so I'm not complaining. This has been neck and neck from minute one, and it's kind of reaching that climax, it feels like. Both teams have been in a very much a stalemate, but it feels like IG is starting to pull away, which means Ehome may look to make some kind of a big play. Something like CTY finishing this Abyssal Blade and not having a buyback could be a risky play that he can make. They're going to buy the Assault Chris on DK, it looks like, so DK
Yes,
will not
I'm-
have buyback himself.
Yeah, if DK doesn't have buyback, it doesn't matter if the Juggernaut has buyback. Yeah, they're gonna use
Yeah,
everything.
they're all in, which I like. I think the fights have been such a struggle for them that this is... You can play the safe approach, but that's just going to be like a slow, painful death. The death by spoon. Instead, they're going to look for a quick result one way or another.
They have a gem purchase on the Wyvern now, so they are gonna look to devote, get map control, and look for a really good timing, a suitable timing for them to actually just move out and look for a team fight.
It
Yeah,
almost
I'm gonna
feels
go
like
for
the gem could have been
BKB.
something they could have gotten a while ago. Like the gem for Dazzle gave
Yeah,
IG such good control.
The thing is, the Wyvern was not as luxury. Like, he doesn't have the luxury because he's much more poorer.
And he's playing against Storm, so he needs a
he needs
defensive
the
item,
defensive.
like, or he's just going to lose the gem. Dazzle doesn't get jumped because there's no Storm Spirit or hero that's going to just reach him.
It's much more difficult for the Wyvern this game compared
Yeah.
to the Dazzle, but finally, IG's gonna march down towards the tier 1 at top.
There's still a tier 1 up. We're 41 minutes in. What's going on here? And IG have been winning. It's such a meaningless tower. That's why IG have never really gone for it. At this point, they're just like, I guess we'll take the money and...
And the reason why they haven't been going for it is because it's the classic trait, right? If you're on Radiant, you push the tier 1 at top, you lose
Yep.
the Roshan. And the whole game they've been like running around
Oh.
the Rosh pit because they're very afraid of
It took
Ehome doing the Rosh.
34 minutes before Ehome managed to get Roshan. They first tried to go for Roshan like at 15 minutes, it felt like. It was about a 20-minute stalemate for that
Dire's
Roshan.
top tower is under attack.
Well, right now the kill score continues to be fairly misleading as Ehome still have plenty of ways into this game with their Wombo combo team fight. All it's going to take is one Vacuum Winter's Curse. The question is just a matter of can they execute? Can they get that combo off? And so far it's been tricky.
The Darkseid is going to try to build a BKB though. Not sure about this.
I think the big issue is like he gets jumped by... He's always getting isolated, and like the Roshan fight where he died and they secured Roshan, he just got jumped and bursted down. Even if he grieves off the Orchid, he still dives to the follow-up damage coming out from Kunkka, Earthshaker, Shadow
I
Fiend.
guess he's just getting constantly locked down. But I feel like they need the Hex as well though, because they
Not
don't
the
really have any-
courier! Not the courier!
Not worth to kill the courier.
Nope. Nope. Jug gets the blade free out. Blink Echo will catch out Old Chicken. And he blinks into it. The poor Tusk gets the snowball off, though. The silence can be dispelled here. And it looks like they're trying to find the engagement they're after. It's going to be the Jug with the Abyssal Blade coming out of the Shadow Fiend. But the BKB comes off. 430 gets Winter's Curse, but the damage isn't there. Omni Slash only comes out now. Old Chicken gets Cold Embrace. That's going to keep him alive a bit longer. Can they bring down 430? They're getting close. CTY trying to get him down. Twine blinks in for some stun action. It's going to be a snowball to keep him alive. 430 graved up. It's going to wear off, and 3 dead on IG. Ehome have broken through the IG defense, but Rabbit's still alive. Low on mana here. He's got a lot of Bloodstone charges. We'll see him regenning 11. Glimmer kept up, blocking this damage. He gets pushed to the low ground by the Ice Shards. Suicide comes out from the Storm Spirit, and Ehome have cleaned up this fight. And Roshan surely respawning any second now.
Finally, we saw a really good Winter's Curse. It was a
Oh, the
3-0
first Winter's Curse of the game. That, as far as a big team fight goes, that was the Winter's Curse they'd been waiting for.
Yeah, on 3 heroes.
I feel like Chuan's jump was a bit too eager as well. That was... I feel like he needs to save that as a counter initiation rather than be the one starting a fight.
They could have done that though. The Conqueror didn't use the boat right away, maybe?
Yeah. They wanted to be able to burst down the
Did
DK
he
with that
save
Blink
the boat?
Echo.
He saved the boat in the fight, do you know?
Did he what, sorry?
Maybe. Did he save the boat? I'm not sure. Maybe he did.
I'm not sure.
Over here now.
Because
I think he was worried about...
when
'cause
he was dead. When he was dead, he still had the green light on the hero portrait.
He
So
got
didn't use
the Tusk blinked into Snowball and got hit by the torrent, but then he still got the Snowball off afterwards, which really kind of delayed IG's ability to bring down the DK. DK just got kept alive for so long.
And they managed to get the Greaves on the DK as well
Yeah.
after that because they managed to buy enough time with the Snowball.
Well,
So it
Winter,
was definitely a very crucial Snowball there.
Yeah.
Kaka.
buying all these items, giving up having buyback has paid off for Ehome. They had no buyback on DK, no buyback on Jug. They still don't have buyback on these heroes. As DK picks up a Blink Dagger, they are all in. Even the Darkseer buys a BKB himself. They are very much committed to having every item possible to win these team fights, and it's working so far for them. How long?
And right now it's about... I think they need to get more items on the Storm though, because right now the Storm is going to be the one that will either win them the fight or lose them the fight. The
Yeah.
SF is being controlled all the time by the punch and the curse,
Whoa, what I miss?
and he's not moving too much in a fight, and the Jug is like focusing him as well.
Well, you talked about this item. Lincoln Sphere comes the way of the Storm. There's a lot of good spells to be blocked by this. The Abyssal potentially from a Jug, the DK stun, the Winter's
Three
Curse.
big spells: Abyssal, the stun from Dragonite, and the curse.
Yeah. Splinter Blast is good at breaking it from long range. That's one of the better spells you can throw at the Lincolns, but that's assuming the Winter Wyvern can stay
This might be the
alive.
last fight. This might be the last fight.
Well, no buybacks available. The Snowball comes in from the side. There goes the Storm, bowling in a bit early. Roshan's still very healthy here. They're going to go in on 430. Wall is there on top of the SF. He BKBs, looking to fight, gets stunned up. The boat is perfect. Catches out 3. The Jug now holding onto the Omni Slash for now. Will hit the bash onto Super. He's chopping his way through these heroes. Now gets the backline, but he doesn't do anywhere near enough damage. Gets stunned up by a Fissure. The Totem Devolves. The Echo Slam on Kaka. It looks like the end for CTY. He gets Cold Embrace. That keeps him alive a little bit longer. They've lost SF in the backlines, but it's at the cost of the Juggernaut. And Rabbit, with this fresh Lincolns, is just chasing forward. Hits the Orchid on Lamb. Can he get a bit more damage? He needs to ball forward. Hits one more right click. Cold Embrace is there, and Rabbit can't bring down Lamb. Not yet, but with the help of Trine, you betcha he can. Gem taken away from Ehome as well, and Roshan right for the taking if IG want it. Did,
The fight
what
was-
happened to the Winter's
the fight
Curse there?
too
Did you...
straight.
Was there Winter's
The
Curse
fight was
in...
too straight out. He cursed the SF.
Okay.
They chain stun the SF. They curse him, they use Dragonite stun on him, they use the punch on him, they just basically threw everything. No, they punched the Earthshaker, sorry, they didn't punch the SF. So basically the SF was like 1v3 behind, and he took everything.
And
I think
this-
the curse has to be on like multiple heroes for them to win the fight though. One hero curses is not good enough for them.
This SF is just so tanky. He takes so long to be brought down. The other big thing which you just don't really notice... I mean, the things you don't notice in the damage in the fight is the damage mitigation. You've got Weave to give a ton of bonus armor to your entire team, and the Coco's
The
Rum
rum.
from the Ghost Ship. Everybody is so tanky. That SF has effectively like 4,000 HP or something, it feels like. With the extra armor he's getting, he's sitting on 2.1k. The Rum negates 50% of the damage. On top of that, he's got bonus armor from Weave. He's got evasion. He's got a mech. He's got BKB. This, you have to throw so much damage at him just to kill him once. That Omni Slash did nothing against the Weave and the Coco's Rum.
He has Lotus Orb now. That's gonna be allowing him to make some big plays.
Well, Aegis now on the side of the Radiant, and that is something it just doesn't feel like Ehome are prepared. I feel like they're going to enter Turtle mode now. They don't want to fight an Aegis Storm. They're probably just going to stick as 5 and Turtle on the high ground and look to maybe make a play with their next smoke, which is coming in 2 minutes' time.
I'm actually thinking what other ways they can actually win the fight though. Right now, because the Storm has Lincolns and
Dire's
they have
top tower is under
Aegis on the Storm as well, you have to drag. The first move is to drag the game until the Aegis is gone. Then after that, you have to get MKB on your. I think you definitely have to get an MKB on your.
It feels like they need to somehow deal with like the Earthshaker with all his stuns and lockdown, because once the Jug, I guess he has the BKB, but he's just getting kited around too much during this. They may actually find the Storm here. Is completely alone on the top side of the map. Needs to get the ball out quickly. Does do so. The Lincolns gives him that bit of breathing room, and yeah, pretty straightforward escape there for Rabbit in the end.
It's just gonna be farming and just delaying the game right now. I don't think much will happen in the next few minutes. IG have to force something with the Aegis.
And do you think they care about forcing something, or are they just happy to use it as a farming Aegis and pick up items like Satanic for SF, and Storm can theoretically start building his item that's going to replace the Aegis?
Oh, they're gonna fight now, middle.
Oh yeah, they are. That's a long ball, and that's a Winter Wyvern who barely escapes, gets greaved up, surged away, and I think Storm thought he had him with that ball lightning. That was from halfway across the map, and they don't get the kill. Ehome still have all their big spells for the high ground defense here, and they'll need them. And yeah, IG aren't going to go for the high ground push. It's probably the one way they can see themselves losing this game. They're like, okay, we've got a lot of farm, we've got a Storm Spirit who can't be dealt with. What's the worst thing that can happen? You go for a high ground push and you get caught in a vacuum Winter's Curse. Like, just let's not do that. Let's wait, get a few more items, and wait for Ehome to come to us.
What else could they be waiting for? Yeah? They have most of their items though.
Well,
I think they go now. They
it's
have
risky.
Aegis and they have Lotus Orb.
Yeah, the Lotus Orb is going to help a lot against some of these stuns and lockdown coming out. The Lotus Orb Omni Slash, there we see it. SF in the front lines. Echo Shell is there. He gets the counter snowball. He's going to go snowballing in. This could work against the SF. Oh, what a disaster! He's in deep. Luckily, pops a BKB instantly. The Ghost Ship is there to help him out. The Ice Shard's not fully blocking his path. When Lotus Orbs go wrong, and 430 now stunned up on the front lines, another Echo Shell is there. Oh, you got to be careful using that Echo Shell against Snowball. Wall now comes out, 430. The only hero hit by that. That's a very early wall. DK blinks for it again. They know 430's BKB's on cooldown. He's now got a Satanic, though. He can look to lifesteal back up. Storm starts off on the Tusker. Gets one. 430 with the Satanic healed up mostly back to full. Rabbit in the front lines. Gets the Lincoln's block on the DK stun. DK now in trouble. That armor only doing so much. The Storm Spirit just balling out of control. He gets cursed up, but he's got the Aegis. He's also got a Shallow Grave. Rabbit just going to turn and fight. Accept his fate, perhaps, but his fate may involve bringing down CTY with him. It looks like it sure as hell involves bringing down this top lane of Rax's. 430, back to full HP. Glyph comes out, but the entire IG squad still alive. Super having some illusion issues at the back lines. Almost gets killed off by some Darkseer illusions, but it's do or die now for Ehome. They've got everyone alive. The problem is they don't have the Winter's Curse. They don't have the Wall of Replica, so very hard to engage onto IG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here
They
comes.
just have to spam, you know? They can only spam.
They're doing a good
They
job of
have
spamming, but at this stage, one lane of Rax is not the end of the game. 51 minutes in. They've got a lot of 6-slotted heroes to some extent. Rabbit now in the front lines. He's balling away from them, looking to make sure he holds onto that Lincolns as long as possible. Does not want to get hit by an Abyssal. CTY is low, has buyback available. The Cold Embrace through the Blade Fury is there. No casualties yet for Ehome on the north side. It's the Dragon Knight. He's BKB'd, and when as soon as that wears off, there's a vacuum, but the Echo Slam used as a counterplay. Omni Slash onto 11. That was an Echo Shell on the Omni Slash. SF says, what you can do, I can do better, Juggernaut. And 430 just unkillable, it feels like, in the front lines. Winter Wyvern gets one kill on the Earthshaker, but with this Storm and Shadow Fiend, it just doesn't feel like Ehome have what it takes. They're going to lock 430 in place. Maybe this is it. He actually gets kicked up in the air. They have managed to bring down the SF, and Storm says, get me out of here. My Aegis is gone. Just the range Rax, not even the melee Rax. What is going on?
They didn't get the melee.
No, they chased. They went for kills. You know, the second time, in some ways, the SF with the Echo Shell gets pulled out of position because of the Echo Shell. First, it was the Snowball. This time around, the Omni Slash pulled him into the Dire base. Lotus Orb doing some interesting things this game.
Illusion.
I think Lua may have to reconsider how and when he uses it, although it is... obviously the idea is you mostly just want to spam it on your frontliner, but maybe not always the case.
Let the fun begin.
He can actually take... What can he actually remove? He can't really remove anything, apart from maybe the slow from Splinter Blast. Yeah, it's just about reflecting.
Got it.
I don't think you wanna save it though. You already bought the item, and it's just unfortunate that you dragged him into such a deep position.
It's maybe better thrown on someone like the Storm, because Storm can easily get out of bad positions if he gets dragged in somewhere.
Yeah, but Storm isn't the frontliner though.
No.
You generally want to put it on the frontliner.
It works out okay because SF is so durable. You throw the boat. If he gets into a bad spot, you just have to throw the boat and give him a weave, and he's got BKB, Satanic, Butterfly. Like, he can hold his own for the most part. The scary thing's going to come if Jug can manage to farm an MKB, but with Jug using buyback to make that hold, that MKB is still a long ways off. Although you got to imagine it will be CTY's next item.
It has to be his next item. I don't think there's any other choice he has right here.
Yeah, I about to say I can't think of anything else.
The SF is surviving so long because of the evasion.
Yeah. And well, he's going to start hitting harder now. He's picked up a Crystallis, so Daedalus will be on the way. Storm says, I want some lockdown. Hex is his next item. Handy for when he jumps here is like Wyvern, because you can Hex and prevent that Glimmer Cape escape, which is, for the most part, been somewhat thwarting him when he tries to initiate. CTY, yeah, there's the Demon Edge. Doesn't need to save any money at this point. He has not got a buyback available.
Stupendous.
And both teams wary of Roshan. We've kind of reached that stage. Okay, Roshan respawning in 2 minutes. It looks like that was a slightly longer Roshan respawn. CTY. Don't get too close to this bottom lane, although he has got good backup, and IG do not have much in the way of map vision right now. Dire do still have a gem on Wyvern. They are going to ball in. That's the Hex. CTY was maybe not ready for that. That Snowball will keep him alive, though. Snowball's into 430. The DK stunned him up as well. They're trying to bring him down. The Echo Shell is there. Blink! Echo Chuan gets Winter's Curse and catches everyone! The Chicken's just going to turn and fight, but the damage just doesn't really seem to be there. 430. He's evading. He's so damn taking the Grave Comfort. It comes too early. 430 just going to Satanic up. He says, I don't need your Grave. I'm just going to throw a Requiem now. Turns around. Looks to fight. Old Chicken still somehow alive as well. Another stun comes out on 430. He will be brought down. Standing in the wall. Not good for your health. Not good for the Juggernaut's health as well, it turns out, because Jug goes down, as does DK, and 430 going to buy back, look to end this game. He's going to run straight down the mid lane, and with no buyback on Jug, no buyback on DK, they may have killed the Shadow Fiend, but it's not going to be enough. GG is called, and IG, after some insane team fights, have managed to somehow take out Ehome. Whew.
That was a 4-man vacuum, and to the curse.
Into everybody.
Yeah,
it was as good as it gets.
Because the thing is with the curse, right? The heroes hitting the target all have the damage reduction, and then you top that off on top of the Kunkka bolt. The heroes that are hitting the target of the curse don't really take any damage.
Nobody takes damage. There's Weave, there's Kunkka, there's Evasion. Everybody is just so durable. Look at this Dazzle play. 0 deaths the entire game. That is something. I mean, it's partly the nature of the Ehome draft where they don't have good catch to get to the back lines, but I mean, Super really played his part here. But I mean, the entire team did. The draft came together well in the late game for IG, and somehow, whew, they produced an amazing game of Dota.
Yeah, it just dragged on too long that they relied so much on the Juggernaut to do damage when he can't. The DK is not strong enough to. He doesn't really have too much items to do damage, so they were just severely lacking in a form of damage, and it's just their combo doesn't really allow them to kill heroes anymore.
It felt like the last pick Storm was like really crucial for IG, because we're kind of talking about during the draft, like, oh, what do you last pick? What's the range like kind of carry? Like Luna got banned out, and it's like, what's left? And the Storm was just the perfect hero for this game.
Yeah, and also the way they lane though, we can't really forget that how Ehome actually lane. They jungled the Darkseer and allowed the Storm to have a unpressured time when they could have chose actually to run the Darkseer plus Tusk in the lane to pressure the Storm. But not sure how much of a difference it would make, but it's just something to think about.
All right. Well, that does it, Winter. It's been a slugfest of a best of 3, but it's going to be IG in the grand finals. Ehome will have a chance for revenge should they proceed from the lower bracket. They'll be playing again tomorrow in the lower bracket final against the winner of Newbie Young and Tong Fu. Tong Fu looked pretty good today, all in all. I'd say maybe they're favorites to come out of that series, but Newbie Young, not a team to be discounted as well. So We could see a rematch between IG and Ehome in the finals, but that does it, Winter. Any last words? Any last shout-outs? Any last things you want to get off your chest?
I can't wait for tomorrow's Dota games.
Nice. Me too. Me too. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you coming online tomorrow?
No, you'll be casting with Mr. LDZ. You've got the Mr. Gorman.
You're ditching me again. Sad.
Look, we're sharing you, Winter. Like I want a little piece of you, LD wants a piece of you, and then one day we'll just all get together and have all three of us doing our thing.
I hope I'm still in one piece.
Yeah. Well, that's what we need to do. We haven't done a TriCast in a while with the three of us. We'll maybe do that for the finals if you're free. So, guys, be sure to follow Winter on Twitter @WinterDota, and you can follow myself @BTSGods. But that does it for now. IG, what a fantastic game. We're done for now. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. 2 best of 3s. Lower bracket will conclude. We'll see you guys later.